They come out almost win lock and 2 rounds away from doing so.
What's up, man?
Petered off. It would feel like with this year coming to a close, it really could be the end of
Tadi gue nggak mau live anjir, gue mau live-nya nanti pas itu udah mulai. Siapa namanya? PARTY EDG. Sumpah. Tadinya mau PRX EDG aja. Apa gitu aja cuy? Apa kita nggak usah live manja aja? Kan seneng kan? Jujur kalian seneng kan? Hai Caca, kabar bah?
It's guaranteed too, which is so insane that one of these teams has that run going to a close. But before we get the game started, that does bring us to our MasterCard.
Itu udah aman cok, nggak tahu gua error kayaknya, gara-gara copyright apa gimana nggak ngerti. Bet manja belum gue setting ya? Ya ikutan bet manja ya. Hujan. Oh, ada suara gua.
Mana?
Sabar. Udah dibuka belum cuy? Sabar.
Before this match gets started, and I want to ask you, what's your prediction? Who's winning this, Sean?
I have to stay true to VCT Americas. I know I said I was a traitor earlier, but Loud has been my favorite team to watch all year long. It broke my heart to see Ospas on Neon and what they looked like in Tokyo. I thought they looked a lot better on day one. It's just DRX playing insanely well.
Aman. Yaudahlah, ntar gue coba benerin dulu aja tuh yang itu.
Full America's Copium 2-0 Loud today.
2-0 for Loud.
Yep.
I don't know what to think. I feel like Liquid, they've lost some really close games, and it seems like they've crumbled under the pressure before, and it's really that question of if they can rally back today. Again, an important matchup here for either of these teams that have really defined a lot of this year. You have the EMEA champions on one side, you have the champions of Americas on the other, and their run here at Champions 2023 will come to a close for one of these squads. Today, those two teams will start by taking the stage in Liquid versus Loud. Then we have FPX versus T1, and we're closing out with PRX versus EDG. Day 5.
PRX EDG itu yang ditunggu-tunggu ya guys ya. Emang lu kuat gini aja, gua tuh akan kuat kalau misalnya tau lah. Wow, 1 juta. Gua jabanin. Tenang aja bosku. Kalau ada yang support manja mah gas terus. Wow, 2 juta, 5 juta, apalagi beh. Gas terus manis. Weh, Olil, gacor ya. 7 juta mah harus mode sebaton. Emang harus sebaton doang. Kalian lihat kan Kangkang di interview cuy, dibacotin cuy. Trash katain sampah cuy.
I just play for because I'm enjoying to play. That's it.
GG coy, something akan mengobok-obok Kangkang ya GG. Aku ke kau nih Jan. Telat nggak? Telat. Yang telat denda ya. Minimal 20.000 lah. Iya.
ese lado, se pasó por antes você tinha que aprender muita coisa, agora teve que ensinar um pouco mais.
Acredito que a principal coisa que eu aprendi nesse
Aku telat tapi nggak minta maaf. Tai lu deh Pak ya.
respeitar ninguém, nem desmerecer ninguém.
Apakah Giant? Gua nggak tahu sih kenapa si Kangkang Cywarnya ke Giant. Kan yang bacotin EG ya. Harusnya dia lawan.
Especially champions. It's
Enggak sih, maksudnya
wants to
dia nggak bacotin EDG si EG itu. Cuma regionnya kan. Harusnya dia balasnya ke at least kalau nggak mau spesifik ke
the big tournament. They've been in finals. They know
EG ke itulah yang minimal KNA. Nih sini Jan.
Ano ko?
Vai ser partida eliminatória, então vai ser nervosinho pra cada lado, mas quem tiver mais calmo e
Pepe tuh. Astagfirullah. Terima kasih ke Babi.
vamos em busca desse caneco.
Satu nih ya.
Iya satu baru jadi. Kau aja FK deh
Anjay.
tadi. Ante itu elementar rune enggak ada aku beli tuh.
Elemental
Aku
rune mana nih?
yang hijau-hijau tuh kau sediain banyak-banyak. Biar aku buat. Sediain dikit. Beres mana EDG seat 2 ketemu EG seat bisa kau turunin dulu, jangan sambil dipakai.
Iya.
Oh lol gue.
Kalau aku lepas nanti nih,
Ya itu, kalau kau lepas ndak pakai blessing tuh, kemungkinan bisa hilang. Kalau ndak oke, makanya harus pakai blessing. Udah pasti berhasil. Hari-hari begadang babi nih di LA nih.
I wanna be player led. When I walk on the stage, enemies feel like hopeless.
우리가 항상 말하는 거 있잖아.
Busuk
우리가 할수
anjing.
있는 대로 하면은 솔직히 조별은 뚫을 수 있을 것 같아.
我自己私心的话，我一直想要成为一个就是超级巨星吧。但是我现在一样还有很多路要走，所以我会加油。
Kalian dukung Liquid atau Loud coy?
Right, let's jump right in.
Aduh.
TL, you are higher seed, team A or team B? Team B. So loud, you will be team B.
Gue sebenarnya
Sorry, team A, and so we'll start with your first band.
pengen
They band fracture.
pengen
Band,
Liquid
Pearl.
pengen Liquid menang sih sebenarnya.
Number one.
we pick Haven.
Haven, side on Haven.
Ini lah Jan, Liquid lah Jan.
Attack side, please.
Let's go Liquid.
And map number two,
We're gonna pick split.
split. Side on split. Attack.
Dengan kejar reset apa enggak ya?
Band starting with loud, you have Ascent, Bind, and Lotus.
Jan,
Biar reset lah kau lu. Ambil
And so
stream.
your band, you have Bind and Lotus.
boleh lah kejar
Jadi
reset.
WC lu. Aku beli lah nanti nih. Dari 500.
Pantai candu loh.
Dia level cepat.
Band Bind.
Kau
So map
bikin.
number three will be
Wih.
Lotus.
Bang.
Side on Lotus.
Haven.
Okay, I'm gonna run through this, make sure we are all set to go. First set of bands, we have Loud with Fracture, TL with Pearl. Map number one is Haven with TL
Mau
on
login
attack.
nggak ya?
Map number two is Split with
Tidak.
Loud on attack. Next set of bands are Ascent.
Buka
and
sekarang,
Bind.
Dan.
Apa?
Map 3 decider.
Tuh.
Will be Lotus with
Terah
Loud
kau
on
lah.
attack. Sounds good? Alright, good luck to you both today.
Good luck.
Good luck boys dah. Ini dia coy.
Kau masih lihat live MU aku kan?
Ada masih lihat tapi aku ndak cukup scene-nya.
Lihat nih aku beli nih ya. Buka lagi.
Full.
Habis nan WC aku nan.
Kau ya. Kau yang pengen buka-buka tuh.
Terus cuy.
Penasaran gue kan?
Elemen. Ini
Ya,
dapat apanya?
yang bulat kan? Iya, upgrade itu butuh itu. Ah, dapat lagi. Lumayan tuh.
Mantap.
It's the upstarts of
Ber.
EMEA, the only team to
Folder
beat
aku tuh
Fnatic
gimana?
this year, facing off against the reigning champions, the best
gerak.
of Brazil.
Agil masuk tim ini. DFM.
Losing streak for each, and for one of these two squads, despite
Yang Zong tuh kalau dapat powder ya.
limitations, that comes to an end.
Itu aja yang Zong.
And Valen, you've been on a stage like this before in an elimination match.
Ngapa aku
What's the
tumpuk tuh,
pressure on
Pan?
those players right now?
Idiot.
Pressure has to be high for both teams, of
Arka
course,
kan?
but it's really high
Ya,
for both teams. And they've
Arka tuh jadi brilian tuh Jan.
think that they've
Bisa tuh, simpan aja tuh. Biar kau ada
Slot 4 nih.
iya, biar kau ada itu pegangan buat ganti Antonio itu. Pegang aja tuh, nanti upgrade.
Bisa mau aku tumpuk dong.
Iya, makanya kan aku bilang tolol. Aduh, perut bunyi-bunyi, cuy. Belum makan lagi nih. Gak ada yang mau beliin gue makan apa? Sama siapa tuh, Wak? Kawan rumah.
Ah, dapat aku kesempatan.
Ayo udah bagus. Jadi Radiant tuh bisa kok colok ke yang itu nanti. Ini kasih ke aku nanti.
Ini dapat yang Radiant lagi nih.
Ya.
Berarti udah 4 Radiant sama kawan.
Ya tapi kan di combine lama-lama hilang Jan.
Berapa butuhnya?
Nih misalnya kayak gini nih. Dinaikin levelnya kan. Itu butuh 2 buat kau combine. Jadi ada rank 2-nya. Kalau mau combine ke rank 3 harus ada yang rank 2 lagi, ngerti ya? Oh?
Ah, 2 sempat akunnya.
Ya udah, jadi 2 tuh. Bisa buat yang itu kau nanti.
Dapatnya.
Mau makan apa? Emang mau dibeliin sama Lamka manja? Tuh dapat kau tuh.
Radiant aku ya, nih ya kan?
Iya, buka langsung.
Buka ya.
Buka lah. Ya, taruh. Buka. Kau buka Radiant kau aja enggak ada tuh PP.
Apa tuh?
Ayo bet yang belum bet. Bet. Masuk map kita tutup ya. Panas 2 kak. Waduh, McD bahaya dong. Tapi kalau dibeliin nggak nolak. Jangan nanti aja dibandel Jan.
Hah? Nah,
KFC spicy. Waduh. Logat Pekanbaru. Ini kalau ngomong ada teman Pekanbaru pasti ngomong Pekanbaru. Oh yang spicy nggak enak. Yang KFC spicy nggak enak. Biasa aja.
Radiant terus dapat non. Bikin yang Radiant bro di.
Ya doakan aja lah nanti aku combine dapat punish.
1, 2, 4, 2. Kira tadi.
Oh banyak gua dapat blessing tuh. Bagus lah.
Berapa blessing nanti?
Oh, Loud aku Loud gue nggak ini sih, nggak kaget sih kalau main Harbor Vipers kayak gini-gini. GG cok. Matt FX tidur dulu. Nah, gue mikir gitu, nyol. Gue tuh mau live sekarang itu karena Liquid Loud seru nih. Pas FPX T1 kayaknya gue kepikiran off stream dulu sampai PPRX. Ya sih. Jadi gue bisa istirahat cuy. Udah kau pasang Jan?
Apa?
Udah kan?
Apa pasang?
Itu.
Udah.
Menurut kalian oke nggak gitu cuy? Taktik kita cuy. Iya. Iya sih. Kayak nggak seru gitu loh. FPX T1 tahap apa yang mau ditonton coy? Tim Bosoik manja itu coy. PPRX gue pasti nonton, tenang aja. Justru gue emang mau nontonnya PPRX, bukan ini. Ini karena menurut gua seru juga. Gedein.
What you're gonna get from these teams, but finally we're getting this Harbor
Mulai
Viper
ya.
from Loud, and we actually saw Team Liquid face NRG's Harbor Viper at Tokyo, and they did okay, but ended up losing on this specific map.
We'll see how they do here.
Waduh,
So highly
pusing nih
anticipated
ketemu Viper manja gini cuy.
We'll see what the defense
Whoa, what
can
is
do.
this? What is this? They're pushing back through Garage after taking C.
But they've left Nat. And they have no idea he's here.
Wah, gila. Gila ini.
They're going around the world back
Dia ke
towards A from
dia ke
C to
A.
What a good start.
There's nobody there either.
Wah. Aduh, Natnya mati.
They've given him time to reset here. Aspas is already back in time to spot this hit coming in.
Tui's is coming through as well. He has 2 cascades he can still play with, but they've lost the sight. Try to save those for retake utility. Spike goes down. Liquid in control.
And the thing is, they still have 2 cascades
Ini menurut lu
here
siapa yang
that
menang?
really deal with, and they also had that
Gak tau sih, gue dukung Liquid, tapi gue pengen lihat Loud menang. Mana ya?
There is plenty to cut up the space.
The second one went right over the first.
Karena Aspas sih.
Sumpah
Sumpah gue berharap Aspas pindah Sentinel cuy. Siapa yang setuju? Siapa yang setuju Aspas pindah ini biar reuni sama ini sama Sachi sama Pankada cuy.
But yeah, just giving way too much time there, taking too long to actually execute on that around the world strat, which I thought was quite nice, and then losing Nats as well.
Itu sebenarnya udah GG itu. Load dulu.
Very difficult to get anything done in that situation.
Aspas gantiin Tens. Iya, Tens turu aja dia, suruh merit aja cuy, Tens.
How much sustainability you have when it comes to retakes.
Bener gak? Tens suruh merit aja kali ya.
Also seeing you alluded to this at the beginning of the first round. If this is what we're in for, if that's just the pistol and you've got cheeky strats
Prediksi
like that,
PARTY PRX, gua sih jujur pengen 2-1 PARTY PRX menang. Kalau bisa 2-0 oke. Tapi pengennya PARTY PRX menang tapi 2-1 biar seru gitu.
See if it continues outside of the pistol. I don't expect it to.
Jadi mana tadi yang mau beliin McD manja? Masih bisa. Lupa di close coy. My bad ya.
Maybe dissuaded, but objective found. Repositioning, Sadak just narrowly.
Masih 1-0 aman.
Safe goes double dipping, manages to stay alive, but not much more.
A pretty risky peak for Sadak to continue to take, given that his Viper wall needs to stay up for that CO.
Bisa dong. Serius Lamka mau beliin McD? GG cuy. Dibeliin ya nggak nolak manis.
Is already displaying a very good understanding about how this composition plays and where you can start to take advantages and cause doubt in the head of Tui's, for example, who has to be really
kedengeran.
with this harbor util. Right there, breaking the alarm bot, breaking the volley as well.
30 seconds left.
That's conditioning that's going to last throughout the rest of the game.
And again, we see some little trickeration, if you will. Look at where Redgar is. Gets behind the smoke, gets
kehit.
there. Meanwhile, the rest of Liquid.
Coba Famos tadi tuh. Pala itu kalau Famos. Lumayan ngeplan.
Where do they go from here? You see that paranoia. They're going to try to scale up behind it. But Soulcast dropped. Tui's on the swing, and Yampi's making a run at this.
Yampi.
2 big kills, but no
2 lawan 3.
allowed. You've got Les who's going to be on the flank, and well, that flank was dealt with. He was the weaker of the options, so Safe gets another with a
winnable.
all into Tui's. The first is good, the second follows. A 3K
Gak
for Loud.
Sisa 1 aman-aman. Kalau ada yang ngasih cerita, mau lah Monkey dulu Pi. Masa iya nggak mau? Sampai PARTY PRX kelar. Gue jabanin.
Everybody was damaged up for it to last until the entire spike duration as well. It's crazy.
Mata gue pericok.
I think Safe did a fantastic job getting this round into a winnable spot, but ends up over fighting to get Redgar some help. And that's going to hurt because you definitely thought there was an opportunity, but they do a lot of damage to Loud, so overall should feel like a successful.
Minum teh talu ada. Wah, kalerang go.
A little bit of a different Viper wall
Mapitiño.
on defense. goes all the way in
Maksudnya
towards
ini
B.
live
Radler
sekarang
covering
sampai
from
nanti
garage, but kinda does the
PRX
same thing
selesai.
we'll see.
Maksudnya PRX
This is
selesai
because
apa?
they have their Killjoy playing in front.
Sampai matchnya
Get all that
selesai kan?
information.
Iya, sampai hari ini PRX tanding lawan EDG kelar.
You can tell they're really interested on denying that KJ util from going down. You saw Safe be really interested on trying to take down that turret. You saw on the eco round them breaking the util on B.
I mean,
Lanjut sampai visi Tindo mah GG dong.
the ping is there. Sadok's going to be once again the first to try to keep them back from clearing that utility.
Jumpy dapat.
Sonic does go down too, so that Viper wall's gone, and the alarm bot that spreads less really thinly.
Yeah, he went down to Yampi too in a position where Safe was clearing out the alarm bot.
Australian nggak takut ketiduran.
That Viper wall's giving so much room for Safe to actually break that.
Yeah.
Agak sih.
See if we take a look at it in the replay.
Look at the stack though from Loud. They're still making the right call. Despite losing all of that, Les is just re-peeking B right now, getting a lot of information. Now that they hear the Trailblazer, there's a double stack up short.
The wall's going to give a little bit of space for them to come out. Safe goes up top, but Tui's takes him right back down.
And look at
Aduh,
this.
bahaya
This is
nih.
crazy. How do you go through now? No more flashes.
You have a little bit of space to play it, but they've been
Wah.
secrets. There's the flash and there's the bounce.
What?
Ducking in and out.
Woi, masa iya keikut coy? Kena bonus.
Seconds left now, and the spike is not in hand. The members of Liquid are weak. But Soulcast is making
Aduh, flashnya.
left alone. The flash is there. The second, but less with the 3K. And Soulcast with the perhaps ill-advised peek.
He's fumbling
What
his
the?
keyboard there.
Salah flashnya. Mendingan dia pecahin ke atas. Nggak ngerti nih Soulcast.
I'm baffled by that decision. He also had two flashes.
Pecahin di situ nggak kena, Cok. Gimana sih? Tuh.
But it took so long for Soulcast to actually get involved there. And now that hurts because they did so much damage on that eco round. They should have had, 80% chance.
Why not blind kata dia? Why not blind tuh? Obrigado. Tuh, Soulcastnya kesel. Why not blind kata dia? Iyalah, flash lu busuk.
This is a force up from Team Liquid right now.
3 pushing towards A and just 2 from the defensive side. Trying to keep them back. That flash not getting a ton of info.
A major risk for Liquid to go for this purchase. But you've seen them.
Jangan lupa like-nya manis.
In the prior.
Like-nya tambahin ya. 300 lah. Kemarin 200 oke lah yang nonton 300. Ini udah 300. 300 juga dong manis. Tabi kali ya.
You look at it on the minimap right now, you see how dynamic these harbor walls can be, but they're already ahead of it. Aspas is getting a challenge. Opshot misses.
Aduh, dia masih ada dash. Nice. Saib. Itu dalam smoke. Wah, Cowan Jin. Mampus kau. Banyakin kau dalam smoke ya, setan.
How do you funnel back into this? I don't think a flood is an option. You still have an op in hand.
Gua dukung Liquid cuy. Real ini mah.
Harbor to be up at this point.
That's just not the case. So Loud go fishing, maybe gifted a free one.
Delay lagi.
But there's just no entry. There's no way through.
Jumpy contact. Jangan ngepick.
And between the flashes, you see the mollies, you see the fault line. The dump of utility keeps Loud back.
Iya, ini kalah pulang ya. Ini yang menang, yang menang ketemu Navi. Ya, yang menang ketemu Navi. Yang kalah pulang. Betul, Koirul. Benar. Kok kamu tahu? Orang Citayam dia si Saib ini.
And Soulcast with 2 kills. I mean, redemption after that last round. 2 kills through the smoke.
Yep.
And the key ones, too. They needed to get those 2 players who got flashed by Redgar down on the site. If they didn't manage to do that, all of a sudden we have an entrenched position.
Kuaci manja kali itu ya. Real. Biar ada yang dikunyah. Ntar yang menang ini lawan Navi terus ketemu Derek. Derek kan udah lolos playoff. Kagak main lagi dia. Dia tinggal nunggu playoff doang. Scream kan di Karmin. Karmin udah ini. Udah busuk.
Had some very rough performances. So to see them taking the duel at each other, it's very interesting.
I wonder how much here Liquid assume that there's nothing else behind this push from Sadak. It seems like they're convinced in their ability to get through. Les is close by. Kawanzin is too.
Gua apapun yang main kalau lawan PRX, gua dukung PRX sih. Karena ada teman gua.
Loud seemed to wait. You've got the Reckoning to play around in the flash from up top. The dash out from Aspa still has an op in hand. How does he find any value?
Wah gila Redgar.
Redgar's already gotten 3. Tui's on the swing, on the kill forever.
Aduh.
He's patient, he's calm with it.
Great movement there from Tui's. Now they're gonna have to play this against the 2 players in.
Waduh, ada ini lagi bubble ya.
There's a code for Tui's. He goes up top. Safe gets aggressive, tries to take the space. Aspa's dashing forward. Nat's on the trade.
Where's the defuse
but it's just a delay.
Wah gila, bubble-nya si najis loh.
As Tui sticks the defuse.
Where's the plant there though? It's so far to the right.
Dia plan-nya di kanan banget dah.
If you're Team Liquid.
And I wonder if that's why Safe went out. Because it seemed like the timing on his updraft to try to get an angle and vision on what's going on seemed
Padahal udah GG loh Redgar tuh.
And the interesting part there is those pulses by the Reckoning from Tui's were actually hitting his own teammates. Too close to the Team Liquid players. And that is a
Wah, udah marah tuh Emil. Tuh, ngomong, wah.
In the state that he believes they should.
Kayaknya ada miscom tuh.
Concerning seeds for Liquid.
To me, that's a time that you need to just take a time out.
Yeah. I mean, perhaps they do if this one goes sideways too. Look at that wall up from Kawanzin, bro. I mean, it's just the side going down a long.
Really good reclear.
It's Tui's, excuse me, but Les getting the kill onto Yami.
Wah, gila ini.
Went up a little bit too far.
Liquid diobok-obok nih.
As well with all this control that they've been doing a great job at.
Dude, that smoke is crazy. But Aspas goes up top, cleans up Redgar, the spike fully under control by Loud.
Just that A reclear allowed Sadak and Les to get in such deep positions. And Tui's as well with the Harbor util is making it really difficult for Team Liquid to punish anything. It's not often you give space to the Harbor Viper to actually go for extra control, but when you do, it's a dangerous prospect.
Yeah. You wonder here, given what we heard from Emil a few moments ago, given how this round is gone, given how the half is gone, you've got to suspect that there's a timeout on the horizon. Because that's a prime gaming flawless through for Loud, and that's 4 rounds up.
Hilang tuh pala ya.
Absolutely.
Mereka ketemu karena sheet paling bawah Napi. Jadi top sheet tuh udah ditentuin siapa. Terus yang dari last chance itu dikocok.
Only thing I can think of is you go back to the opening of the half, and it seemed like they were hanging with Loud. It was just a couple of things going the wrong way, but since then it has felt very different. But maybe this is where things change. You've got the Rolling Thunder, you have the ult for Redgar too, and it seems like they want to go towards A.
You can tell Loud wants to duel at A early on in this round to try to get some of the util out.
What the fuck, Squidward? Nama lu aneh banget, Squidward begitu anjing.
Act like the strong side was on A and then end up leaving it so they could play retake, but it's full retake for
Nanti di playoff diajak lagi kak. Seeding. Kayak DRX, EG, Fnatic udah seeding.
Just a little bit short, intended to cover the same space that the Viper wall had. But ultimately pops back up. Redgar doesn't take any space behind it.
I'd be very confused if I'm Team Liquid.
Kok nggak tahu dah.
Jump spot on this angle. There we go.
That's why. I mean, he went coast to coast, bro.
Gila.
Sonic was at A just a few moments ago.
Yep.
Redgar looking for his timing. Man, you can tell he wants to creep forward.
Breach ult coming as well from Yampi. They're going to go for a C split.
Yeah, and I don't think Loud are fully confident on where this hit is. It's just Sonic.
Wah, nggak kena lagi.
He's going to get knocked up.
Let's absolutely just dodge that.
Oh my goodness, you're right.
Nggak kena lagi.
The wall is actually preventing those players from coming through.
Redgar's ahead. Redgar's ahead. He's gotten behind them. The first falls to
Wah.
Again, the IG
Gila, sakit banget ini si Sadak.
peeks behind Plat, tries to get a kill. kill. 13 seconds left. The spike just now trying to make its way out.
He's got time here.
Soulcast is going to have to get so much value done. The flash doesn't hit.
Pegang tuh burung ya.
Does. That's the round.
And Aspas falling away as well. I was questioning.
Seeding, sit. S-E-E-S-E-E-D.
Rotation from Sadak early in that, but the more I think about it, the more I think
Seeding tuh
Sadak has
kayak
a fantastic understanding.
karena dia advantage gitu.
Finally, we're going to get that timeout going. But you can tell
Karena dia lolos duluan.
very aggressive, which is uncharacteristic. Sadak, you know, he doesn't stand on the super passive side. He doesn't stand on the very aggressive
Enak Viper kalau misalnya tahu mau ngapain mah di tim.
very quick with those rotates. I think what he was talking about with you know, facing potentially 4 series losses in a row. He said this game we felt a lot more
Betul deh,
prepared.
Pak.
I feel like we did our research a lot better for this team and their opponent. And I think you just saw evidence of that with all that rotating.
I think you can even, if I remember correctly, something about just feeling like they're smiling more, right? Like little things like that. How are you feeling going into this series? What kind of pressure do you have on your shoulders? Again, given the fact that they've lost 3 in a row, given that they're on the verge of exiting another international tournament without a single series win, it's just a drastic subversion of expectations relative to what we thought they were going to be. So for them, you come in a little bit looser, you come in a little bit more comfortable, and so far it's paying off.
I mean, of course they're more comfortable. They're playing Harbor Viper. Finally, man.
Ini beratan kok turun, nggak tahu nih.
Speaking of which, Liquid call a timeout. Down 5 rounds.
Tidak dapat momentum dia.
They're still forcing up here with no spike plan again. Like, this is getting concerning, man. Especially out of a timeout. Like, they just don't care. And the funny part too is we've already seen evidence of team.
Padahal ML banyak banget loh yang ikut.
When they go for a little bit of a save round,
Karena ada slot gara-gara master juara si Fnatic.
Oh my goodness. No way, bro.
Udah scared baik nih.
Like a book.
And they've already done so much damage to Nats. To get him out of here.
Does Aspas get a shot? There's the knee. He does get the shot. It does not land, and Nats pushing forward, though cautiously.
I don't think Nats realized how close Aspas was. I think he maybe could have gone for a punish there, but opts not to.
Jing wallnya ngeselin, Cok.
The information gathering that Loud is managing to amass via the utility that they're using is just outrageous. They're just so methodical with it. Again,
both sides are really trying to do the same thing, right?
Sure.
Trying to defend the util.
Wah, kedengeran.
Liquid is just focused so hard on breaking it all. There's a TP up into Dark from Redguard. Forces everybody off site. But they have this KJ lockdown.
30 seconds left.
They might. No, Yampi doesn't have his aftershock. Nats does have more.
One way manja.
Les has a counter though. And there it is. You're wondering if that was a cue for them to go off of. And they're almost overlapping one another.
But even if they're overlapping here, the attackers have to get off site.
Yeah.
Whereas you can run your way on. What are they doing though?
They're pushing forward.
Is there gaps in Dark here? Yes.
There is. And yeah, one's been detained, but Tui's is
Waduh, Les dapat 2, Cok.
HP though. He doesn't have very much to work with. Natch drops him. See one player down in hell.
Untung nggak ada bubble.
Reinforcements arriving, the op in the hand. Another rare miss. Sadak has gotten it to half though. He's gotten it 3/4 of the way. There's no
Gila.
way in. Less with 4 and another for Loud.
Backup-annya bagus banget.
Despite Aspas missing that shot, Les has got you. And Sadak with the full stick. Again, questionable from Liquid here. You're right, the counter lockdown is nice, but the only place that you can really fight against that defensive one is long. You have to fall so far back.
Talk about the roller coaster of
Coachnya ada
emotions that we
pushing.
saw from Emil. From yes, dude, that call worked to head and hands once more.
And when your coach is going to start struggling for answers as well, start to lose confidence in his own calls, then
Gue lagi pakai liquid ini, cuy. Kalian tahu nggak?
things are going to be dire.
Namanya
As they're down 6 rounds on this defense.
Cup. Apa SK Cup apa gitu.
Scattering of utility from the Killjoy from Les. You've got a little
Emang ada Saweria kagak ada suaranya?
And Safe is going to try to challenge challenge, or at least
Kagak ada suara.
tempted by what's on the other side.
Jumpy just uses
Oh, ada notifnya.
clear the KJ util, which he did get successfully the alarm bot.
Gak ada Jing, gak ada suaranya Jing, sumpah. Gak dapat notif gua. Error ya? Coba donate lagi dah.
I don't think they've seen Aspas zone. Once again, you're seeing Loud take space down too long.
And this is the same story every round from Liquid, which it feels like you have to, but when it hasn't worked at all over
Oh iya ada, gua nggak lihat ini.
questioning the commitment to the game plan here.
This is so
Wah, siapa naik babi?
They lose control of C. They have retake tools, but they have a couple players on site.
Coba gua
So do
cek,
you choose
sabar
to
gua
fight?
cek dulu.
Oh, and they have no clue about Aspas. Again, this fake into C. They did this on the pistol round. A lot different.
Absen bang, oh.
It's getting real value.
Thank you bang seseorang. Lupa nggak nyala.
Super key.
Gua coba replay nih.
I mean, that kill out from Soka Sada could have stopped the round with how little time was left. One, maybe
Oh
two
videonya
kills.
nggak ada coy.
But not the case. And now
Ada
Loud have to
videonya.
figure out how you're going to retake into 3v5 where you don't have the reckoning. And where you
Pantes
have
nggak ada
Aspas with the
notif.
And remember, actually, what
Ram
was
lu
talking about,
nggak laku gua.
we heard the replay of him.
Gak ada yang mau
saying
ya?
it was a good call. They basically
1,2
ran the same
dah.
strat here. Break all the util, fake C a little bit, and then go back towards A. But the tool's much different here for Loud in terms of the retake.
Enemy kill.
See how aggressive Aspas is going to get here. He's got the op. You imagine you want to preserve it going into the next, although there is a good bit of money. But
Gila,
ultimately, the
Jumpy.
doesn't matter. As it falls to the ground, we'll see if Liquid try to pick it up. Yeah, I believe Yumpy did.
Gua ada mousepad artisan
For Liquid, which we haven't seen all map.
sama RAM.
Great entry from Soulcast on that side to Sadak.
It's really hard to stress the value of that kill. Again, time was so short.
Sadak has definitely been the target by Team Liquid frequently, and he's been losing his fights. The only time I remember was
Yeah, Artisan Zero.
one time in C where he was anchoring, getting the kill and falling behind his wall.
Remember, attack side off from the previous round that Aspas dropped in the hands of Safe now. And perhaps expecting aggression from B. Not the case so far. Meanwhile, Aspas still with
Akun
one
follow
of
nggak gua jual lah.
Crazy part here is about the only player who actually is getting to see anybody at the beginning of these rounds is Aspas.
Mousepad yang kayak dia.
Team Liquid
Ada
is
artisan.
being denied. Finally, they might actually be able to challenge less in Garage, but as soon as he hears that Trailblazer, he's gone.
Jangan 500 kah kocak.
Just pop the blades.
Beli langsung di Jepang aja nggak
A lot of
500.
damage spam through double doors there. I thought they were gonna
Ngunyah
try to
mulu
go
biar
with
nggak
Trailblazer,
ngantuk.
but it seems like Les did a good job of keeping him back.
Dia tahu ya.
Turret down, 50 seconds. Again, basically nobody spotted from either side.
Oh, that cascade is weird.
I've got your trail.
That cascade is so weird. They're gonna drop Secret towards A, but they want it end B, and there's nobody here.
Good reaction from them. They spot the aggression close A. They push it back with the Seekers, and they instantly go into B where nothing went.
I even love that they didn't smoke either side initially, so Safe could take the duel. Then the smoke comes out from Redguard.
Aduh.
to the B lane.
Aduh. Udah sekarat banget tuh.
Behind it, the Seekers, the Trailblazer, you've got the Harbor Wall too, but perhaps a little bit too deep, because you're not expecting Safe this close, this tight, with the op. Sadak on the side, and the shot misses, but Sadak doesn't.
Waduh, susah sumpah. Oh, untung aja Redguard.
I thought he would. It's all falling under less than two. He's trying to cause as many problems as possible, and boy, do they succeed.
Anjing masih menang, cok.
Every time it feels like Liquid finds some success of their initial ideas, Loud's retakes come in to just shut everything down. This time,
Kangkang sama Something dual jet unggul siapa? Tergantung tim playnya nanti gimana. Sama-sama jago.
Trying to spam the spike while one player is fighting in front, and that's impossible to deal with when you have 4 players from Loud peeking front B main.
Wah, pusing.
See what the buy is for Liquid. Again, it's forced. Stinger for Redguard.
I mean, outside of that second round, it doesn't feel like Liquid is saved ever.
1,3.
Sadak again playing a tie.
Ada TTD Escuret.
They now know where he is. If they dump a lot of utility here, he could be in trouble, but Les is here to help. Man, and that's just enough. Look at that.
Team Liquid is having such trouble today against this Harbor Viper.
Sama Forsaken.
It's no surprise. Loud is the masters of this comp.
Oke, monyet.
There were so many questions about why they dipped away from it on so many maps. Why they weren't favoring maps like Pearl, like Hay.
Memang TTD Escuret anjing.
It looked impossible to get through for so long, and you're seeing again that same influence here.
Lan aku nyender lan.
Ya ya.
Nanti aku nungguin 2K biar
and this feels like this is going to be a very slow round once more. Yampi just used his fault line just
Nonton nggak? Oh, perek.
And if that's the case, if they want to play around it for entry out onto the site,
Nah,
it's
kan
going to be a little
bisa
bit before it comes
jam
back
6.
up.
PL.
You've got the alarm bot out from Les, who's still playing towards B. Tui's
30 seconds
very
left.
close by, with still plenty of utility to work with. The Paranoia is going to head out towards C, but Cowanzine is able to draw a line in the sand once more.
What
3
the
bullets
fuck?
left, and that's all it takes. Not able to connect on the 4th, but Tui's trying to do
Wah.
what his teammate could not, and he does.
Wah, busuk ini, cuy.
Liquid feel like they're crumbling here, Bala.
Busuk.
I couldn't agree more, Doug. That dash by
Ya, 88.
desperation. This to me feels very familiar from many games I've watched of Redgar's calling, where it just starts to stagnate. Where it's the
Ada yang
same
pacaran
idea
tuh.
of committing to the game plan, never changing.
Malam apa ini adik-adik?
Bantu aku untuk menangkan dia. Thank you Bang Samuan. Ikhlas. Jing kontot. Merek apa? Crosshair.
Avoiding a 10-2 is
Crosshair
definitely a
pengen.
good reason to do so. But I mean, this team needs a full reset right now. And I wouldn't say
Berapa
this
ya
is
MHZ-nya ya?
same performance that we saw on the
MHZ itu yang mana yang 4200 ya? 3600.
Everybody stocks dropped dramatically for this Team Liquid squad. And I respect, honestly, I do respect the commitment to
Makasih Bang Samuan. Malam bantu.
Viper on this attack side to try to break down the util. To try to make it really uncertain on which site they're going to hit, but the timings that they're getting, the execution,
250
it's just
cc
not
babi
fast
lah.
enough. It's always coming with these 20-second hits. And in that last round too, they're even going into the KJ util without breaking it.
Dari rasa
Desperation in the Team Liquid camp on the other side of this timeout
Hindi, panggil ako
again.
na.
Just trying to find yourself on 9-3 half.
Koko nggak passion dia.
Pull it off.
Nggak pulang ya.
Have any ults that they can combine or anything like that either, Bala. It's just the guns that they have. Redgar's got a Spectre,
Grup neraka ini cuy.
Guardian for
Grup ini. Ini grup apa ya? D ya?
You have comfort for days.
Loud, Tim Liquid, DRX, Navi anjing.
It's the same thing again.
Nah, kaget lu.
I think maybe he might have spotted a gun barrel.
Kaget kan?
High tide that he gets the dink off on.
Yeah, maybe.
But either way,
lagi dengerin alarm bot.
what Team Liquid has been doing every round.
Yeah.
It's been every round.
And at this point, you've grown to expect it. I mean, Liquid have done such a good job of meticulously dissecting the utility that Loud put before them, but the problem is when you get to the final cut, the one that matters, the stop was blunted. There's nothing else there. They're gonna drop the Seekers, and it seems like they want to go.
Wah gila delay nih. Buat buy time nih. Wah ini susah sumpah. Gila udah di backside semua anjir teman-teman ya. Tuh. Susah. Kurasa surrender aja deh.
A 10-2 half for Loud and complete.
Lu lihat, Liquid nggak bisa ambil backside, cok. Perkara satu wallnya Sadak udah susah.
I mean, it's just horrible, really. Redgar's TPing onto a molly. It's like Loud expected it, but I don't know how you can predict that.
No. And they're not just a page ahead; they're reading the book that Liquid haven't even opened yet. You see the reaction on Emil's face. The scenes do not look good. Mimi, what do you think? Is there a Liquid comeback or is this done?
Iya, dia bisa nutupin tempat yang nggak bisa.
It's gonna be really difficult.
Jadi nggak berani untuk masuk. Siapa yang fokus ke tengah, cuy?
Sean, you've been asking one
Adakah yang fokus tengah?
of Loud for so long. Play Harbor Viper, and they've done it.
We're so back. We're so back, Valley. They got the Harbor Viper, and it looked flawless. They stopped everything that Liquid did. The retakes were insane, and look at this. I mean, this opening bonus. Look at the wall to his throws. Completely flusters the hit from Liquid.
Nih lihat deh. Satu wallnya Harbor aja susah anjir mereka masuk.
Coming in, and the flash to boot. This is just such insane teamwork coming out of
They
Loud.
play around that wall, yeah. They all hold behind it, wait for the flash to regen, pop through with the Seekers, and all fight together. It's literally perfect. And also the form. The form of these players. Les is hitting every shot. Cowan Zine is cheating, I think. Like, these guys are playing incredible, man.
Bolang, babi ya. Cuy, napas dulu ya, cuy ya. Malam bantu aku. Napas manja dulu, cuy.
Constantly these retakes that Loud are winning, and a big part of that was Les. Sean, he was sublime this game.
He was doing what we saw him do all VCT Americas, which is take these individual duels across the map, and man, his first bullet accuracy with the Vandal, he has to be so high. He has to have such a high headshot percentage right now. It's just he's just playing so well.
And Sean, not only his aim, but he's giving no free map control. I'm watching him hold down Garage, eat up all the util like he's Chamber, and then run away. It's causing so much pressure for Liquid, and they have to deal with him first.
10-2 here, Team Liquid on the ropes.
Lupakan dia.
It's gonna have to be a pistol round to try and come back into this one, but even that is going to be difficult. We'll find out if Loud can close as we head back to the casters. Doug and Balla for the second half.
Thank you so much, Mimi. Yeah, the pistol just feels like a drop in an otherwise ocean of momentum that Liquid need in order to get back into this, because down
focus.
side now where you'd expect to have a little bit more advantage on the other side, Ball.
Yeah, remember, they did come in with some very creative pistol round on that first half.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can do the same thing. Already using the
Aman cuy.
Expect, especially against this wall that they see, to layer those two up.
Dude, they just paranoid as well. They just paranoid, convinced that there was going to be a fight towards aim.
Line up ya? Apa dia lempar doang itu bisa nyangkut di atas gitu?
Just, again,
Loud's already here. They already covered everything.
Yeah.
Nggak dicek.
Maybe that's the difference maker, but they didn't expect less. Not in a position like that.
Nggak di-expect karena kena dok itu. Busuk.
They're going for the jugular. Can they put them away?
Busuk.
They've dealt with what's happening in spawn, but two slip behind them.
It's quite perfect here from Loud. Everything considered.
Itu analis yang kiri pemain nggak tahu siapa, si Valin.
Spamming 4 versus 2 through the smoke, but they didn't
Liquid.
get half at this point, so.
Liquid itu kepanjangan dari Tulu lah. Itu cuy.
Jugular found in a very aggressive, in-your-face manner. Going to take the fight into spawn, knowing where Loud was pushing.
Woi, absen baru datang lu, kocak tuh ya. Like-nya tambahin manis.
There's not much more to say. I mean, Loud, I love what the desk was highlighting in terms of their beautiful defensive side.
PRX jam 8 di jadwal, tapi kalau ini 2-0, 13-2, 13-2, nanti 13-2, 13-2, jam 4 lah mulai.
Where's the Liquid that we saw at the beginning?
Yeah.
They look way better than this. Just a bit lost here.
Lihat nih ya, gila tuh, wall-wallnya tuh. Najis jing. Bunuh. Wah, keding. Aduh, sayang banget. Redgar tuh dari 20. 3 lawan 3. Kill. Ada Phantom. Masih bisa santai manja. Ya, match kedua gue jujur pengen gak nonton sih. Gue tuh tadi, aduh kalah tembak. Gue tadi tuh mikir ini live, kalau udah kelar, gue off dulu sambil rehat manja. Sampai PRX sudah mau mulai live lagi gitu tadinya. Babi nih, FX T1 kurang cuy.
I mean, you needed one. You don't feel like Liquid had much of a choice in a situation like this, right? You gotta gamble a little bit and see how the chips fall. But unfortunately, it's been a bit of the same of what we've been talking about.
Relakan aja lah Heaven.
All Loud all the time.
I mean, I will say it feels like in terms of force
Menurut
buys,
kalian masih bisa comeback nggak cuy?
taking these extra risks for their economy, they've been doing it all game.
Yeah, sure.
It's only one single eco round that they took, despite the scoreline. I mean, they had
Vamos! Woi, reaksi dong, reaksi itu menang woi. Wah, no reaction.
That's sick.
One's on the beach, one's on the
Kata siapa enggak? Wah, parah. Gak percaya Liquid kah? Liquid GG cuy.
I'm sorry to the Liquid fans. I had to. My bad. A little levity in an otherwise dire
Wow!
situation. But
Ini dia nih one tap. Pakai kaki kah one tapnya?
the Guardian finding the opener on Aspas.
And Aspas actually wanted to go up like a Durka dive into that cove up on top of site. That's definitely something new that I haven't seen Loud go
Biasanya
for. A way to mix it up.
terserah dari tim sih. Kalau misalnya jadwalnya paling terakhir nih, dia mau datang pasti nggak datang awal. Misalnya anggap jam 12 nih, 12 siang di Jakarta nih, laut tim Liquid matchnya PPRX jam 6. Harusnya tuh datangnya jam 4, jam 3 lah. Gak harus. Saweria nggak ada coy, nggak ada notif. Serius ada coy, nggak ada suara anjing. Ini body. Tuh lihat tuh, nggak ada. Tapi body apa dia?
If Nats was there a second earlier, that would have been a nasty crossfire.
Ini ngasih media share.
On the off angle as well. Not when you don't expect somebody to play default.
Gue kasih link baru dah.
Yeah, Yampi's gonna have to 1v3 his way through this to keep the map alive. Spike already planted.
Remember, Team Liquid was advantaged in this round. They really could have
Error tuh Sawerianya.
It's making things harder, and that's just not gonna be the case.
GG.
Loud from beginning to end.
Gokil coy, dominasi dari laut. Kata Sadak, so easy ha, EMEA kata dia. This is Brazil gitu coy. Sadak udah mau jadi Vin Diesel cok.
Domination against Team Liquid there, and Team Liquid they need to come up with answer solutions fast for this game.
Untung Solkas kagak ngomong. Brazil, do you ready to lose?
When you play an actual ranked game, it's 50 minutes, but how much are you actually shooting? With aim labs, you can
poin. Yang menang lot ya. Ada yang banyak rungkat nih yang bet tim Liquid nih. Busuk dong kalau gindang.
You get instant feedback on how to get better crosshair placement, better peak efficiency. You can also instantly
Yang cair siapa yang cair?
discovery. Get started today by downloading the aim labs for free and join millions of other satisfied players.
Ayo, map 2 siapa yang menang kira-kira coy? Napas manja dulu ya. Anjing. Astagfirullah, kaget gue bang. Thank you Bang Zaman. Emang Saweria tuh kayak Rusman anjir, horor. Udah bisa Saweria, udah bisa sekarang. Coba aja. Aduh. Tawanya itu loh. Busuk. Yang takut tutup telinga ya. Bahaya emang tuh. Ayo bet yang bet. Oke? Napas dulu cuy. Like manjanya manis. Menurut gua ya, yang menang nggak tahu. Abis ini map dia pick apa tadi ya? Lupa lagi tadi. Pick apa si Liquid? Split. Weh Faza. Wah, Faza emang bener-bener idiot anjing. Lu bet lot siapa anjing lot? Gue tinju lu ya. Cara bet gimana sih? Bet aja kalau ada poin bisa bet. Kalau nggak ada poin, kalau misalnya kalian nggak ada poin, mesti nunggu dulu kayak per 5 menit gue setting dapat poin. Info mod gua Hexom, RDA gua reload S. Mana Faza muka busuk anjing. Load jadi load anjing. Dikit banget pen gua. Lu salah nebak mulu Ahmad. Babi itu namanya. Itu banyak yang gacor tuh. Lihat tuh Bang Pincen tuh. Gacor terus cok. Tebakannya 1000. Yang poinnya nyampe 50.000 gua kasih moderator, J. Dia per 5 menit dapat poinnya. Lagian ngapain pick energi busuk, coy. Energi udah busuk aja, J. Butuh ya itu. Ya Allah sedih banget ngeliat poinnya. Ampun 0. Betul aja lu Bang. Harus grinding manja nongkrong dulu di warung sini. Warung Asterisnya harus sering nongkrong cuy. Sering-seringin nongkrong ya. Itu tadi 1000 anjir poinnya Bang Vincent. Grinding manja kah? Udah gua setting setiap 5 menit itu nambah poinnya berapa ya kemarin ya? Mana. Tuh. Poin per interval tuh. Per 5 menit tuh. Tuh, active user 20 malah gue pasangnya. Kocak. Kalian menang nih nggak tahu. 5 menit dapat 1 poin doang. Ya udah. Anjing sedih gitu cuy. Sabar gue setting lagi. 5 poin 5 menit emang ini. Emang real cuy. Everybody, yeah. Nah. Tuh, Nightbot aja 2000 anjir. Gak bisa. 5 doang. Ya udahlah ya. Sumpah settingannya di sini 5 menit. Dapat 10 kocak 20. Gue mana tahu settingannya. Ini settingan dari sini tuh. Live user 10. Nggak mungkin kan ini 1. Tuh 1 gini. Orang ada angka 1 sama 0. Tuh, kalau misalnya kalian sering ngechat, tuh dapat active user tuh dapat. Ah, kocak gimang nih. Bagi-bagi poin muka lu. Oh, emang chatnya di slow? Ya nggak boleh di spam dong kalau chat. Anis, lu ngapain nge-spam? Delay cuma 5 detik setan. Ngaruh tuh 5 detik tuh. Semlep apa ini? Ingat Dead Boy. Poin lu jadi 20 karena lu kalah tebak-tebakan setang. Wah, di interview gimang gini cuy lagi busuk.
Important elimination is on the line, but the good news is it is your map pick. So what do your boys need to do better this time around to make sure you guys push to a map 3?
I mean, we just need to relax. We know what they're doing, we know what we're doing, we're just very stiff. Right now stage, like we're not hitting our shots, we're not playing well together, we're not showing, balls, right? So we just gotta go, shoot some heads, have some fun, and just let the game come to us a little bit.
I mean, they're walking past us, they look very relaxed. So you got nothing to be worried about, Emil. Let's see if they can indeed take us to map 3.
We'll have to see if that confidence can be renewed here for Team Liquid. But Valen, the biggest question
Oke, kata Emil. Udah lupakan game 1 tadi ya. Kita lupakan game 1 tadi, emang busuk, kitanya busuk. Fokus ke game 2 biar kita bisa masuk ke game 3, oke? Komunikasi tadi tuh komunikasi sangat kurang ya. Jadi kalian nggak tahu tujuannya mau kemana, mau ngapa-ngapainnya, karena komunikasi kalian tuh satu sama lain tidak benar ya. Tidak dapat gitu. Yuk fokus lo 2-0. Gue kira fokus ke Liquid.
I don't know. I think Loud looked really sketchy in that DRX game on Split. And this is someone that used to think Loud had a phenomenal split. They were picking it early on in DCT Americas. Their Heaven control at A in particular was the best I had seen.
Serius,
they would plan for Heaven and they would have lurkers stay up there for the post. And I didn't see any of that against DRX. Their whole philosophy has changed on the map. And I would love to see them go
Tim
back
Liquid
into that
30 doang.
TL is going to be starting on defense on their choice of Split. And
Kayaknya gede tuh.
Likely to be a double duelist composition here for Loud. What do you think the keys are for Team Liquid to have a successful defense?
Well, they do have that previous comp of double sentinel with the Sage, so I think you're going to have a pretty easy time dealing with double duelist. You're going to see a lot of forward pressure. So you're going to see Aspas creating a lot of pressure with pressure, and it just kind of depends on Nats how he's able to deal with that, especially towards A.
Dapurito, lu jangan sati-sati. Urus muka lu. Gantengan cicak daripada muka lu anjing.
Well, we're hopping into the Prime Gaming agent select and maybe a bit of a surprise out of Team Liquid here. They're going for double duelist as well, Sean.
It's shocking.
Wah, udah lama gua nggak liat Bridge manja cuy.
I do love to see Yampi on the jet. I think Safe is a phenomenal raise. But I don't
Ewa
know how this is
turu,
gonna
Ewa.
fare
Anjing
against
Ewa.
the breach. and against the Killjoy in particular. I think those are pretty good stall agents against the double duelist, but obviously Loud will be starting on attack. The Breach is very good at opening up areas, whether it's the cross fault line for mid, the fault line for the close A aggression, or even taking B lobby early round. So those are
Liquid kayak mirip PARTY PRX kemarin cuy.
One thing I want to talk about is the lurk potential towards A for both teams. So Liquid here has a Viper. You're going to see the Viper orb combined with the wall to create space towards A to kind of get deep map control and a lot of pressure towards A almost for free because you don't know what's behind that Viper utility. But for Loud, they don't have a Cypher or a Viper. You're going to see the Astro utility combined with the Sky to put pressure up ramp. So it's kind of two different styles. I think that's a key and it's going to see exciting to see the differences.
Round number 1 was dominant for Loud, and the question now is whether they can make a comeback
masih belum masuk.
champions or if the
Yang mau bet ya sebelum ditutup.
Series and avoid elimination. Let's get ready to head into map number 2. It's split with Doug and Bala.
Thank you so much, Mimi. You know, Bala, one of the nice things about a change of scenery is that it feels like a fresh start, and perhaps for Liquid, that's what you need. You also don't have to deal with Harbor Viper, so maybe that helps too. You think I'm reaching?
Gue pengen ngemil manja sih, bentar deh.
As hard as possible. I'm out here trying to give you guys some hope, and I'm seeing it's Jover signs in the crowd.
No, but I think you're right, and I think this is the first time we're going to see this comp from Team Liquid. So talk about fresh starts. It's huge. The funny part is this is the comp that really took the split meta by storm.
Yeah.
And Loud's the one that started it.
Naturally.
In a place that you really didn't expect them to have a second duelist to be able to match up, and I think that's why you're seeing them as well reach for something different here with the Breach.
Anjing sakit.
Often trends.
Mulai tutup ya. Sorry tutup ini ya.
On the receiving side of what they
Sorry guys. Yang telat.
The attack, the single duelist comp from Aspas. From Loud, starting to prod towards A. A little bit of damage onto Sadak.
I think the one note as well on this comp as we get into this pistol round, it's a slow default for Loud is I think Liquid
Bang Dre.
a lot more fluid, which they needed. I mean, they were way too structured.
Kemana aja lo?
Yeah, 1000%. I think they may have gotten a little bit of info on the Trailblazer.
Wah, nice Taib. Wah. Liquid is back cuy kayaknya cuy. Menurut gua cuy. Menurut gua Liquid menang deh di map ini.
Starting to push forward though.
Gak jadi cuy, kayaknya Lot deh yang menang.
Too much. What does Redgar do here? I mean, he's gonna get challenged.
Yeah, but this also could be an overplay here.
By
Redgar? Yeah, because Soulcast is really relying on holding B main down. If he dies, then you lose that. If he gets traded at all, you lose that.
I mean, maybe a frenzy, but a ghost here.
Wah, nggak dicek.
Forward by themselves, a peek on the second. Perhaps no real idea what's on the other side.
Shit, man.
Tui's wins it. Soulcast, what?
Are you kidding me there? What is that?
The bravado.
Spike planted.
Yampi trying to make a play.
Turu deck dong kalau gindang coy.
Some of the taps come through. That cloud burst to provide some cover. Tui's with the third.
Busuk.
See if Nats can do anything about it. 65 HP. He's getting flash. He drops down from heaven right into the next round. Kawanzin cleans him up. Another pistol for Loud.
Aduh, Lord Soulcast kenapa itu tadi?
I mean, especially Tui's walking through that smoke and trading Redgar and then getting the second kill. His first one here.
Mau menjadi titipan deh cuy.
The second one not, and Redgar had smoke there. Actually, was quite good. It was what the grab wall was actually supposed to be.
Wah, ada pusing lagi.
With that and gave Soulcast an out. Between all the pressure I was talking about prior to that moment, but that definitely lost them so much control.
Liquid heavy lean towards A. Both duelists that way. Soulcast joining them, but Loud once again towards B.
Real.
Found so much success here in the previous round. Well, why not hit it again? Or, but for Aspas, a little bit closer to having that showstopper.
Love that from Team Liquid.
Sumpah, Emil jadi emosian cuy. Lihat timnya main.
Damage done from Redgar, and you do see the purchase from them. It's a bunch of ghosts. This is kind of the classic mix of weaponry you see from those ecos, and it's not a full force like we saw a lot of desperation on that first map.
I do like what Loud did there too. As soon as Aspas is on the tap, you heard spamming from Loud from their ghosts.
It's coming back from Tui's as well.
Yeah.
Yampi.
He's got a sheriff. Crosshair trained. Man, that's really difficult to deal with, man.
Kirain one tap.
Better. And Loud's gotten the right read. I mean, they pulled all the rotates over from Team Liquid.
Oh,
And
nya
it's a
rungkat.
wrong stack. They were relying on Yampi's information there. But it's just not deep enough really to call the rotate in time.
So now 3 of 8 for the duelist for Loud. And he's looking
Nggak
for
expect
more
nih Saib
team
nih.
health.
Mati nih
He's
Saib
still
nih.
made.
Woi!
Perched up on top and safe. Clean
Ah.
Stave
Sabi
starting to
Saib.
look really crispy.
And remember, you were talking about it, Ball, in the previous map, how good Liquid are in situations like this. They've done well to get Aspas down, but it does not look like they're interested in going for much more.
And again, that's why I was so confused by the amount.
Exit kill dong nih kayaknya.
Trying to actually intend to keep Sadak on site.
Phantom udah diambil Sadak.
Spike. He's full healthy though, so he can run through anyways. The nade
Oh,
though,
the
the
nade is gonna
combination.
hurt.
And that's a Phantom, Doug.
Can he get out?
Aduh, dak.
Oh dear.
Wow.
Hampir ya meninggal dak.
A little bit of a
Well
slip
done.
there. Yeah, but he managed to get out.
The reaction there from Sadak is, I mean, incredibly good. Most players of all levels are not reacting that way. They're running into that nade, not expecting it. And he
Right.
just sees the molly, he's like, okay, I got time. And how does he keep that clock in his head? A good idea from Liquid though, I love that. Back to the point I was making about ecos, a Haven they forced almost every round.
Andi
When
ini
you have
kenapa
an
cok?
eco win rate of like 30%
Gila ya.
or something like that. Team Liquid had the highest coming into these international events this year. It's just shocking that they didn't rely on that a little bit more.
If they were to win this round, it wouldn't be the eco way this time. You see, they've got guns, they've got a Bulldog for Nats. Phantoms and Vandals the rest of the way. Not really far up. Killjoy utility too from Loud. I mean, this turret, you've got a star set.
Suara Discord bocor, Jok.
And they're not pressuring the middle of the map at all, which normally is what you're looking to target.
And it seems like Loud may try to set this up. Look at where Sadak is, and you've got Aspas who's satcheling forward. So he's taking some space, and
Wah.
it's not a hit towards Mail. You
Bunuh
saw
dong Aspas.
it was safe who was ready with the nade, but
I mean, we saw Sadak stun. It was perfect for both players, right? From B main, it's going into Mail. It's also hitting ropes, so targeting down Nats with one player. Forces this reclear right now, and they're all ready for it.
a couple on the
Wah,
other side,
gila.
expecting something to block vision, something to blind him.
Gila busuk.
Never came through.
Sumpah ini Liquid busuk,
Still
Cok.
gets both kills, still has now an upgraded weapon. And he's still so healthy.
And he revealed his position by pretty
Udah malas gua nontonnya. Gua kira seru anjing, tahu gitu gua
Got him in the back.
fokus nonton
Trying to
PARTY PRX aja.
save and not give up that information, and Loud is hungry for it.
I mean, how hard do they hunt for Soulcast here?
Extremely.
We'll see. He's
Buset.
expecting it.
He needs to eat into this.
Gua defend dulu dah, bahaya
He's gonna
anjing.
Start getting. I mean, only 2 rounds on the board, 3 rounds after this, and look at it.
Ada yang marah-marah.
K on almost 4 players.
The money's good. The old situation actually looks really nice for
Gua
Loud.
lagi di
Sadak
Skotan.
2 away from the Rolling Thunder. Aspas 3 away from a showstopper.
And that's things that really, really add up to be.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh, you guessed correctly. Is he gonna keep it?
Suara Komstel.
That's crazy.
Aduh, lucu lagi
And as
anjing.
you can see, Nats actually pulled out a secondary
Nih,
there.
si Redgar
Tried to actually find him, but he was
abis
so far
kena
away. He
stinger.
escaped before
Kon.
the satchels came through. That's such a good bonus from Loud, and that's now every single one converted.
Silence this time.
Emil udah emosi, Cok.
Of Liquid.
And we don't get a full force here from Team Liquid. They are going for light armor the entire time.
A little bit extra padding, a little something to try to stay in the fights. Soulcast had a rifle.
Which is funny because they didn't save the last time and they end up going for a force either way. Louder playing this so slow, so considered. Less falling does give a lot of space to Team Liquid, which does force Loud to go for this B hit now.
Waduh, udah ada 3 weh.
Fully made its way around the pillar, but Redgar swinging behind it.
Anti buta dong.
Protected.
Bahaya ini double flash. Oh,
Loud
chill
not
dulu.
confident in what they're seeing.
Oh, Saif udah
Decided to
nge-push.
throw the brakes on it and look at Safe. He's upgraded a weapon. And he's got him surrounded.
I mean, surely Loud are considering the fact that they're going to flank through A after losing less.
Dicek kah?
Surely. Where's
not
the...
looking.
Nobody looking.
Any awareness? No? I mean, it's really just Aspas here.
I mean, the timing is crazy, too. They could just get both kills on B, and it's not even a factor.
Redgar's gotten the first, and there it is.
Nice.
Nothing that they can do.
Down B.
Soulcast?
Open season on members of Loud.
Whoa, missed flash from Soulcast.
Missed shots from Aspas.
Ya.
And a massive
Bisa nyabun juga dia.
to get on the board.
One converted, finally. I mean, we're starting to talk about the entire series as a whole as well.
Emang nge-lag nonton di gua.
Waiting for this from Liquid.
Serius.
It's a great play from Redgar. I mean, even just shutting down the initial push, too. I'm surprised Loud didn't commit to that after that molly. The smoke went up from Redgar. No grab well. They really were concerned about extra stuff coming in through there. I think they didn't get the information there from Les.
Yes, kata dia. Benar Andi, dia karena nggak member.
Back into the action, rifles for both. Sadak with the Rolling Thunder and op in the hands of Yampi.
Masuk akal.
Challenge towards B.
Jangan member dulu, kotak.
The nade from Safe should cause some trouble.
Udah sekarat. Heal.
Gonna have to get healed up. No armor left. Sadak has no armor left.
Aduh, Saif ketahuan nggak ya, Saif?
Avoided it. Tries to peek out from behind the smoke, and Clean cleans him up, but no. Safe once more. The discipline box goes unchecked yet again. Hold. Looking for more value.
Saif anjing banget loh.
Spike well out of reach.
One enemy remaining.
And this looks like another round for Liquid. 2 instances now, back-to-back baller, where it feels like Loud. These little mistakes are costing.
Saif nggak wajar anjing. Apaan tuh?
It was the same story
Satchel
against PRX too. It was very minor mistakes over peaks, not synced together. And they won the first map there.
Nice. Liquid is back cuy, ini cuy.
That is
Fokus ya Liquid ya.
That's a mistake Fraud is going to be reeling at. I mean, we've been watching Emil cam the entire time.
Yeah.
Itu yang di set siapa anjing? Cuek. Oh, Aspas.
Because again, that's 2.
Yeah, he was stunned up too, remember, at the beginning of that. That's something that not only should you have seen him go up when he got breach ulted, but on top of that, you just check.
pengennya sih nonton PARTY gua.
That kill where Naps
Pengen
was trying
banget.
to save him, by the way. Why is he peeking? Those types of questions are not getting answered.
Meanwhile, for Liquid, a really comfortable position. The op wasn't dropped, so Yampi still has his. There's so much money in the hands of Safe, in the hands of Soulcast. They're set up really well to go on a run here.
Kira-kira main jam kayaknya game cepet dah cuy.
He's stunned up. Still gets away though.
Really nice movement.
Sekarang jam berapa sih?
Meanwhile, Yampi not moving at all.
3 jam 6 lah kayaknya main.
Hilang
Hilang tuh pala ya.
Twiz is incredibly good when he's on shots like that.
Yeah.
He's an inconsistent player though. And I know a lot of people were starting to doubt his transition from the duelist.
Keyboard miring apa kelebihannya? Gak tahu juga. Gua nggak miring soalnya. Tuh, nuts. Kabur.
Aspas following up too with this showstopper. Gonna clear out a lot more space. Hold that space as well for them to recover the spike. Still, there are retake tools here.
Yeah, that's one of them. That Cosmic Divide, currently used by 2Es, but Redgar has his. Do they invest?
Hilang tuh pala.
Boy, all he had was a pixel.
Saving.
Yeah.
And they won't end up using anything as Redgar goes down. It also looked kind of like Safe and Soulcast were already deciding to save there, which is surprising. Either way.
It's actually really surprising. Again, look at the money they have.
Yeah, those 2 rounds in a row. I mean, you really boost the economy when you're going full light armor. Just a couple of rounds won and you could start buying.
Wah, gegelam kat turu manja terus cok. Wah, turu gini.
Either way,
gak ada fokusnya cok ini.
I mean,
Tubrut manja.
Poor rounds, definitely have to say, with not checking. It's just those types of things, little mistakes that cost you everything.
I think this is also, you know, I go back to the pistol round.
Hilang pala.
His 2 entries onto B.
Yeah.
I think about 2Es on this round
Hilang
too.
tuh.
Yep.
He's heating up. He's looking good, and you mentioned it. He can be inconsistent, but boy, when he's on, he's on. 6 and 2 currently. sitting at the top of the scoreboard for Loud.
We do have a couple ults here from Team Liquid that are close to being fulfilled. It's 2 off. Which means if they end up winning this round,
Nats nih yang belum kelihatan si Nats. Potong aja dia, bahaya tuh Bang Re.
I wonder if that early flash out from Soulcast forces Yampi to reposition a little bit. Or if he wants to take some of that space. Yeah, he's creeping up right now with the op. Meanwhile, there's a lot of action towards mid. I mean, both Razors are just separated.
Bisa balik lagi nggak tuh buat busuk? Kelihatan itu.
That flash from up top, now it's
Kelihatan itu palanya. Kalau kuning kelihatan cok, sumpah.
He got punished in a prior round. The breach is set up to play anti-flash and also potentially reactive off of Aspas's information.
He's got nade, 2 satchels.
Fault line just came back up. They just spotted Nats.
Save. Tagged a little, and they actually fault line to push Nats off the angle.
And they're falling off mid. They've gotten both sides, both ropes. Oh, hold on. Tui's creeping very close there. Wow, it looks like Team Liquid has the
Marahin Bang Re
as well.
Ya udah telat lah.
They've lost Heaven. Oh, safe. He's gotten a little bit ahead of it. Both satchels, but he's dropped on the way out. Exit not found.
Wah, Saib bener-bener loh. Jelas jing. Lempar tuh tempe goreng ya.
They're planning for spawn right now. Very risky decision in Tui's.
Dude, again.
It's over ini cuy. Habis ini habis.
That's a momentum buster.
Tahu gitu. Nonton ini aja cuy. Nonton PARTY PRX aja anjing. Jelas jing.
And Team Liquid making some risks, making some signs of
indecision. Sudah GG loh tuh.
Yet they still dominated that B heaven hold.
If we continue to set up Tui's and he just continues to perform like that, we're gonna keep talking about him.
Wah, sumpah Emil mau tinju. Itu kalau benar-benar itu kalau benar-benar ada yang ngeganggu dia nih. Ditinju, Cok.
Seems like Loud are still in a very comfortable position. You see spam out from Kawanzin. Don't think it tagged. No, it didn't tag safe at all. But an early pit invested from Nats mid.
So I was talking about being able to lock down mid on this crucial round.
Emang yang bahaya nih cuy. Tim Liquid T1 terkacau kah? Real kah cuy? Nice Yampi. Wah, disamperin Yampi.
Or excuse me, Aspas picked up the spike and I thought he was going to satchel into heaven.
Yeah, he was definitely intending to. That was the path on that execute, but as Sadak falls, he has to pivot off and thankfully
mantap Andi ya.
Well, unfortunately for him, he didn't fully commit to it. I wonder if that was just like an accident. As he was satcheling forward with Sadak in front of him, he just picked it up via his pathing. So Disaster perhaps avoided Loud getting the spike down, and look at how far up they are in spawn.
Well, Redgar's expecting this, though. I love this. Playing deep. Now the Seekers are going to come in, and 2 go to spawn, so Redgar knows what's happening.
They've got a star behind them, too.
Aduh, miss. Nah, Redgar. Bisa satu lagi. Wow! Redgar!
Again would have been able to get some success there, but no. It's the IGL for Team Liquid.
As soon as the Seekers confirmed where they were, the star behind them, excuse me,
nice,
man. Keep them in front. Very nicely done.
Baru.
Yampi with his first kill here, huge. I mean, you talked about how that pivoted Aspas, but then Redgar's read is perfect too.
Nice, boys.
I love how calm he was, and then all of a sudden,
little pop off. Just couldn't keep it contained.
Akhirnya Emil senyum, coy.
Liquid staying in this fight, Loud littering B site on the minimap with pings.
Need that back.
Nothing but the dog creating some noise. They got the gravity well out from Redgar.
Wah, Les ngebokong lagi, bahaya nih.
They get through, and for the first time, Op's gonna commit, and they're losing people.
Wah, cakep.
Yeah, it's labor. They only had 2 come through. The other 2 were sectioned off. You see him still in garage. Spike still safely behind it.
Mantap. Harusnya 4-5 udah confirm. Kecuali ngelakuin kesalahan ya. Gua sih 4-5 cuy.
But then the follow
Prediksi juara PPRX. Kalau ngeliat mainnya kayak kemarin ya, itu udah GG banget.
Team Liquid finally, that game plan, finally this strategy that they're choosing to go for really working. And Loud is struggling really hard to get out on the first set of util, which is kind of what we were seeing on Haven, if you remember back to that. Team Liquid constantly just breaking the util, trying not to go, never having an actual pounce. Never having faith that they
saving nih cuy, 25 detik bentar ya.
Propensity, but they do attempt that push through. Now twice actually on the A side and the B side. Whereas prior rounds they just throw out, you know, the fault line, a nade, maybe a boombot, something like that, a flash as well.
Yeah,
and then they just sit behind the smoke.
Right, yeah, some work across mid, get Aspas into a position where he can maybe get an opener. And you're right, that just hasn't been the case. So the round will end with Liquid saving every single weapon, op still in hand.
Saving manja cuy, 45, semakin mendekat ini Liquid.
Still crazy to me that it's an elimination game.
Yeah.
I mean,
pegang tuh ya.
Hasn't felt like it. Obviously we had that crazy stomp on the first map. Loud hungry to make a statement. And now it feels
Pas
like
kalau pos nyender mulu cok.
Timeout coming in from Loud.
I mean, with tournament life on the line, I get it.
Wih, gokil cuy, ramean cuy yang nonton cuy. Like-nya tambahin kuy.
Two teams have had, and maybe expectations a little bit different, but I don't know that even in the face of Group D, for these two teams to be the first
Udah,
ones
Amil.
who are fighting off elimination is just
Pokoknya
wild. The crazy thing is,
apa tebak-tebakannya kalau sebelum map mulai aja.
the ones who were supposed to be on the way
Pas
out.
satu
They're
map
pushing
mainnya.
around the other three.
Yeah.
But they were the ones who we thought were going to get out, who I thought was going to get out, and for both of them, again, topping their region. Now, here, fighting each other just to stay alive. It's just wild.
Kayaknya gue pengen nonton PPRX banget sih sebenarnya.
Yeah. They're leaving first, potentially. Looking forward to see what the changes are out here from Loud, because definitely.
Gak tidur, gak tahu gue yang Apex T1 jujur gue nggak ada keinginan untuk
This single
nonton sih.
controller double initiator comp feels like it should have some
Kurang
flow
gitu.
to it, but playing against the double controller.
Iya tadi gue mikir kayak gitu juga, skip Apex T1. Istirahat, tiduran manja dulu, nyalain alarm,
That again they were so good at.
langsung nonton PPRX live lagi, gitu tadinya.
Here we go, fast up a ramp. Finally some early control elsewhere on the map, outside of one of the mains on this, which is difficult to do actually. You see this smoke intended to do what the Viper Wall does normally.
Ya nih, tambahin dong like-nya. Ah, banyakin di tali lu ya. Lu kira lagi main outbound. Nice, cakep. Spec drop.
Yeah, Loud seemed intent on taking some of that ramp
Bos!
space and then crunching mid.
Akhirnya bos Aswal mampir cuy. Udah 5 tahun lah nggak pernah datang.
That's with the massive one. And then of course it was Redgar in excellent position as well.
Gitu aja ya.
Able to do that, by the way, until Safe walks down.
Aman. Nggak ketiduran cuy, aman cuy. Real ini mah.
And now Loud's
Maksudnya pasti bangun.
My, we may have a series on our hands.
Kalau kas udah pasti mati. GG cuy. Les aimnya sakit cok.
Now there's suddenly a chance, and Yampi only has the op.
Masa iya 2 lawan 4 kalah.
Talk about a swing of momentum.
30 seconds left.
But I think Liquid still have too much utility here, man. Like Safe still.
Emangnya Lamka ketiduran betul.
As you mentioned.
Lamka mah tubruk terus cok.
They're giving A up.
They're so scared too. They just gravel smoked up in heaven and waited all that time till the smoke fades. And they don't even get.
Wah ini calon-calon busuk nih anjing. Buset tuh Redgar jauh benar.
This Redgar flank is actually quite nice too, because you could expect maybe like a lockdown post plant type of thing.
The timing here.
Buset, jauh benar itu flanknya.
They know he's up ramp is the key part. You'd expect him to be playing up.
Wah ini bahaya sih, jujur bahaya sih. Sumpah nggak bohong. Ini kalau si Saib mati bahaya nih.
So patient, but will it pay off? He saw the bullet, surely.
Oh my goodness.
Look at him talking. Oh my gosh, this is so smart from Tui's and from Les. It's all safe by himself. Can he do it? No. What a round for also without investing the lockdown from
Nggak bisa berkata-kata gua.
What a ridiculous 2v4 there. I mean, just crazy.
Nggak jelas, Ding.
As a 5v3, they got both first kills Team Liquid did. What a play from Tui's, man. What a shift.
Emang Maruli? Emang Maruli baru masuk sekolah atau kuliah?
Crazy peeps.
Edgar di best, Jing.
Today, he's been insanely good.
9-3 currently. And honestly, his magic goes all the way back to the pistol round. Remember the 2K he got pushing in.
Jangankan kamu Emil ya. Aku yang nontonnya udah pusing pegang pala ya.
Folks, I have bad news. Hopefully not for too long though, but we do have a tech pause.
Kuliah.
As soon as we get info, we'll figure out what's going on. We'll get you all back into the action. Well, that doesn't seem quite right, does it? There's a player missing on stage.
Yeah.
Again, as soon as we get info, we'll tell you guys what's going on. But for now, a momentary pause, a momentary delay. Albeit an
Kita aja udah pusing nih. Masih senyum-senyum Redgar ya.
I think what we've seen in the last two
Waduh.
rounds is Loud really trying to take it to them.
Ada tech pause nih manis. Waktunya
They have such little
bernapas dulu ya.
because normally it's split up by the two controllers on the map.
Sure.
And that's what they've been used to playing with so much. Here it's just the single Astra, so you don't really have that much staying power. And when they're trying to elapse time for so long, when they're trying to get through all the util that Team Liquid can dump in their way, it's so difficult.
Lagi minum panado, lihat tuh pusing palanya kasihan.
Certainly push Loud in that regard. There's no denying that.
Lah si Redgar kenapa
Much
anjing?
more competitive than what we saw on
Oh, tumpah ya air minumnya, apa habis?
It felt at times that we might flip and just go for Team Liquid just dominating in this case, but thankfully that clutch injected some life into this game.
Yeah. Oh, it's important to get your stretches in on stage.
Maruli suka di ospek, cuy.
Yeah. Really let that be a cue for those of you who are watching at home right now. Take this chance.
Oh iya.
Stretch a little. You know?
Sakit perut,
Stretch your
Cok.
arms, stretch your wrists. When to, oof, I have bad news for you.
Unlucky, really.
Waduh.
It's a long
Waduh, Saib. Busuk tuh pantatnya, coy. Udah pengen prot itu. Makanya tadi dia nggak fokus.
Out of Group D too. I mean, I'm happy we started with this group too, because this was the one that I think a lot of people were looking at and being like, on paper, wow, how could we have gotten this situation?
I mean, Ball, let's set the stage once more. For those who may have not been keeping up, talk to me about the backgrounds for Liquid and Loud.
Yeah, I mean, especially in this group, right? You have such story teams. Liquid, they won EMEA. They beat Fnatic, the only team to be able to do so far. Which is so surprising after bombing out of lock-in in a, way that I don't think I've seen any team that was as hyped as Liquid ever. And then Tokyo was
Nanti jadwalnya jam 8
People
PARTY
actually stocks rose at Tokyo. Loud as well. I mean, America's champs, lock-in runner-up. We're waiting so long for this team to get activated. Since Tokyo, again, they bombed out. What a way to end for one of these two teams. It's just crazy.
I mean, I go back to
Grill tuh, Joy.
I had with Sadak at the beginning when they were first arriving into the studio and
Wah, pada ngantuk ini ya. Kayaknya banyak yang ninggalin.
Question was just real, right? Like you guys
Ini deh nonton.
You're flirting with back-to-back
Nunggu PARTY PRX ya.
national tournament exits and the reaction on his face was
Sumpah, saya full berak nih anjing.
I mean, that's just real talk and you can tell they do
Real
seem a
ini,
bit
cuy.
more loose. They do seem a bit more comfortable.
Menurut kalian dia berak aja?
I think that's super important. I mean, with all the rumors and speculation surrounding the team as well, it's just crazy.
Well, folks, while Liquid is taking a bit of a break, we're actually going to take a listen into Kawanzin as he shares some of his thoughts.
Cara, me sinto muito bem porque eu assisti os últimos duas Champions, na verdade, né? E só tem jogadores muito bons e tá entre eles é um sentimento realmente muito bom pra mim. Cara, a DRX é um time realmente muito bom e acho que a melhor coisa deles é o passo a passo deles. Eles conseguem começar, conseguem finalizar o round muito bem E o meio de round deles também, eles ficam paradinhos, ficando marcando as coisas. E acredito que ele conseguiu punir a gente bastante assim. A gente também conseguiu começar bem, no meio de round a gente tava bem também. Só que na hora de finalizar, a gente cometeu alguns erros e eles puniam bastante.
Gue pengen ini dulu, kencing bentar.
And there's the first. Cowanzine! Clean as hell! Sprays! Always! And this time
Gokil, Cok,
Cowanzine. Gifted the perfect hold on that.
Matiin pompa air
tuh. Que a principal coisa que eu aprendi nesse ano é que não existe time fraco e você não pode respeitar ninguém nem desmerecer ninguém. Todo time tá lá dando o seu melhor e todo time pode ganhar de você. Então você pode ganhar de
Kalau technical pause gitu, kagak boleh ngomong satu sama lain. Jadi boring, harus diem.
Always good to hear from the players, especially after a situation like that where they fall down to DRX the way that they did. But yeah, Cowanzine, Loud looking much better as we're just a few moments away, I'm being told, from this momentary tech pause. Ending again, Loud up big, really in the series. They dominated Liquid on Haven, now find themselves up 2 on split ball.
Loving the signs in the audience today too.
Sholat mungkin ya. Bentar, C.
Where's Chamber?
Yeah, where is Chamber?
I don't think it's that good. I'll take.
No?
And Loud is, up 1-0 right now, so doesn't need as much energy as we might think, given what they ended up showing in that first series.
That's wholesome. That's also wholesome, I think.
Dang, he has so many.
Yeah, he's got depth.
Wow.
All right, that became less and less wholesome as the signs went on. But again, I am being told that we should be ending this very shortly, as you all could very obviously deduce. Safe was not in his chair, but he's on his way back, and we'll be getting back into the action as soon as possible. Oh. Well.
Who knocked your teeth out, bro? What's going on here?
What is going on? I didn't realize.
And he's back on stage. Welcome back.
I also very quickly didn't realize how talented Emil was.
Yeah,
he can draw too.
He can draw. That's
that guy's got it all. So just a few moments for him to get ears back in and back into the action. Again, Loud up 2 on the attacking side. We'll take a few moments here to
refocus.
Refocus, recenter on what's going on before us. Because it's been, well, as you're mentioning, it's been a bit difficult. It's been a bit labored for Loud as they've tried to get past this defensive pausing of utility that Liquid have thrown in their lap.
Yep. I think it's been a much more difficult game here, and I think it's because of the compositional choice that they've gone for. I think Team Liquid shifting up and has, you kind of expect Loud to have real good prep against the regular double duelist that everybody is playing. That's kind of the thing that you're probably going to get the most practice on against. And we'll see if it can keep up what has been a good half so far, despite looking like, there's struggles here and there. Back into it, though. A little short one.
Op still in the hands of Yumpy. The ult for Redgar. While Loud have 2 key ones to work with, too. And it seems like for Loud, we were talking about this prior to the timeout, and really both rounds now we've seen, it was a bit different in the previous round, but there is more of an intent on focusing mid.
Yeah. Everybody.
Surprised they haven't gone back
Everybody.
to that same punish that they did on to Nats early in this game.
Yeah, with the stun from Sadak,
Udah lega ke Saiful.
They are set up in a similar way. The duel coming in.
Udah bisa full fokus Saiful, cuy.
Oh, Nats is isolated right now.
Wah, Nats, cabut Nats.
He's alone.
Waduh.
Perhaps off.
Waduh.
Cowanzine is gonna get one onto Nats too.
Jebol, cuy.
Isolated. He gets cleaned up. The timing on this is good from
Was nice, Solkas. Ya Allah. Taib udah keluar tuh beraknya. Masih busuk baik tuh.
Yumpy with a nice snap, a 1v2, he dashes forward, the spike has been planted, spam onto 2, he's not fully connecting, but damage has been dealt. He's got
clutch nih. Dashnya aktifin.
He's been good.
Wow.
No. Yumpy with 3 as Liquid get the round.
Gokil, cuy.
And some fire from Yumpy on stage too.
Clutch.
Trying to even this out before we close out the half. A 1v3.
Anget kayaknya perut si itu.
Soulcast contributing too. I mean, swinging like that is just with speed.
Enemy remaining.
And getting 2 in that. And that's massive. 1 great, but the second on the exit is nuts.
Yes! Nice! Then to be able to get back in that after the Russian duo fall in mid. Here we go.
He's back. Yampi's back, baby.
Sumpah kayak
It was missing
mau jadi speed dia anjing.
so far, and finally
Nge-woof-woof.
And
some energy.
We talked about it in Tokyo too, and he said the team felt like it was a curse, and that's why they weren't doing it. Aspas, the Rolling Thunder paves the way for him to move his way forward. The showstopper, he spotted him, but he
Gak
doesn't get
mati.
the kill. Safe does. Blades from Yampi, another found. Spike on the pause. Safe tried to find some space. Wasn't able to though.
You should run.
That's a deep lockdown, bro.
That doesn't even clear out the back of sight right here.
But they're aware of it. You see the pings on the minimap. I don't even think they're really intending on going that way, to
What
be
do they
honest.
even have there to
Wah,
punish? They put
gila.
a Cosmic Divide to help Soulcast stay alive.
Blinded.
Flash out on the other side, and that's going to confirm that they do want to hit that way. You don't have to worry about what's happening mid. Meanwhile, Safe creeping his way
Nice.
forward. The flick from
Wah gila supportnya Redgar anjir. Smoke-nya coy.
bookending it, getting the final round and tying us at 6.
Apa ultinya nyelamatin Soulcast. Dia nge-flash pick ada smoke. Gokil.
At a better time here as we end the half tied up. What a play from Redgar to give that wall up for Soulcast, and then Soulcast to really capitalize on it, dodging all the util that was available, which wasn't much from Loud.
Sure.
It's so good.
Oh man, yeah, the barking's back. Does not feel like a curse
Otis,
anymore.
anjing.
6-6 half. We're going to throw it down to Yinsu and the crowd who's standing by with a special guest.
Sumpah Otis.
Someone who I consider a
Wah, Pancada.
Pancada. Welcome, Pancada. I might know the answer to this first question, but I think the fans would like to hear it. Who are you rooting for today? Who are you supporting?
Então, quem é que você tá torcendo aqui hoje? Loud.
Of course, we're not surprised about that one. What have you made about the series so far, Map 1 and Map 2 as well?
O que você acha da série até agora, mapa 1, mapa 2?
O primeiro mapa foi um jogo fácil para Loud, começaram muito bem. Agora eu acho que a pausa deu uma atrapalhada no segundo mapa, mas eles vão voltar forte pro próximo round.
Yeah, the first time was actually like an easy map for Loud, but now with this like pause, like pretty sure that they're gonna come like stronger.
Oh, okay. We will see. We will see. Now, before we came live to this interview, you were telling me how you and Tui
Ada Sentinel.
him like your son, your little brother almost. So, talk to me what you made of his performance, and do you give him any advice as well in his role and competition in general?
Então, antes ali atrás a gente estava conversando, você falou que você considera o Twiz, Cauãzinho como se fosse filho de você. E você tem algum conselho para ele, alguma coisa para eles se apegarem durante o campeonato, uma palavra de confiança?
Conselho, principalmente não ligar para as críticas de fora. Eles sabem que eles são bons, eles não precisam ficar ouvindo isso e só manter a calma durante o campeonato que vai fluir com certeza.
Like if I was to say an advice, is just do not care about like critics from outside. Like they're very good, they have to believe in that and not care about that. Just like believe on that, follow,
Itu siapa namanya sih?
and then everything in the championship
Pancada.
shall place in the right place.
Oh, thank you so much, Pancada, for joining me. And let's see if Tui is going to follow this advice in the second half.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Always good to hear from Pancada as well. But man, what a comeback from Liquid. Those last 2 rounds really could have been the difference maker, as we could be having a very different conversation.
Nggak tahu itu mungkin biar translatornya kerja aja. Kasian cuy. Bisa dia sebenarnya kalau basic mah.
You've got to be ready to shut that down for Loud. Ready to have some trap plays here, and I love actually Sadek's position.
Sengaja itu. Kalau nggak translatornya dibayar buat apa cuy?
This could be disastrous.
You saw the stun, but they had already pushed him off the angle.
Wah itu set dicuekin.
They fully have him in control, and Sadek is positioned. Not detected. Dealt a little bit of damage onto Yampi, but that's all it is.
And they've got this
Mungkin ya untuk orang-orang di negaranya mungkin.
It's planted for heaven. They've got full control. That wall was going to allow both Safe and Yampi to play off each other very well.
If they can get the kills before Redgar finds a space, Loud may have a shot at this, because otherwise Liquid seem in firm control. The timing
He doesn't
is
need to.
everything.
Doug, he doesn't need to do anything. He doesn't have to.
Wah,
get kills.
ini harusnya menang Liquid cuy. Soalnya udah ada flank. Nah. Udah nggak usah nge-push Redgar, anjing, nahan aja. Aduh, dia bisa delay coy.
Two massive kills. And that's surely the round.
Sayang. Tapi menang juga sih. Dia doang yang mati.
Coming in from Team Liquid.
And if I'm not mistaken, the first lead they've had all series.
Absolutely has been. It's been a rough one, but finally coming alive. Right out of that.
Kalau 21 lama iya. Kalau 21 mesti istirahat di PX T1. Tidur. Taunya too brut coy. Too brutal.
Let's see what they've got. Let's see how Team Liquid can maintain the advantage here that they finally built themselves up.
We know that Liquid are good in situations that Loud now find themselves in.
Yep.
And you're right, because of how the series has played out, we haven't really
Tuh
seen
bro, dapur itu ngentoy.
how
Bro
Loud
mah
handle
apa?
positions like this. But it seems like they want to go exploring mid. Well, the
Waduh.
guns and the duelists that are on the other side prove to be a bit
Saif
too much.
kenapa Saif?
I talked about the reads that Team Liquid have had a couple
Itu nggak mau
times
di
now.
heal.
You can tell they
Solkas.
push. Look how far back Redgar is still playing. And how the two sides of mid right here, Yampi and the other guys, this is where they were playing. This is where they were holding the line. They knew that
Udah
push
habis
was coming.
cemilannya.
Slowly into it. And they were
Masih ada sih salak.
minus losing safe.
Aman nggak cuy kalau makan salak cuy? Pengen sih. Makan salak dulu cuy.
Still not many chances for Loud to get back in this unless Sada can get some cheeky flank going.
Remember, he had a shot at it in the previous round.
Oh,
this
with the
time.
dog. Oh no.
He's got a sheriff too. The first, the second does not fall.
And Aspas is way too far to do anything. What a flash there.
I mean, Tui's.
That's misinformation.
Tuis?
That was coming in from heaven.
Gak mungkin dong kalah dong.
He understands the Redgar's behind him. It's just a
Oh.
classic against the Ghost. And that's just not enough. I really love this from Liquid too, man. They're taking their time. They're getting the orbs. They're not just satisfied with getting the kills and getting the spike down.
I'm really curious.
Saif berak tadi katanya. Kalau nggak salah dia habis berak ini. Bener apa? Bayar token listrik rumah.
With the Spectre up in heaven now, 13 HP. Aspas, I don't think they're coming, man.
Another ping from Soulcast's flash.
That was a crazy flash too.
Yeah, way up high.
Yeah.
It's important there. You got to get the elevation to actually ping on heaven.
This would be quite the Aspas moment. But that's now 4 or 5 shots missed, not a single one landing.
There was chances there.
Yeah.
Sadak's flank.
Kalau mau boker, boker.
Eventually. Definitely chances. And it's costly. Only 2 players surviving from Liquid.
Jadi susah banget bukanya cuy.
But look at the amount of money they have. They're perfectly happy to get 1 rifle up and then still maintain that bonus.
Yeah, they're vibing. 45-50 for Yampi.
Yeah, 2 ghosts as well. I mean, he's still going to be getting up. Way up. And he's
Sok nggak ada yang upgrade mereka.
Too, so you could conceivably think about a round where he gets
Yang pakai ghost 2 orang.
See the dash.
Gokil juga.
Up ramps and the flash on the other side of the smoke.
And
There's the first orb.
There's nobody punishing either there. There's definitely an opportunity for Sadak to get spam on him, something like that, but they weren't considering it.
Yeah, they were playing so much softer.
They do it.
Iya ini lambat banget dia main kontrol doang.
Smoke from Tui's that went out.
Oke bagus, aman. Tobrut dulu Tobrut. Tobrut.
Seemed like they might try to set up for a trap mid.
Kenapa
That
itu?
flash is all it's going to be. The Trailblazer is going to get info on both. Do you push in? I look at how Loud are rotating further back into A. They know that they've lost mid control and they're expecting the push that way.
Yeah. The important thing about all that Team Liquid just did is it pushes the players out back B heaven. So they can't spot. Are they crossing mid? They can't spot if they're going up into ropes, which means these A players have to play a lot differently. There's still 2 people here.
Gila lama banget mainnya.
And Les has been phenomenal today. But not as good on split as he was on
Anjing
Haven.
mau kerem cok.
25 seconds and you're going for a heaven play here. That seems a little misadvised, but you can get great executes out of it onto the site.
Watch Sadak, he still has plenty of utility. He's going to reposition around it too. That aftershock is going to buy a lot of time.
Gila.
10 seconds left. Can they hold the line? Aspas has arrived. Sadak with
Ini
the
main
first
apa,
lines with
Cok?
the second. There's no way in. They've grabbed the spike now, and the smoke is going to provide a little bit of cover to spam through. Do they stop
Wah,
the
habis
play? Yes,
smoke-nya.
they do.
Kamu
The fact
bener
that Sadak's able
anjing.
to get back into sight there is huge. As the execute comes in, dropping that aftershock, completely controlling elbow.
Tuh, dimarahin lu. Dimarahin sama Sadak. Bisa mikir nggak lu?
Split up the hit.
Attack kok lama.
And Yampi out. And then just playing ring around Rosie.
Ngapain lu?
Loud back into
Gak
this
bisa
with the
mikir
edge
ya.
But remember, we were talking about it at the beginning of the round, the money, the way that Liquid had handled their finances, put them in a position where they could still buy it at
Iya anjir 25 detik baru execute.
And I think I love the attack side op here, specifically because there's only one controller. You can manipulate all the timings on the map with your Viper wall, with the smokes that you're placing from Redgar. There's so much room for you to actually make gaps where you can peek deep angles. For example, right now, look at Yampi. He's onto Les's angle, and I think Les just jump spotted. But just one missed moment of discipline for Les, and that's a kill.
Does the discipline run out?
AWP anjing. Apakah?
Not with that turret there.
No.
Apakah Jampi kangkang cuy? Atau titipan itu?
Less so from Sadak as he crept forward.
Apa titipan
Does get wall
kayak yang Ono?
He's still alive. Look at the space that Tui's has taken. He's crept his way forward into garage. And if he pops that smoke, there's no way you expect him there.
This is a 20-second hit again, Doug.
30 seconds left.
There's a little bit more to work with. Tui's. Oh, he's expecting.
Whoa!
Tui's with 3! Not again!
What the fuck?
Play!
Still a chance, though. They're so far away.
Soulcast is so weak.
But your trail.
They're going to drop the Seekers, and that's going to provide a little bit of breathing room
Oh,
to
the
get the
aftershock's
spike
gonna get
down.
him.
What is that from Yampi? Pops the blades, has the op, a 1v2.
He gets into spawn. And the flash misses him. This is a huge line.
Is this another barking moment?
They're coming back, though.
From the star. Oh, he's going
Wah.
to get and he can't get any.
Gila.
What a play from Tui's.
Gila Tuis.
These clears in these clutch moments are working so
Bisa
well
gitu cuy.
to shut down any attempt.
Dude, I didn't think
Bunuh
he played
tiga
that
loh.
way either, to be honest. I didn't think he'd
Who,
face
Yampi?
that way. No, Tui.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He
It feels like they didn't even see the smoke that he dropped.
Yeah, he had dropped the star to the left, and I thought, all right, he's going to pop that
He's
into a
baiting.
smoke. Yeah, he's going to tuck, and you would never expect him there.
Emil mana kamera Emil?
Once again. Almost brought Danny to tears there.
I mean, it means a lot. Elimination on the line. And close it out early here or go to Lotus, which we haven't seen that much of Loud on Lotus. And it didn't look perfect against DRX, despite the fact that DRX is also one of those teams that hasn't played it too often.
What do you think that stack of cups there is for? I think it's all the clutches.
Yeah,
He's keeping up with
Minum
himself.
apaan?
Yeah, I like it. It's cold-blooded.
A reminder.
Or
across
it's
the
just a
stage.
way to start a tech pause.
Or it's just a way to start a tech pause. Yeah.
And Liquid on the ropes right now. I mean, I have to point out the fact that the last 3 rounds have come down to, last second hits.
Yeah.
Every time. And that one in particular, I mean, they didn't have control of B-main. They didn't have the information, so they have to dry walk into Tui's. And yeah, Tui's makes a crazy play, but it's also at the behest of Liquid to
Coy,
do something to stop
ini
that sort of thing, right?
ini
To make it a little
ngomong-ngomong,
comfortable for him. That was full
Nats
comfort
kenapa
the
nih?
entire time, and he's so advanced that he is calling rotates a lot earlier. Whether or not he wins that fight as he did. And now, oh, look at this, actually. Les is the guy who's opping here. Instead of Aspas on the raise.
Aspas also only has 1 satchel.
Remember, actually, back to last year's meta when this team, Loud, won Champions 2022 in Turkey. Les was playing a lot of chamber in maps where Aspas was floating elsewhere to Raze or to Jet.
I was looking to see if he popped someone up with the other satchel into a cheeky
Padahal
spot.
juara
Case, no.
juara
Maybe
EMEA loh.
only popped it early
Liquid.
before
Sure,
freeze time.
sure, yeah.
Because he has enough money for it. You're right. A little bit of a head scratcher.
We'll find out after. Yampi's by himself, A. Procs to dash clears a little bit of Bless's util.
Lama banget mainnya.
And it just feels like a reaction game. Look at that deep flash out from Kawanzin all the way into B spawn.
Yeah, they're going for a Cosmic Divide fake on this B site. Look at Redguard's position. You can see exactly what they're thinking. And Loud, no. I mean, you're right, too. He's again so deep.
Masih nge-walk
He knows
lagi.
everything.
The alarm bot is here too. That wall is going to help. It's going to provide some exit for Les to get out.
It's 30 seconds again.
Remember the rolling thunder from Sadak too.
It's just going to
Sumpah busuk.
Oh, it could be disaster. Do they flood behind it?
Sumpah
Les is
busuk,
already taking
anjing.
the space. Remember, he's got Nop. Ospas has fallen. Kawanzin playing in the smoke. Does he have any more util? No, I don't think he does. Now 13 seconds left. And once again, Liquid may have waited a bit too long.
Turu deh.
The clock expires. And Safe is on the other side of it.
Yeah, he doesn't even have time to recover the
No.
spike in time. Look at Turi's. The dude's just chilling.
Oh, I thought he was going to fumble that for
Yeah,
sure.
losing the out would have been
Yep.
brutal.
Yep.
Given the fact that Yampi has been actually thinking about it. That, again, they're not considering. It's like both sides in some of these cases are
Gua
not
setuju.
thinking about the tools that the team
Kenapa
has.
dia pick dua duelis kalau mainnya lama anjing?
Sadak there has been playing this A site so frequently. And they're just not ready for that.
That rolling thunder was insane.
Anjing Astra.
When you have those tools at your disposal so late in the round, it's the biggest safety valve you could possibly ask for. What do they do here? No op on Loud side. But Tui's once again aggressively fighting for B main. Recalled star. Op no longer in the hands of Yampi.
Excuse
That's
me?
from Sadak.
Excuse me, Sadak?
Yeah, pop off, King.
Ospas is right next to you, and he's the one taking that fight. That's crazy.
Amen.
Gila headshot anjing.
That's been all series, too, from him.
Yeah.
He's been heavily involved. Safe picked up the op, though, and I mean, Tui's, this is a tough shot to hit.
He's done it before.
Nice, he saw him. Falls off.
Meanwhile, they're dogging towards A main, down ramps to confirm that there's nothing outside, and that instantly,
Yeah.
look at how they're rotating B.
Dude, it's always, every time, they get all the information well ahead of the hit.
Save has ult, has two satchels. Do they go off of that? The timing on the Seekers is unreal. Again, 40 seconds left, and they're still back in spawn.
Lihat, ke delay.
The Seekers getting so much space back.
Lihat.
No
And
way.
Aspas
Rata ini Liquid.
Don't do it.
He's got a Vandal. That's going to be tough. Finds nothing. Now the Cosmic Divide, and that's going to buy some space. It's going to force him to go safe with the ult.
Wrong way.
Nothing found. Nothing at all. Tui's backside. Not. Oh, he is able to clean up one. 7 bullets left. Can he find another? No. This time it may have worked out, but Nats is by himself. 13 seconds left. He's still got to grab the spike. He's got to get the kills if he wants to win the round, and none of them come through. Sadak again with 3 and Loud with another.
Udah nggak bisa ini.
Such a huge chance! From Nats of all people, you really thought he could do that. Nobody looking. But just the Guardian. And it's just not his day. It's just not his day. For somebody who looked like the only bright spot for Liquid against their opening opponents of Na'Vi.
Ini nggak benar sih mainnya.
Making the big plays when you expect him to. I mean, it was Nats. I thought 100% of the time he's winning that. Either way, finally the pace from Team Liquid.
Yeah, but the buy is not great. Aspas has an op. There's so many members here. He's got the ult, he's got the nade, he's got it all. And Liquid are still back in garage.
Gak suka gua lihat cara main yang gini.
The fast push instantly gets put down. I mean,
Nggak lihat utility musuh. Ke delay yang gimana?
From Team Liquid, when are they going to be able to switch things up? And it comes at a time again that it's readable. When they have a low buy, it's like, okay, they're either forcing or just going for an eco. They're going to try something cheeky, and they do, and it fails. Surprise, surprise.
Les holding his tight angle and ramps. He's got util to protect the site. That Vandal. Yep. Only 2 though. I thought he was going to get the 3rd.
Yeah, 5 HP. He's stunned. He's dead.
He's dead. He was flashed. He had no idea that he was in the line of danger as Loud get to 11.
Lo tau nggak? Ini komposisi Liquid kan mirip
3 aftershock kills so far this game.
Yeah.
Mirip PARTY PRX ya. PARTY PRX aja ngegas anjir main ya. Kalau mau main lambat tuh nggak 20 detik ke side anjir. Kalau Jacober, telat nih Jacober.
Yep. Up in heaven. That's what was the initial problem, and that's what really caused Liquid issues in trying to get out.
And just a grab well should not be enough to stop the double duelist dive.
PRX masih lama.
And yeah, I mean Yampi did get out. He got past it, but then you had to deal with the showstopper too.
Yep.
Oh, udah mulai marah.
5 rounds in a row for Loud.
5 at this point.
5 in a row.
And you remember, Team Liquid took the lead because they won the first pistol.
Kalau kayak gini pulang aja deh.
Their only pistol this series here in the second half. Won the anti-eco, but since then it's been all Loud all day. And the crazy part too is it's not even how you really expect this comp to play. There's not any crazy trap plays going out. They're just playing reactively. I think at this point, you know, I was thinking.
Gue setuju sama lu X.
Playing fantastic on
X1. PARTY masalahnya 15 menit udah di CT itu.
For Team Liquid to get in the game, but here I think a lot of it falls on their own responsibility, taking so much time here.
Yeah.
When you
Agent kayak gini 15 detik. 15 detik udah di CT base ya.
Of Loud's composition. There's not reusable util outside of the sky util. Tui's stuff is all going away after he uses it once. Sadax has a refreshable fault line, but outside of that, you're spending a lot with those flashes.
Yeah.
Let's see how this plays out, though, finally.
What is this setup here? The fault line, and they're going to push in really hard.
Yeah, Tui's has been getting this control every time.
Yeah, get Sadak the orb, have the Rolling Thunder online.
Remember.
Whoa. Aspas and Kawanzin with a lot to deal with mid.
Aduh, busuk ini coy.
Follow this does not look good.
It's labored, man. It just feels like it's not there right now. For Team Liquid, he just walked in without checking anything, right? Yeah. That's like...
Ya Allah.
To be there at least.
Wah, sumpah nggak jelas, Cok. Itu bisa kelihatan dari tali loh.
That one hurts to see. It's a little painful, I have to say. And again, they've given the tools to Loud to win this round. They've given the breach hold. They're not playing against the lockdown, which could come at the wee hours where they like to hit.
They just deep flashed into A heaven, but it was just a fake, and you just realize there's an op on the other side.
Nggak pakai dogi.
Where's something here to
Lihat tuh.
deal with the op that they've seen?
Doginya baru dipakai, udah ngepick. Udah main ini aja Yoru, Reina. Kalau nggak mau dipakai tuh utilnya.
The nade's gonna keep him back. Redgar's left by himself. He's got 70 HP. I mean, this map was close until it wasn't.
Yep.
Udah nih busuk. Bye Liquid.
Gets Loud to series point and puts Liquid 1 round away from elimination.
Yeah. I don't even think about this as series point. I think about this as
Orang di mana-mana abis time out menang, at least bisa ngeplan lah ya. Ini
highly rated, probably second highest.
Oh, look at that.
Abis time out malah flawless musuhnya.
I hate to keep bringing attention to things like that, but it's just not there today. And of all days, this is the end of the season right here. This is the round that could determine whether you're going to the off-season disappointed or you're playing more Valorant.
They still have the lockdown from Les. They still have the Rolling Thunder from Sadak. Questions on how Loud would perform after Tokyo, giving the start to this tournament. And at least for now, they have looked dominant.
Susah ini dah, busuk.
Sadak is leading from the front. Tui's is the Wonder Boy yet again. Everything coming together. And for Liquid, unfortunately for them, at the worst possible time. What is left in Liquid's playbook? Where do they go from here?
Again, challenge in the B main. This time the op.
Ngewok lagi.
There it is. There's something behind
kirain
it.
ngewok.
Seekers stays around to drop that nade. He's here by himself. Oh, Tuiz has helped. Tuiz has helped, but Kalanzin's also gotten one.
I think it's GG, man.
35 seconds.
It's over.
Oh, the flash was so good, but nothing falls.
30 seconds left.
Safe healed up.
Over. 20 detik. Ya. Di-pick-nya sama Aspas. Di ulti. Bye. Bye-bye.
It was not for him. They send Liquid home.
And the final round ends in the same fashion that second half.
Lihat tuh, Nat sudah ngomong beliat.
It's good to see them back in form. But Liquid being eliminated here, definitely evidence of a poorly positioned and poorly planned project that these guys really put together and made something of it, but it's just not enough at the end of the day.
Meanwhile, on the other side, we talk about Loud and we see the promise behind how things are starting to come together. And again, just one series.
Oke, gimana Cice?
Hard to erase what the last couple of months have looked like for the Brazilian Super.
Kita rehat dulu kali ya. Jujur gua nggak ada hasrat buat nonton FX sih. Gimana Cice? Kita ketemu di PARTY saja. Emil mukanya udah mau tinju orang. Emil. Nats juga udah nggak sudi lihat teammate-nya cuy. Lihat muka teammate-nya udah malas dia.
But you're right, with Loud, finally some promise here. We saw a little bit of it in that first series. We definitely were like, okay, hold on, this is not Tokyo.
Sumpah rehat ya.
They're gonna turn the page. I'm still not fully convinced, but we'll see. One more series.
Jujur nggak ada pengen nonton Apex gua. Apex T1 kurang.
Rarely seen, but I'm looking forward to so much.
Bro, Liquid Navi to make it out of this group. Come on, man. That's crazy. And I think you're right. I mean, Loud look good. The nice thing is we're gonna let the desk.
Sebenarnya mereka ini bagus. Gua nggak tahu deh ada masalah internal kali ya. Sayang banget, Cok. Main double duelist tapi kagak eksplosif.
With Sean and Valen on the desk here. And Valen, diving straight into this, I have one question. At this point, after Loud's performance in this game, do you think we can consider them one of the favorites to make a deep run in this tournament again?
Paling gua balik 6:30 kali ya. Setagih apa? Kalau di Resman apa setagih ya? Ya, harusnya Loud yang ada masalah ini. Masalah internal. Tapi Liquid yang busuk. Tagi 7 gak sih? Iya gak sih, Coy? Yaudah deh, kalau gitu gua rehat sekarang dah. Nanti ketemu kalau bisa jam 6 gua udah live ya. Jam 6 ya. Doain aja cepet kalau misalnya FPX T1 2-0 langsung gua langsung live, oke? Oke, Coy. Kumpulin tenaga dulu, kita siapin sarapan, jernihkan pikiran, kita gas, dukung PARTY PRX, oke? Nggak turu gua, nggak turu. Gue yakin nggak turu. Oke, cuy. Woi, Ewa babi. Ketemu nanti, cuy. Bye-bye. Nanti kita nonton lagi. Gak mungkin turu babi. Tapi tanggung loh. Jujur tanggung sih sebenarnya. Yang nonton banyak, Jing. Sumpah gue jarang banget, terharu gue. Sampai 400 gini. Tapi like-nya itu lah yang sedih. Like-nya at least 300 lah. Gokil Foxy ya. Nice, good job.
You expected so much more at these big events, particularly champions, after a disappointing performance in Tokyo to now have lost 4 straight best of.
Soalnya gue nonton sendiri gabut gitu coy.
I don't know what's next for the team.
Ratusnya aku beli no. Jangan dong.
I felt like there was a drop off in almost every aspect of the play by like little amounts. It wasn't like a night and day difference of the Team Liquid roster, but just like small minute details of just like coordinating fights together. They took very long time.
Kok nggak gini aja cuy, live-nya gue nyalain aja kali ya. Ya komentarnya nggak usah banyak-banyak, gak usah yang hype banget ya. Sabi nggak cuy? Ya udah main-main aja dah Apex. Oh, menang Apex. Nice, ada yang clutch. Oh, ya udah gitu. Oh, misalnya si saya player kill 5. Oh, gitu aja ya.
First of all, congratulations, Aspas. You've broken your loss streak. Your first win on an international stage since lock-in. How does it feel to be able to overcome the challenges you guys have faced?
Foi bem complicado. A gente conseguiu se reencontrar. A gente acabou voltando pra.
Gua kira si Aspas mau balas pakai bahasa Inggris, Cok.
Mas a gente acabou decidindo voltar pra ela nos últimos
Taunya peripe aplicado.
Agora tô me sentindo muito bem.
Overall, it was kind of complex.
Hampir aja dalam hati translatornya. Wah, gaji buta nih.
I'm very happy to see Viper Harbor back as well. That was kind of your thing, Loud's win condition. Do you believe that with this back in, you guys are playing?
PK adalah Aceh. Itu map PUBG anjing.
To bring you a trophy.
Não dá pra saber, mas eu espero que sim. Acabou que a gente conseguiu fazer uma ótima partida com a comp antiga de Viper Harbor e eu espero que a gente continue fazendo bons jogos.
Well, we can't know that, but I hope so because I'm very happy with the result that we could bring like today, and I hope that from now on we can actually just bring more victories.
Yeah, get the momentum going. I don't know if you know this, Aspas, but we didn't get to speak to you after DRX game, but you actually reached your 1,000th kill at Global Events. That's right, yeah, give it up, give it up.
Thank you.
It's not easy because your first event was Masters Reykjavik 2022, and you've already gotten 1,000 kills. How does that feel? Are you proud of yourself for that achievement?
Eu demorei pouco a ver, eu só vi no dia seguinte porque
dia tuh ngerti.
Tive alguns problemas.
Cuma karena ada translator jadi ngomong bahasa ini dah.
Foi uma conquista que eu demorei a ver, mas quando eu vi eu fiquei muito feliz.
Cuy, yang mau istirahat ya cuy ya. Aman ya cuy. Buset dah masih berisik. Wajan.
We're very happy for you as well. Not many people can say that they got 1,000 kills on the global stage. Thank you very much, Aspas, for joining me. Congratulations once again.
Apa Bang Jacober?
As well, Lau, they survived elimination, but we have another
Bang Jacober mau curhat apa?
Between T1 and F.
Gas.
It's the upstarts of EMEA, the only team to beat Fnatic this year, facing off against the reigning champions.
Gak mau gak jadi, udah.
Just a few seconds left now, and the spike is not in hand. The members of Liquid are weak, but Soulcast is making a run at it. Les is left alone. The flash is there. The second.
Kenapa hard stuck? Susah kah? Dibawa santai aja. Ya gua matiin cam dulu ya, mau ngasep manja cuy. Gak tau udah gak jadi turu kayaknya. Tapi ngantuk sih gue jujur.
Loud from beginning to end, just destroy Liquid. Tries to peek out from behind the smoke, and Cohenstein cleans him up, and no, safe once more. The discipline box goes unchecked yet again.
Nice boys, nice chip, nice Tommy. Let's go.
Look at him.
Main 5 harusnya gampang dong. Main 5 harusnya lebih gampang dong. Iya gak sih? Karena sama teman mainnya. Oh, bukan teman. Susah dong kalau begindang.
Calling all students. Compete in the ultimate Valorant competition. Register now for your
Ini udah gua matiin gak sih? Oh, gua takut anjir belum dimatiin. What the fuck, Lamka? Real kata cuy, Lamka cuy. Itu apa anjir? Rita ceweknya Ior. What the fuck, lu kan udah punya bini, kenapa ceweknya Ior, cok? Di order. Maksud lo apa, Lamka? Wah. Wah, diajakin boxing dah nih sama Ior manja. Wah, GG cuy, Lamka cuy. Wah. Masuk Beyond Combat dong, Lamka sama Ior. Wah, Beyond Combat selesai exit dong. Gue kangen dah sama Bayu. Bayu mana ya, si racing ya? Wah, abis tuh Bayu. Cewek mulu kayaknya tuh ya. Kemana dia? Wah, GG Bayu cuy. Namanya Bayu si put itu. Cuy, kalau off stream terus Prof stream gue pindah ya, aman ya. Wah, GG. Aman cuy, aman cuy. Lu kapan main di TA lagi? Lah, emang ada turnamen yang di TA? Sorry Jacober, lagi nggak fokus Jacober, jangan marah-marah dong. Jacober, jangan kecewa gitu dong. Sedih nih gua. What the fuck, Lamka? Bini ingat ya. Gak ada Bang Chicken, Bang Parapen gak ada. Belum ada lagi turnamen. Kita aja kayak nggak tahu ada turnamen apa nggak lagi yang off season. Belum ada kabar.
Welcome back everybody to Valorant Champions in the beautiful
LA.
And it's time for our second elimination match of the day. It's FPX versus T1. I'm your host Ingsu, and I've got Sean and Valen here with me. What a treat this is, you
GG,
guys.
cok Lamka ini cok.
Wait, first of all, it's crazy that you're gonna come out here and not be a bully.
What do you mean?
Kalau Jamal live juga pindah, Jamal orang mod di situ, hah?
I was not expecting that, but thank you.
But thank you so much. Thank you for the invite.
What is happening? Is it too late to bring Mimi back?
Everybody shuffling.
Let's talk about T1 and how they did in their opening game, because I feel like just like what you just said, Sean, it was very uncharacteristic. You know, we didn't really expect T1 to lose in the fashion that they did.
I mean, I had Foot advancing through this group, but I thought the game between Foot and T1 would be by like a razor's edge. I thought it would be so close, and the way T1 played in that series was awful. I think a lot of their late round decision making was completely out of whack. They got the spike down in so many rounds.
Bukan peraturannya sih.
Almost every post plan.
Gue cuma takut aja kalau misalnya di apa namanya jadi permasalahan, gue mendingan menghindari lah biar gue tetap bisa watch party.
Decent, but their fundamentals dropped off completely throughout the series. We saw towards the end rounds, like in post plants or trading out the 3v3s, a lot of solo fights happening from T1, and I think most of it is just that they don't have their fundamentals down when the pressure's high, because throughout like the early stages of the round, I think they were
menghindari manja namanya tuh, main aman.
Came down to like crunch time and trading out 3v3 or having a good post plant, they always failed every time, which is why there was such a large margin of how they lost.
I mean, the good news is that the only way is up, right? Because like I said, it was uncharacteristic. We expect more from them. For more on T1, let's send it over to Tom Biz, who is standing by with Zeta.
Zeta, let me grab you for a second. Now, I want to ask you, the game versus Foot, I think a lot of people were maybe a little surprised by the result. It didn't quite go to plan. I want to know for you, what do you put the loss down to, and what have you done to get ready for today?
I just like didn't wear my lucky charm, so like that's the reason only. Yeah, bye.
Just the lucky charm. Okay, just the chain. That's all he needed.
What the fuck? Langsung main cabut aja tuh Zeta ya. Babi lu Zeta ya.
How much of a buff do you think that's gonna be?
Oh, 100%. I think he's gonna be super confident, chain on, just having fun out there. 45 kills, 100%.
Dude, real talk though, I think T1 can actually turn things around and likely get out of this group. I saw the structure that they were aiming for in that first series and had things, like you said, not just panned out in weird ways due to the scrappiness that Foot made those rounds.
Right.
I think their executes would have looked S tier, but Foot disrupted almost every one.
But their opponent today, very different team from Foot. Playstyle, almost everything. It is FPX, of course. Chinese Valorant has been incredible in this tournament. So I just don't feel like, Sean, we can underestimate anybody right now.
They are so fun to watch into. I love watching FPX. I know that sounds
okay.
The other two Chinese teams have had more success so far in this championship
belum,
so far, but FPX has shown they're willing to create their own comps, cook up crazy things. They're running double controllers across almost every map except Bind, where they're running a Reina Jet, which is just outrageous. I mean, they're willing to just craft completely new styles to the game, and I respect it.
No, I respect it too. And when we saw their match versus EG, they had a glimpse of hope that what they're cooking up, while it may be very kind of absurd and out of this world for what we've been seeing recently, it is shown to like work, right? Obviously, they're not up to perfect standard because they lost 13-8 twice to EG, but if they can fix the little things like their fundamentals, their trading, because macro-wise, they're very impressive macro-wise. Their IGL Berlin is very good tailored at slowing the round down.
Oh, ini si Valin ya. Benar kan si Valin?
They thrive in the beginning, slows it
down. Oh yeah, bednya.
I think they just need to work on closing out post plants and trying to get it together towards the end.
I mean, this is the thing, they pushed EG. It was not easy for EG to win that series. But let's send it back to Tom right now and get a quick word from Young on the side of FPX.
Right, I am going to be grabbing Aya, who will be coming over. Obviously, your performance versus EG had a lot of good signs for the team. Is this the day that FPX finally get themselves a win?
在你们之前和 EG 的那场比赛里，你的表现也是非常出色、可圈可点的。那你觉得今天会是 FPX 的一个首胜吗？
我觉得今天的首胜对我来说没有那么的重要。我觉得这就是一个舞台，我们只需要在舞台上展现出自己。但是今天拿到首胜更好，大家有一个更好的状态，当然拿首胜也很简单。
Definitely we want to get the first win of this tournament, but it doesn't matter if we couldn't win today, because no matter what the result will be, we just want to do to standing here to enjoy this stage, enjoy to standing on this stage and playing games in this arena. That's all we want to do.
That's great. I hope you have a good luck today and best of luck in the tournament.
I'm surprised to hear that from him because elimination is on the line, but maybe sometimes you need to kind of feel a bit more calm and cool.
Yeah, ease your mind for a big match like this, especially elimination game. They kind of just need to go into it feeling easy, and that's like probably like a cope in his head to try to chill out.
Yeah, I want to talk about Ion real quick as well because he was clutching out of his mind against EG, Sean. He was trying his utter
Kalian dukung siapa coy? FPX kah?
them over the line.
Yeah, I think when I've seen this team, he stands out the most. I love his Sky play, especially
Kayaknya
on
FPX
these
nggak sih,
weird
Cuy?
double controller comps they're running, like the Ascent comp with an Omen Astra. He's asked to do a lot with his kit. If I'm
Feeling
being
gua
honest,
FPX
and
manja
he
GG
comes
cuy.
through in the clutch quite often. Again, I think this is a dangerous underdog in this tournament, and I think T1 cannot overlook FPX here entering this game.
Yeah, I don't think either side too. I don't think FPX need to or can overlook T1 either. Both of them seem to be quite strong right now. I mean, they have the potential to be quite strong. I want to talk about the IGLs real quick before we go to Map Tele, because I've never been blessed by in the presence of two such great IGLs
Thank you
before.
so much.
Yeah, of course, two of the best. But let's talk about Zeta and Berlin on both sides. What do you guys make of these IGLs? You know, what do you think about their style? Anything that you would potentially maybe want to see them do?
Yeah, so something that sticks out to me a lot is that for FPX, I think they start rounds with very high pressure. Not every round, of course, but they're a team that takes aggressive map control early and then slows it down very well, which causes reactions from the other team. So I think macro-wise, they kind of remind me of just like explosive, slow down, wait for a mistake to happen and then punish, right? You see a lot of like 4 to 5 man executes for them. But for T1, I would say it's more of like a push-pull style. You're going to see a lot of extremity control, back and forth, trying to look for openings or just look for map space instead of just playing packed, like we see FPX do a lot. Also, I think both teams are kind of like a hybrid IGL of they like to slow the game down, but they also love their fast executes, right? They're so into like their 5-mans and their fast splits. Like when we watch Ascent, like their B split and their cat splits is so good.
11.111 dari Jacober, pesan disuruh lamka sorry dikit.
Wah, Bang Jacober, aman Bang Jacober. Santai Bang Jacober. Oke Bang Jacober ya, thank you banget.
Yeah, they get stuck in catwalk and they
aman jaya kita ya.
From their position in cat back to spawn to B, like they're pulling out the mid round so perfectly, and they're both exciting IGL.
Yeah, I can't wait to see where we're gonna go today for the maps. Let's find out now.
Aman Bang Jacober.
All right, let's jump right in. T1, you are higher seed, Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Iya nonton, Bang
FPX
Irfandi.
will be Team A. We will start with your first ban.
Fracture.
They banned Fracture. Your ban?
Split.
Split. Map number 1 from FPX. Lotus. Side on Lotus.
Defense.
Defense. Map number 2. T1.
Bind.
Bind. Side on Bind.
Defense.
Defense. Okay, next set of bans starting with FPX. You have Ascent, Haven, and Pearl.
We ban Pearl.
We ban Pearl. So your ban, you have Ascent and Haven.
Ban Haven.
Ban Haven. Map number 3 will be Ascent, FPX, side on Ascent.
On attack.
Attack? Okay, gonna run through this, make sure we're all set. First set of bans, we have FPX with Fracture, T1 with Split. Map number 1 is Lotus with T1 on defense. Map number 2 is Bind with FPX on defense.
Ayo yang mau bet ya, manis.
Decider map 3 is Ascent with FPX.
Yang mau bet manja bet cuy.
Good. All right, good luck to you both.
Yang mau balikin poin ini kesempatannya ya, ya. Untuk full fokus manja ya. FPX. T1. FPX ayo.
Both teams had a slow start in the very first round, but this is where they will have no choice but to step it up because elimination is on the line here. I'm glad to see the chain on the side of T1, but did I just spot a little sticker on the side of FPX. I think they were
He's got
rocking
his
the
lucky charm
both
too.
of them. Yeah.
I think there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to be really exciting about this best of 3 based on the map pool we're seeing. We're starting off here on Lotus.
Poinnya kalau udah kekumpul bisa dapat moderator cuy. Gue lagi mikirin poinnya tuh apa, buat apa. Yang kepikiran moderator doang.
Not a fan of the Gecko, I'm not gonna lie. I like the Sky, but they're cooking up their interesting comps and they're making it work. And also starting attack for this best of 3, I think is important for them.
Yes.
Get to dictate the pace. Their IGL has been wonderful at slowing it down, so I feel like he's going to be able to kind of eat them up when the pressure comes alive, because T1 looks like they tend to crumble sometimes when the pressure gets high.
That's the big thing about
Agak 5.000
Lotus,
juga
especially running the Harbor Viper Gecko, is they're going to be able to get mound control and potentially pivot back to A.
Udah bingung giveaway apa?
Really going to play a
Anjay.
and all of those differences with the in-game leaders that you were mentioning are going to come into play on a
Boleh
map
sih.
like Lotus, where rotations
Nanti deh kita pikirin yang enak apa
are
cuy.
essential to winning this map.
I mean, this is the other thing we saw from the first map as well. Some teams, it seems like they're struggling against the Viper Harbor, but both teams have experience with it, so surely we're not going to see anything like we saw from Liquid.
Not anything too new, but one thing about the Gecko that you should keep your eye on is how aggressive.
Bisa disetting kan ya?
If it's like an aggressive dizzy for map control, you're going to see most likely a lot of players behind it and try to recollect it, right? The whole recollect.
Nanti gua setting ya.
But other times you're going to see passive dizzies, and that's often going to mean that they're working towards the other side, but they want to see like what's going on. So that's something to keep your eye on. That's like the only variance I would say, just because we've seen so much fade, we've seen so much Sky, but now you're
Aman. Nanti kita setting manja. Kumpulin dulu aja poinnya.
I couldn't agree more. That's going to let you know where the side hits are happening, and also watch out for the C hits in particular with the Dizzy and the Wingman. It's just a really strong site to throw Dizzy up in the air to while you have your duelist entering in. The Harbor walls block off everything, and the Viper is just constantly harassing the A site. So if we see that,
well,
and
let's
we do indeed get
look
that.
here at the Prime Gaming agent select. The Harbor Viper Gecko is going to come out the side of FPX, but for T1, what do you make of this?
I like it. I like it. This is the comp we're seeing around Americas a lot. A little bit different than the Fnatic running the Omen instead of the Astra. The Omen lets, play a little bit more aggressive on long A, maybe TP up to Rubble. But there's so many options with the Raze Fade. I know that you love that comp as well, right, Ellen?
I'm just really shocked at because T1, they haven't changed a single comp this entire year.
Yeah.
The entire time they stuck to the same thing over and over again. Why this change? Why do you think?
He's run them both, I think.
I've ran both the Harbor and the Omen. I think the differences are actually quite big. The Omen, you're going to be allowed to...
Sering nih gua ketemu si Ai ini yang main Gecko terus di Lotus.
The cascade at Mound, the cascade out A, and even the high tide hits all 3 choke points of B. You have so many options in that comp. It's actually phenomenal to watch. I think T1, they're going to have to kind of slow it down and chaos, because you're playing against the Harbor Viper.
Oke, sakit tembakannya. Orang-orang
I want the chaos.
China gitu jauh-jauh cok.
Get ready to be entertained here. We got some cool comps, we got a great map, and 2 great casters as well to take us through map 1.
Sarapan nggak tahu sarapan apa cuy. Pusing gua.
I'm excited for this. We know there's some crazy comps
Di Sor juga sabi ya.
We already have some interesting stuff here on Lotus.
Yeah, I haven't seen too much Gecko on this map that has made me really
Kita
excited.
chill manja ya.
You're sending little bro in, and he doesn't make it. That's all I'm gonna say. That seems to happen quite often on this map. So I'm definitely gonna be interested to see if FPX have that one down to a T. If they can get everything working in synergy, this comp could be incredible.
Loader!
I think they're in trouble, but hey. It's going to be exciting nonetheless. It absolutely is. Well, we're getting into the game as you can see.
Kita nikmati game-nya aja cuy. Tutup ya.
Being tested. The barriers are already up and the aggression coming out. Utility putting pressure on these FPX members.
Buset ngeras anjing. Buset ngeras.
Munchkin's picked up 2 in the meantime.
Buset ngeras. Wah gila rata.
And that fight is quick and clean for the side of T1.
Gila dimajuin.
Incredible start. They had a game plan from the very beginning, an instant seize nade, something we love to see when there's a fade and a raise on the server. No, we're not calling it that. And yeah, just being able to push them back. They almost had to retreat immediately, but that wasn't just the only part of the plan. They were continuing running it down, putting that pressure onto FPX immediately. And wow, what a start for T1. Pistol on the board, Munchkin off to a flyer. And now we're just going to see, well, I was going to say an investment. Nichao just going to go with light shields. Interesting. It's not an investment you see very often, just light shields and nothing else. But I'm curious. I'll put it that way. I guess if they get a gun, it's being given to
Iya, bisa jadi ini game lebih seru ya.
I suppose that's the assumption. Yeah, 25 extra health.
Yang bener aja bad FX busuk scam kamu bang. Kan gua tahu kok. Iwan juga oke cuy.
He might even have a telestrator segment on it. Well, let's see if the success will be found by FPX with this trendy investment. Immediately, they're putting some pressure towards A. They've got their wall there, but T1 know what's going on. They're up close, both on A and on C. You definitely get a sense that this squad likes to get aggressive.
Ayolah, jangan lama-lama dong. Mainnya ngeras biar cepet kelar ya. Gua mau nonton PARTY PRX.
And that's got Berlin.
Oh yeah, this is looking like a slaughter already.
What? What the fuck?
One somehow. They managed to make this one look a little bit more competitive. They should be able to clear things out. Ban.
Oh, hampir aja winnable. Weh, meledak.
Some extra damage. The Boombot chasing him at the end.
Wah, hampir tos-tos manja, Boombot meledak. Busuk manja dong kalau Gindang J. Iya, 13-0 nggak bisa, nggak ada yang peduli.
T1 don't have the opportunity to play a nice free round where they've got rifles and the ability to fight. That was so close. Can you imagine? And that would have taken a Bulldog out. That would have actually been huge. And look at T1's investment. They've got their 2 Bulldogs still, picked up a Vandal on side player, and everyone else taking it pretty light. So there's weaknesses here for FPX to exploit. See if they can reap the rewards, the seeds they planted just moments ago.
Yuiko already waiting up top. We're going to try and find a little bit of early aggression. They were wary of it. Like in the prior round, we saw in the pistol how aggressive T1 were willing to be, and that's something that FPX are definitely going to have to think about. For now, though, just patiently taking map control. They have a lot of utility to be
really kah, Suzy? FPX kah?
Section off portions of the map, and for the defenders, Ban has taken a little bit of map control, so they've been able to gamble that little bit more, even pushing up on B as well. They have taken a lot of space. They kind of know at this stage that they almost have to be locked in towards that C side of the map, but they are going to start wrapping back around and pressuring elsewhere.
Yeah, I do wonder if they've spotted, you hear that turret when you get a little bit closer, Snakebite comes down. Now you know, first of all, it's a trap play with 2 incredibly good sight defenders. FPX are making the right call, looking elsewhere, and it's sight player to be dropped first. That's the big rifle out of the round now for T1. Look back to the Bulldogs on Munchkin, who's already taken a lot of damage. Carpe pushed out of the site. And B is most certainly taken late.
Wah, ini ngeselin nih, pakai wingman plan. Gila.
When they go through to try and take advantage of the numbers, well, anything but.
Hilang pala.
That's FPX with the first.
Oh, really clean take into the site as well. I'm liking how patient they're being, because we sort of set this team up as this like hyper-aggressive, fast-paced. I mean, we get to bind, that's kind of what I'm expecting, but this was very calm and controlled. They had expectations that their opponent were going to try and take map control against them. They were very methodical to sort of take that space back and end up keeping 4 players alive.
Ngantuk cuy. Ya, kalau emang nggak niat semangat tuh ngantuk anjir. Kok bisa tidur kali ya?
Everything fairly level across the board.
Yeah, this will be a much more grounded full buy round.
Apa gua bikin kayak slipstream cuy, gue tiduran, live-nya tetap jalan, nanti bangunin, pakai media share manja, gue bikin speaker. Wow.
Seems FPX will be gaining control over Mound for now, but they're leaving their options open. A lurk around B, player as well sat on A waiting.
Everybody,
even an alarm bot if they decide to rotate.
Kagak, gue pengen nonton PARTY PRX.
Taking their time, collecting those that are about to be under some pressure. The match used to try and clear out some space. Normally there's a bit of an execution at the back of it though.
Lalo ang
turret destroyed for Sire as he looks to get aggressive, but again, waiting outside this C site. The high tide through to block off.
Ini mau nggak? Udah jadi radian nggak?
3 players ready and waiting.
Oh, nice Surprise sees it's
Ante,
gone
wala
through.
man na.
Just caught some players. They're able to sneak up
Buka
on the
dulu,
walls.
beli dulu.
Falling. Puts a lot of pressure on Zeta to deliver, and he's out. Giving up the site, playing for the retake. It's definitely the smart call. They'd love to grab a pick along the way, but that one cost them so much more as they crumble on the C side. FPX take control.
Yeah, again, like the aggression of T1 just not really finding anything. They're constantly hunting and looking for that early information. Other than destroying the turret, it basically just comes down to the late round execution. That's actually where FPX have been fantastic so far. Berlin, Lysol getting those initial entries, and then Aya, well, we've already highlighted him. His performance in that prior match versus EDG made the game even look remotely competitive, which was not something we expected in their opening game.
Pokoknya kasih semua ya.
Leveling things up, weaponry
Sama
somewhat of a
yang
minimum, and
radian-radian
you do have
pecahan
yourself
tuh.
a lockdown on the side of Munchkin, but unless they get into a very good position, I have no expectation of him using this.
Sementara pakai ini dulu aja sampai dapat yang bagus. Ini sebenarnya oke juga sih. Plus 10 semua dah, pantai. Lawan enak lalu. Cuma Bang Aca sampai kelar ya bisa ya. Aman Kerul. Ini gua nggak memperhatikan gamenya.
That wall should be easy to bypass. Zeta doesn't have a ton of utility, really. We're looking at Carpe. He's found the information at least, but following up on it's going to be a different story altogether.
Jalan-jalan idiot.
Make it so there's very little they can do in terms of holding. Little bro just about going to be able to get the spike planted. Snakebite used to try and deter. How dare they for starters, but more so. It's not actually going to work out. And they have used the lockdown. I'm surprised by this. Trying to force
yang slow radian tuh kasih
a
tuh.
little bit more in this round than we did, but it's so passive anyway from their opponents. It doesn't make that much of a difference.
Tuh kanannya ada tuh.
He's got that orb up. I mean, they're blocking off the sidelines for
trying
to section off UCall. He is taking them all out. What a clean response from the side of FPX. It was pistols they were up against, and the main question in a round like this is how much damage can T1 do, and the answer was absolutely none.
FPX, tang ina. FPX, tang ina.
They were on, which is A, where you can have these very passive positions to actually play in the afterplant. Like, okay, maybe you're able to cause some havoc, but a lot of the time, most teams are just like wall bangs, spamming onto the plant anyway, and they had all their nanos and stuff down as well. I don't really see a world where they're ever going to get that one close, and even if they did, there was the form of thrash, which would have them anyway.
Yeah, it's a really tough one. Look at this entry right away. Showstopper used, and he's almost paid a hefty price for that control. And you know, there was no one here. They were playing the retake.
Oh iya, harus Casey dulu. Makanya kan kau beli elemental tuh pantai.
But the blast pack will get him up close. The shot is good. Berlin down, and Aya left on 50
Beli lah, nggak ada aja nama. Buset, Munchkin.
Has to be the last man standing, denying that defuse, and not a hope in hell. Right back on the board, our T1.
Mau masuk manja dia.
Change of pace from the side of FPX, but it seems like T1 were more than ready for
nyantai dulu cuy. Tapi nggak terlalu gimana banget, biarin aja.
Locked and loaded on that one. I like the more direct approach. When you come in with ultis like that, sometimes it's worth just committing them at the start of the round from the side of FPX. Get the control, maybe pick up a kill, and then play your post plans. But T1 seemed more than ready for that.
Maybe that's why they used Munchkins in the last round. He's already got 5 of the orbs back.
All part of the game plan.
Not a bad one. You can just throw the ult in if he's going to be multi-fragging. Not something... That's the thing. You look at the rounds they've won so far, like the pistol, him getting a 3K, again, managing to do it in the last round. It's something you do worry if the rest of the team doesn't sort of step up alongside him. If they can keep that going forward, and no surprise to see back to the slow pace for FPX, but you look at T1.
Masih lama Jan, nge-headnya. Udah lumayan kan?
In theory, should give that one
karena
away.
belum keisi semua tuh.
They've taken such a ridiculous amount of control, and Lysor is already waiting. The turret with contact should mean
Tabung WC kau beli ring ultimatum.
So does the rest of the team.
Maybe even tucks into that corner.
Buat beli cincin.
Oh, there's the smoke up. He knows now. Great position. They're clearing it, but the first player down. Now they can react.
Masih lama.
Ban on the trade. The rotation seeming to come through.
Kanan,
Munchkin
10.000.
ban to make this play by
Itu.
himself. Zeta shutting down too. That is absolutely huge. The FPX have stopped completely, and the flank is now coming through. Desperation from Aya as he looks to bring the spike elsewhere and hopefully grab a
makanya
plant. I don't know how much that's going to help them.
Putting this into a 2v4, but on the B site, a spot that's very difficult to hold from a little bit of a dicey fight, but it is going to be banned to win it.
Gokil, man.
Now Aya left. I don't think he even knows that Munchkin's about to come around this corner. The drop down spotted, but Munchkin just playing this so safe. He actually goes peek it back out, though, a chance, but not this time. A great round from Zeta as T1 will convert back into the lead. And I'm liking their style of play. Like, normally you see this sort of level of aggression against a team that doesn't have like a lurk or a sentinel. They're doing it against the Killjoy, who's literally waiting for them. But just being able to take away such map control while the rest of FPX is grouping up, I almost assume that they're going to have to go for more of a default round this time out, just to make sure they can't continue to do that.
One of the difficulties being now T1 having Zeta pop off like that in the previous round. Viper's Pit locked in, ready to go. That could certainly help them recover from any sort of stumbles they have as the round goes on. FPX calling a timeout. They want to take a moment to gather their thoughts.
Enak buat attack Gecko gini.
Towards the end of this half. We're pretty close to neck and neck. Pistol round injection for T1. You know, it's definitely not the doom and gloom for this attacking side. An opportunity to bounce back when they move to their defense as well. Operator in play. That's one thing I'm seeing. We might just get Yuka changing the game completely on this attacking side. That scope weapon, it can turn the tides. But Saya players doing just the same. We're going to have a battle on our hands.
Yeah, a bit of a change in what we've seen so far, but I understand it from the side of FPX especially. Like, your opponent has literally been running it down C every single round. You want to try and deny them that space, make sure that they're not being able to push that far. But I also like the adaptation on the other side.
Soalnya kok nge-hitnya nggak keluar critical gitu, Jan.
Operator now after what we've been doing. So a real chance for an early firefight. You'd expect there to be some sort of utility, though, on the other side.
Well, they've got a lot, right? Look at FPX attacking. You're expecting Gecko pop up that flash, but hold on, there's the right away.
Ini kayaknya Penta yang satu lagi itu kan ada
him against Saya player, both picking up the operator, but Ban has recovered it from his
critical damage 25%.
Found the pick. They still have Munchkin up close, so Ban can't afford to back off. He has to stay here, at least for now, unless they decide to give up the position, which does seem to be the call. Whoops. Munchkin got caught on the wall, but he's made it out.
Everybody,
now they're looking to bolster down at least their B defense for the time being. A shift to the right side of the map is the correct call for T1, because that's where FPX are going.
Just taking, again, that slower approach. These are the rounds where FPX have been able to really
gila, ketat banget lagi skornya, anjing.
Fairly high expectation for the attack to be heavier sided, so for T1 to
Sama siapa, teman?
to a strong start is a great position to be in. Again, Viper's Pit actually going to be thrown out as they look to late take into the B side. Ban, I don't think he's going to be able to get much from here with the operator, and it's going to have to be that full-on retake once again.
Yuka's gone hunting as well. Just look at his position, propped up on the boxes. That's a great angle that they're not expecting. And even as Ban tried to clear it, he couldn't quite get there on time. The op certainly being a saving grace for FPX so far. Nichao with a challenge.
Hampir aja.
Corrected in time. Starting to get scary. That stun couldn't be better. Munchkin's out. Surely not going to commit to this with an operator at his feet. He hopes to save it to the next round, but the spike, although it's ticking fast, there's still some time if they wanted to hunt him down. Aya has popped a flash. That's being heard. Munchkin knows there's someone hunting him, someone coming through the spawn. He could hightail it out of here, move towards the attacker spawn even, but well, he's hunkering down. It looks like they've given up, not wanting to lose any more weapons.
Yeah, I think it's actually quite interesting because you look at the way this round actually
Tanpa
played
PRX
out,
kita.
and I feel like T1 almost, they tried to set a trap on A, pushed them into the B site, and then didn't have anybody there on the B site to actually catch them. It was a bit of a weird round. Like you set up almost, in that scenario, if you have 2 on A, I'd want one of the A site players to rotate away as you put that pit down, so then you have a little bit more bolstering on the B site, whereas FPX just very quick on their mid-round calls. I think Balloon sees that pick, he's like, all right, I'm out of there. Going straight back in, and that's the thing that really works out. Lotus is just having those sort of quick, concise calls to get themselves back into the
Iya,
game.
itulah.
FPX leveling up once more and a bit more aggression. That's not gone well. Nichao with a free opener looking for more. Ban somewhat caught in no man's land, but the paranoia, well, it not only gets him. I was going to say he could have got him out of there, but he doesn't leave. In fact, his opponents completely fall off, and he still
Pak, aku ada damage yang warna putih-putih gitu critical.
Iya, makanya kok cepat. This is a man confident in holding this spot. We've seen T1 consistently
Everybody,
around this position, and something most teams will do. You always want to compete with the rubble.
Casey semua lo apa penta lo. Mungkin itu deh.
This late into the round, and FPX do intend to take it towards him. Flashes back on fire. Have some cascade utility to make their way out, and all that utility.
Iyalah, sama set juga kan.
Nothing because Ban fell back.
Oh, tangan kau tuh ada damage kan?
The control. The question is, will
Tangan,
rotate come in
tangan
on
soket.
Ban could be under a lot of pressure.
Tangan soket.
Using the one-way smoke to try and
Nggak ada.
deter players from going back into this A
Aku
side
blok
through the double
apa
doors.
kayak
Instead of
tameng tuh.
realizing he has to
Aku
try
bikin.
and help out his teammate a little
Blok
bit, but the
semua.
cove is almost
Waduh,
going to lock
cabut
him out
lagi si Ban.
completely.
Waduh,
Naya with a
pusing.
solid entry, no chance for Zeta to make a play. You look at the remainder, wow. Almost just diving in for risky plays on the side of T1, and FPX are more than prepared, just waiting for players to make a mistake. Saya's going to get himself an exit frag at this stage, but well, I don't see him going for this 1v3.
I love FPX's ideas late into the round. Like, we've seen these adaptations before, but pumping the brakes, going for some control over A main, and then they acknowledge where both those players are. They're able to isolate the fights. And you saw from both Zeta and Ban just overwhelmed as they peeked out into heavy traffic, 3 targets each. It wasn't easy to clean up. They have managed to carry forward this operator to the next round. Much more passive post plant from FPX, not trying to hunt down again. But it doesn't matter to them by the looks of it. They've allowed the op to be saved a couple of times, and they're avoiding it pretty much every time.
Yeah, and one of the things I think is worth highlighting in this matchup, I think Saya player is always a huge call-out because of how good he normally plays in a lot of these matches. But someone you sort of almost highlight on the other side is Yuiko maybe not being such an explosive duelist. So the fact that he seems to be performing to a fantastic standard off the start. Now going to see if he can keep this up throughout the match. Operator going to be handed over to Berlin. Maybe the expectation there is that Yuiko is going to be taking that entry point. And on the side of T1, they've actually stacked into this A side. Bear in mind, weaponry is weak. They've got that operator and elsewhere just having pistols. We'll see if they can make something work.
T1 have a lot of players here. FPX have gone a couple times back in towards B. That might be the right call. No way for them to know that right now. They have a lurker outside of B as well.
Everybody.
You can see Lysor pulling back, moving towards this A play. They're going to go into the stack.
Mainnya nggak rusuh.
Primed and ready for this play. They haven't got the ultis to back it up, but over on FPX they most certainly do. Thrash on his way, destroyed out in the open immediately. Zeta's position given up. They still want to commit to it, but this is where the pistols can be most dangerous already. Yukon is going to be taken down. So too is Wingman, but a good trade as Aya at least keeps this alive on their squad. Nice and comfortable with the plant coming through. And it's a 2 versus 4 that really doesn't look to be going anywhere.
Yeah, just farming up some of those eco frags for Aya in the end. I do like the fact that they're using that Reckoning basically in low purchase rounds for their opponents. It severely reduces the risk. Like, even if you know you're walking into a somewhat stacked site, those players are going to be ducking and weaving, and with the sheriffs, it's not going to be the best way that you're going to be playing the game. So just having that easier round, making sure you can convert cleanly. And you look at the finances over on FPX, they are thriving as of right now. And for Cyapla, I'll be honest, he's been out of the game. I haven't seen anything really from him at the moment. It's just holding on to that operator. Jane time coming through once again for him as he just hasn't really seen any action so far in this half.
Sixth round locked in for the side of FPX, and this attacking side, like we were saying, you know, at 4-3, T1 had got that pistol round to give them an injection of rounds. They stumbled a little bit afterwards, as is expected. Round 3, the 4th being a close competition, the 5th being a walkover. But then it was a little bit of a resurgence, and you start to feel like we've got a close game on our hands. But this pause coming out of T1 very much signifies the fact that we have ended up spiraling slightly on their side. It's gotten out of control. They're losing their grip on a close half. And there's only 2 rounds left to compete for, hoping to end it neck and neck. This timeout, we'll see how much it's going to do for them.
Yeah, of course, the scary thing for T1 as well is, as said, the bind they're probably going to be coming up against will be incredibly unorthodox. Last time it was the solo controller, double initiator, double duelist comp that was being run. The time before that, they swapped out a Brimmy and put in a Harbor. There's some very weird stuff coming through on bind, and definitely not the easiest stuff to play up against. Here as well, I don't think you're going to be necessarily used to this combination of the Viper, Harbor, and then, of course, having Little Bro running in every single time. It makes things that a little bit more difficult, and I think they have been finding it tough to sort of find the space. The only rounds that have really been working for T1 is aggression, taking that map control away, fighting them in the early stages of the round, because the actual executes from FPX have been fantastic.
Yeah, that's been the real issue. Like, we've seen T1 those first 3 rounds so aggressive, and even with bans sticking around on Rubble for so long, in one of the previous rounds we saw, it's still tapered off. That control is being given to FPX a lot of the time. Now just look at C, a lot of players from T1 here. And the same thing can be said for FPX. There'll be some fake posturing on this A site, and we'll see what the response is. If you're T1, you're seeing this wall come up, you're assuming there's control over Rubble now for FPX and that they're getting nice and aggressive. With 3 players on C and no contact scene, you do have to rotate eventually. Zeta up close. Even have the turret there. They shouldn't expect ban, and the flash has not caught him. This could be huge. The smoke saving his bacon. If they come around this corner, it's very unlikely they decide to check this spot, especially with Zeta popping off, making noise. Ooh. Although he has just started to fall back.
Yeah, the patience might just be rewarded. It almost comes down to how much can they get, and that Dizzy's going to be going through again, this time forced to retreat. So the same as before, like FPX are being methodical in their play. Man sent through as well just to clear any of the close corners, and they're just doing this almost for orb control. Faking out the space. 4 players currently on this side of the map, and the one on the other side, Carpe.
Gila, Yuichou AWP udah kayak kangkang manja
now they
berarti.
start hightailing it back towards the A site. The decision's still yet to be made. FPX leaving this one very late and deep, but if they get into a post plant with that Viper's Pit, it's trouble for T1.
There's 20 seconds on the clock, and they still haven't made their way towards the site, but finally that decision is made. They've baited out the rotates to be controlled this game entirely so far. Like, this round has been theirs all over, and yeah, they're only realizing now that this is a problem after they burned.
Gimana cerita ultinya ke A?
Are set up with a Viper's Pit with players inside with utility at plenty. Given the snake bite online for Nichao late round, and okay.
Nice shot.
Yuka is going to be caught. That's a big pick. Aya, if he overextends there, that angle's being watched, but he'll catch more than enough.
Gila, Apex.
2 quick kills. Berlin following up, even saving an operator for himself. You can start to think this round is over. T1 looking for a save.
Nah, the calling again from FPX has just been sublime. The amount of times they have walked into this B site and there has been no one there, just off some fake execution being thrown in towards A. They get the opener, and then every single time you just basically see the Gecko utility just flying through in onto that A site. And even so much so that in the last few seconds of the round, you watch T1 putting a lockdown in on the A site because they've been fooled to such a high degree, and then they get a free post plant. Nobody on the B site, not a single player aware that they could be setting up on this side of the map, and they haven't even come close in the retakes, even using the
Dulu Bang Kaco. Ya, aman.
to just
Aman Bang Cokober,
decimate
kita
T1.
juga
FPX
fokusnya
right
ke
now,
itu kok.
I'll be honest, they look like they're a level above.
Aman Jaya tuh.
They absolutely do.
Serang dulu
The
aja.
way they're controlling these early rounds is fantastic. Baiting out the C rotations. There were 3 players there.
Gue juga pengen fokusnya ke PPRX sih.
Clear. They move back towards A, sell an A fake perfectly, finish on B that's wide open. There's been next to nothing that T1 could do. They've been trying in the early round, but it's like FPX are reading from the same strat book so far. As we move on in to round number 12, the final one, T1's aggression is going to be displayed yet again on this defensive side. Pushed up on A, 3 players on Rubble. They won't give up this control this round. But where do they go from here? They've spotted there's a player behind that wall. They know that.
Nijao.
But Nichao is patient, allowing them to make a move while his teammates work out the rest of the map.
I like the change from Team Paranoia. Going to play that a little bit more aggressive. The Paranoia is going to do the work, but it's whether or not the rest of the team are going to start making a play on the other side of the map and how much time can actually be bought. Thrash sent through is going to garner them an extra little bit of information, and it's only going to be the 1-for-1 trade. Nichao gone, but again, it's the same. They sell a ruse. The only problem, though, is the spike. The spike's facing back into the spawn. 28 seconds left is dropped on the deck. A mistake made by the side of FPX. They have to go back and retrieve this. And in the meantime, T1 can start re-aggressing. A 1-for-1 trade, 15 seconds. They have to go running into this B site, but they're going to use that showstopper. That will grant them the space that they need to get into this plant.
It's something. Operator as well. This could be beautiful for FPX to still manage, even after those fumbles earlier on in the round, to close this out. An 8-4 scoreline would be huge. The timing is key. And Munchkin's won it, leaving just Berlin all alone. He'll use his waves to try and block off their sight lines, but they'll be through that in just a moment's time. Low HP on 1, but neither will fall. Saya player with his 3rd of the round, locking in 5 for T1. Considering how this ended up, I think FPX looked likely to take that to 8-4. T1 can be happy with 5 rounds.
Yeah, I think it's purely just the mistake from Aya, like maybe not realizing that
Bisa nih
they've given up that
kita
much
baringan
through the
manja.
doors. They get that plant for free. It's a lot easier, but it definitely wasn't good signs in this half for T1. They managed to get things to a respectable scoreline that they can take into the second half, but I think FPX were definitely the better of the 2 teams in the first.
I think that's fair to say. An absolute joy to watch this FPX squad work on their attacking side. But now it's T1 who are going to be mounting the attack. FPX on their defense, and we'll see how they feel about their possibilities. Let's hear from Yuko, who we spoke to earlier.
就以打EG
Kaget gua kira siapa yang ngomong.
队员所说的是事实，我们确实不被大众看好。然后他们说那些话，我自己是有听进去，但是我觉得我们有机会可以赢过他们，因为我们上次已经在巴西打过一次像这样的国际赛事，然后因为那次我觉得我自己是比较紧张的，但全球冠军赛的话，我觉得没有那么紧张了，而且我们有2条命，所以我不怕失败。
He's brought it down into a 1v1, and Com playing into main. Ayang still, he spotted him surely, just the edge of the gun, edge of the weaponry. Nails the shot.
我认为 T1 的风格可能也是偏激进，或者是又有一点偏稳健吧。然后我觉得面对他们的话，因为训练赛老实说有输有赢，但是在大赛的上面的话，我觉得大家都是一样的，就看当天的发挥，或者是当天谁状态比较好。对，我觉得还是一样学习为主，然后野心的话，我自己是希望，因为我们现在吊着败者组，所以我希望我们可以一直打到出线。我觉得打 T1 这场球，无论输赢的话，我希望大家可以记住我的名字，然后我也可以有非常好的表现。
Well, we've heard from FPX how much this elimination match can mean to them. Looking at T1 across the stage with an advantage in their back pocket, FPX have to be feeling good on this international stage. Now, the pistol round could
Wah, Karpe kenapa nih cuy?
shoot them up
110.
into the lead.
Well, that's the thing. They lost the pistol in that last half and still managed to come out with the victory. And they probably should have made it even more dominant as well. So they're definitely in a good position for this one. But we'll see if they can take the second pistol. Great start for Berlin. Look at the damage that's already been done as well. Players tagged behind as they look to enter the site.
Wah, gila. Lisoar jago juga dia anjay.
Puts the entirety of that execution down, and now Zeta looking to try and get the ace. Little bro going to be helping out as Lysol ends with the 4K. Big pistol round out from FPX. The 8th round they probably deserved.
Yeah, they were looking for
Kenapa
it to close
dimatiin
out the
facecamnya?
previous, but now
Sambil
that probably carries even more
bernapas
weight rather
manja.
than just a number on
Rezel
the
sabar
board.
ya.
Instead, they get to follow up round 2 up against what should be next to nothing. Just look at that. Made it look like a fully automatic weapon. 4 kills for Lysor, and well, fair to say you're going to have a lockdown online in the near future.
Yeah, we saw the same from Munchkin in the last half, and maybe didn't have the impact they would have liked. Decent investment from him as well. Lysor going to go for the rifle in this one, just wanting to make sure there's no real risk of damage being
Benar,
done.
benar, Susitras
Quite
ya,
more of the
simpan
same
tenaga.
potentially for the side of T1, but it could just be a goal of farming up some early orbs. You're also seeing the high tide used very deep on the seaside, almost just to shroud out information. Almost make it more awkward for T1 to really find anything. And as expected, a very passive hold coming out from FPX. They don't really want to take any risks in this round, put any map pressure onto their opponents, and the play through the door. Yuiko is going to have to fall back a little bit here. Just play passive while the orbs are farmed up.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at all these
Jangan
positions,
dong,
the
jangan
FPX
jam 9 dong, PRX main. GG dong gua.
T1 can force a 1 versus 1 fight or an XV1 fight without them being able to take that pot shot and then fall right back afterwards. That smoke might complicate things slightly, but T1 are not going towards C. Hoping that the utility they put down, the presence made, will cause a bit of a panic, a bit of an over-rotation. That has not happened. Nichao, the first sign that this defense is still standing strong on the A site, but he'll fall. Nade is good, forcing Lysor to the back site. Not a great position if those pistols get up close. They're going for the wide shots though, and that is perfect for Lysor. 2 kills, time to come through. Players here, but denying that's hard through the box. Instead, gonna try to just keep that planter stuck in there. Ban used his teleport to get out of there, but they've spotted him. They know exactly where he is with a bulldog in hand. Nice shot. The first found, dodging the nade now. Paranoia's given him some space. He's walked out, but they've got 2 different angles. Nicely closed out by FPX.
Napas manja.
Yeah, it's an expensive round, no doubt, but they'll manage to retrieve the rifle. They're going to find themselves the bulldog as well, so it's not the most loss, but definitely a little bit more expensive than they probably would have liked. And now with their opponents going to be coming back in with a buy, this is really where you need to see T1 actually stepping up to the plate if they are going to be competitive within this map. At least as of right now, FPX have been firmly within the driver's seat. And I think even maybe considering going for a bit of a heavier investment into this round, trying to break them a little bit earlier.
Well, Tom, certainly feels like the stadium here has a favorite for this round. Yeah. FPX chance in full force, but you look at what they've got to work with. There's some weaknesses there. It's an uphill battle for this defensive side. Although not necessarily a round that I would chalk up to just damage. They definitely have the potential to fight for this. 2 bulldogs, a rifle on Lysor, 1 away from having their lockdown online as well. But for T1, they're the squad that get a little bit of easier access onto these orbs. Pretty close to a showstopper on Saya player, but probably want to just leverage their weaponry advantage in this round.
Bring them down.
Look how passive they are on B.
It's looking like a full B retake. Just expecting there to be pressure put elsewhere.
Is that to do with the lockdown, maybe?
Being taken. Potentially. They don't have it online just yet, but maybe expecting to get a kill on the way. Definitely one of the easiest sides to retake. Nice shot, though. by Munchkin and Sire. Solid start to this round. Nade to deny any further aggression, and the A site completely under their control, managing to avoid any of that initial aggression. And similarly to their opponents, just baiting in those initial takes and then forcing rotations from FPX.
Yeah, the sad thing being, you've lost your rifle, your real rifle here. You can see the Bulldogs coming through for a retake. But now the question does turn to damage. How much?
How many did they get, Mitch? Go on, call it.
I'm going to say 3. Although, I'm looking at T1, very nicely grouped up. Looks like they'll be able to trade almost any kill. There's no one out of position. And
optimistic.
I think that might have been Carpe's second kill of the game so far. That was incredibly crispy. Followed through. A Yukov falling, and okay, a bit of panic here. Oh, the showstopper! That's huge. Honestly, you're going to trade a Cove for a showstopper? I'll certainly take that.
that was very bad.
Wah, kepencet main tuh kayak itu showstopper.
The spike, like it's a bit of a
Carpe tripled his kills, yeah.
Yeah, a bit of a shaky finish to what was a good round from T1, I'd say. But I guess for them, I'm not wanting any spice to come through, anything crazy for FPX, but they're now going to come into this round, rifles across the board,
Kevin,
lockdown
ini sambil tiduran manja.
It's also possible that was a fat finger, but I'm not really sure.
I think it's more likely it was just sheer panic, like they could be defusing. How far is it diffused already? Is he sticking it inside that cove? And then you're going to swing one by one, maybe he kills you all. It's just easier to throw that away, especially when you've got other ultis coming online.
This is a bit of a pace
near
change.
Future. Yeah, very quick indeed. Saya players already taken down Nichao, and the reinforcements will be late to A. Way too late, in fact, because with Lysor down, that plant is uncontested.
Yeah, well, with Sire on the defensive side, you have the ability to avoid him. That was one of the things that happened a lot in that first half. He was sat there saving an operator, but not this time. Double entry. Good to see him starting to step up to the plate, and unfortunately for FPX, it almost looks like it has to just be the save. The instantaneous start to this round. It was mentioned
Tadi napas
in the video
manja.
with Yuko that like they expect this sort of mix of explosiveness out from T1. I think this is exactly what he's talking about. Just a complete change of pace to what we've seen so far, and already getting themselves within arm's reach of their opponents. The fact is, though, financially, T1 in a spot where they can afford to lose a couple of weapons if they really wanted to. Maybe try and hunt down some of these players, but they're not risking it. Not taking any damage at all, really, throughout this round. And, well, 8 players are going to be alive at the end of it.
I don't mind when we see such a passive call, especially when they have been so split. That A hold, very similar to the round before it, where once those 2 players go down, your chances just dive. The difference being, if you have weaponry actually invested.
Oh, you got full-on FPX bandana. I'm jealous.
Oh yeah, the crowd
Mau
is packed
coba
out.
foil buatan
FPX
mana
fans
Nabil?
here enforced to support their squad, and well, the squad certainly needs it. This is their timeout. Rest assured, they can hear the crowd. They can feel the rumbles at times when they pipe up. Are you having fun yet? I see.
But yeah, 9-7. Not the worst spot for FPX. They're going to take the pause early, give the chance to have a little chat with the team, see what you can pull out the bag. The problem is, financially, again, they're not in the greatest of spots to do too much, but it might just mean that they decide to get that little bit more aggressive, try and take some of that space away. If we've seen from both teams, one of the things they're majorly sort of struggling with is that passive hold that's coming through from the attack, not really allowing them to get the same level of control that they would want to. A lot of the time, kills are being placed to deny any of that further aggression. For now, though, an early build-up of players in towards that B site, but it does seem like much more of the same. Just going to be some minute investment on the players that didn't have anything to go with. And that's the thing. If they can get something done with these rifles, they still have that lockdown available to them if they want to try and go for the retake.
Yeah, the potential is there for late round, and I think so far FPX have been put in those positions of having to retake. T1's aggression being rewarded time and time again. And this time, It's Yuka alongside.
Wah, jangan dong Rezel anjing. Udah 3 map OT semua babi.
T1 have they do have a bit of control going out there for Zeta. Like, he is swinging around. Rubble, he's got his wall to play around as well. And if he gets enough space, they might start to think about coming back. Even the door opened here, like, there's a ton of presence being feigned. And I don't think they're rotating back to A. I think they're just hiding from utility, knowing that there would be a flash online soon, knowing that FPX would seek them out. And because they've avoided all of that intel gathering utility, they might go for a swing like that, and they've almost lost UCOD to it. That was T1's trigger point. They're rushing the site, and it looks like all control will be theirs, even catching Aya on the way back.
Yeah, another Saya player entry, and I believe at least the rifle might be able to be handed over to a teammate, but look at him go. Saya player just starting to take over. Yuiko, though, has just come out of nowhere.
Wah,
the side swipe, not expected. The aggressive position, it's these Razors
Anjir,
going head-to-head to try and take over this round. The time, not even that far gone, still an opportunity for him to win this one out. Still going strong, leaving it all onto Zeta. He's playing that post plant, knows exactly where he is. The ace potential, but it's so far back, and Zeta's still just sitting, but he's not landing the shots. It's already being diffused. Just look at it, try and get it all the way, but Zeta will hold on. T1 scrape through the
Zeta
round.
yang menang anjir.
PX was so damn close with Yuiko.
Aduh, jadi nggak ngantuk gini, cuy.
Only that he was caught with a knife out.
Dikit
That would have
lagi
been a
tuh.
different result, so close in the end as well. Yeah. Fair play to Nichao for just
Aduh,
sticking
kalau ada
it on
makanan
the
manja nggak mungkin ngantuk, cuy. Dikit lagi tuh, buset.
Through a round where you already got the entries. Like, you look at that and you go, oh, Saya's got a couple of openers, he's taken over, and then just everybody dies within a matter of seconds. Yeah, that was everyone right there. Everybody's face was the same when he manages to get that quad kill, but luckily, Zeta holds on. And now we have the buy, that's the thing. Yuiko is not going to have the rifle anymore because he's got the operator instead. And look at where he is already, by the way. First 20 seconds of the round.
Anjir, ngantuk.
Yuiko has already pushed all the way up on C.
Holding that wide angle with an op, but he won't have a chance to use it, at least not on that side of the map. Presence for B, the split is on. Aya just about evading those shots, falling back, but nobody's here to contest. Yet again, a free plant to be found by T1, so good at finding that space. And the Viper's pit used to lock it down afterwards. Those shots were close, but Aya will not find it. So we're set up in a difficult position. This Killjoy is causing problems, but Zeta somehow picked up a double. What an absolute disaster. One player detained. Look at that repositioning as well. Carpe dodged the showstopper. Zeta's back online inside the Viper's pit. A third kill for T1. Carpe following.
Gila, T1 jadi gokil anjir.
What a gorgeous round from this attacking squad. FPX got to start to sweat now. It's neck and neck.
The heartbreaking thing with that double kill from Zeta is if they wait a few extra seconds for him to get detained, it's the freest kill of their lives. It's because they tried to start pushing in that little bit earlier. And because of that, I think he just basically just banked it onto them. It's so perfectly placed.
They have to stay there, right? Because otherwise the lockdown is going to be destroyed. And they actually try to fall back once they hear it coming, but it's too late. Oh, what a disaster.
Well, from the pistol round victory to get them through to 9 to a streak of rounds now for T1. Berlin's not going to be connecting the shots. In fact, it's a double for Ban. Munchkin with another. This round is already looking squeaky clean. Unless Nichao has something to say about it, and he does not. Last man standing, Aya with a couple of pieces of utility, but no weaponry.
No, has the classic. Doesn't even have the light shields with the classic.
Nah, Sean's going to be sad.
Shocked. Well, this one is going his way. All right, well, you know, maybe he should have had heavy shields. Yeah. It's a lot prettier right now. He's got the one kill. That should be where this ends. One away from Thrash as well, so ult is going to be online.
There's absolutely no way you're chanting ace.
Ace.
Sumpah Rezel ini binatang ini.
We're getting there.
Maybe we better start believing.
3 more to go. 3 more now. Okay.
Imagine.
Jangan
What a
OT-OT.
world that would be to live in. Still great damage, all things considered, and had the ulti online before he even went down.
Udah cuci muka manja
5
nih.
rounds in a row, though, for T1. 4 ultimates online. Okay, the Viper's Pit's gone, but it was put to pretty good use. And on the other side of things, the Reckoning, Viper's Pit, Thrash, all strong ultimates building up to be a competitive round. But the fact is, T1, since the 9-5 scoreline, since the Pistol follow-up loss, they have looked unstoppable. Clutch plays, you name it.
I'm
They've had it all.
unstoppable.
For FPX, bear in mind, a big lead on their own map choice. Bind, I'm not confident in. They need to find something here.
Oh, wow. Okay, a lockdown's going to be used to take over control of C site. 4 players here, but just take a look at the position of Zeta, not lurking on A. Viper walls on C. This is going to be a much more direct round, one in which they don't intend to fall back, use secondary options. The plant is in, already found, and they're giving up all this space. Thrash won't be able to reach them.
man,
They can be
leda
recovered at
lahami.
least. Not in a great position, though, using it mostly for the information. That's not going to be back up and online. Showstopper used.
Oh, wow.
Now Saya. Well, we don't need to talk about that one. Bands picked up U-Call. Defuse being tapped. They're not sure. Someone could be on it right now. They need to swing and check. Maybe someone spotted it just around the edge of that wall. Saya, good for one. Lysor down. Nishao up close. Got his
Waduh.
double, but they're trading it right back.
Wah,
And
gila,
T1 will
T1.
not let go of this round. Keeping a tight grip all the way through.
T1 yang menang nih, cuy,
Now with a
kayaknya.
2-round lead. They look set to close out Lotus.
Yeah, and the worst thing is,
Gila,
as well,
mana,
is other
Cok?
than the Viper's
Asteris.
Pit, FPX used
Asteris 6.
absolutely everything in this round. The ults thrown through, the Reckoning was to try and force them back.
Everybody.
They were maybe expecting somebody to still lurk around within the site, but didn't find anything. And I have to say, Zeta in these post-blood scenarios, unstoppable. I don't think he's faltered,
I'm
gone down
unstoppable.
1-2,
Gue
double
DM,
snake
boleh
bite
boleh
with the
Nabil,
third
DM
kill
aja
in
coba.
there as well. And now having that in the late round, leading by example, it has to be said. I believe it's been a switch up for this matchup for him to go back onto the Viper, and honestly, it's been an incredible choice.
Start of round, Viper's Pit, Orb for A. Oh, look at those pings coming through. T1 thinking about still committing to the A side, but bypassing this utility, bypassing the pit.
But the thing is, there's not really that safe a spot to stand in the pit.
Yeah.
Like, you're either on the cross with your back, or you're right on the edge. Like, I feel like this is an incredibly dangerous pit to try and sit in, and huge reliance on Lysor to try and hold this one out. A lot of utility being put into delay, but they're not expecting that this is a full
They're
committal
not
just yet.
expecting.
They still have that Viper Orb. If things do get a little bit scary, it's probably going to go up with the 40-second, 30-second mark once this wall goes down. There you go. It's up, but it's a little bit too late. They're already through. Now the Viper having to fight.
Gila,
And
kena
Ijao is
inful
down.
semua tuh.
Viper's Pit out of the round.
Mata
And
sempat dia
FPX
karena
still
gua
massively behind
lemesin.
after all of that
Jadi
has
lemes
been
gitu.
taken out of their hands. They only get 1 kill for their trouble. Very little damage. No control on the way back through. The one thing is, they did just hear that jump. Aya is fully aware that Munchkin is around that corner on his right, and he's going to seek him out, but his teammates are on the side already. So even though he gets that kill, there's just nothing to say about it. The 125 HP, sure, he's looking healthy, but there's 2 players lined up in a firing squad, and that'll put him to 0 seconds later. 12-9. 3 chances for T1 to close out this map. And Bind, as you said, Tom, their map pick is up next.
Yeah, and one that, again, they play quite a regimented composition. I believe that they actually use the Gecko themselves, and it looks pretty damn good on their execution. So I would definitely be worried if you're an FPX fan, but they still have chances. 3 rounds, but 7 in a row now.
That's the thing, Tom. They've just lost 7 in a row. So you look at it and go, 3 rounds, this is not too much.
Gue
But
nggak nambah.
they've
Itu
gotta turn this
890.
right around. And even the ones they
Gimana
have
cara
won,
nggak nambah?
their defense, pistol and
Kocak.
follow-up. That ain't repeatable. You ain't getting another one of those till the next map.
Well, do you remember when Saya was having a bad game? Or a quiet game, I should say.
Not even that long ago.
Yeah, it feels like a lifetime now, because he's been in a great spot, an aggressive. It's a dry peek out.
Waduh,
Okay, they
dapat
cleared
lagi si
Munchkin at
Munchkin.
least. No utility to support it, but maybe that surprise factor, it at least locks down some of that control on one side of the map, something that T1 might have to think about going back for. And in fact, the second they take that fight, the defenders immediately rotate away, just saying, okay, they're not going to challenge for this again. Oh, guess what? They are.
Triple stack up on A. 45 seconds, no contact, but no one should be getting contact till they burst into the site. You stick with 3 players on A. And in fact, UCall goes more passive. It's the right call. Yeah. He would just get sectioned off and eliminated in a 1vx fight. Instead, he has to try to harass them on the way through and wait for his teammates to come in. They have a lot of utility for the way back in. That nade is going to go through. Zeta already gone. The nade's a little late, so it's not going to catch a kill, but that might have given them a chance.
Yeah, Zeta has been the post-plant.
Ayo dong, T1 kelar dong. 3-4.
And him almost sacrificing himself to it is going to help them out.
Dia nggak ada McD, cok.
4 players looking to try and go back through on that retake. Lysor doing well. In fact, no trades to be had is left on to Sire. He's been fantastic. But with that level of HP, it is not going to be happening. FPX make the retake work, and they will live to fight another day, finally breaking that chain.
That's the first time we've seen them with rifles.
Anjay, Marcel kayak gitu.
It's nice to see. Maybe they finally found the solution, the push and pull on the map, working for them. More passive stance.
He walks into it
Harusnya
spraying,
lu, ya.
I like the confidence from Zeta, but that's mind-numbing. Like, it almost just gives him the free kill. And as I said, he's been the one you want in post-spawn.
Yeah.
He's been ridiculously good, so...
I mean,
Gue ketimbang McD enakan AW dah ya.
Add him to it for sure. Big scalp to take.
Well, now just down to 2. Overtime still very much possible. And again, they're going for the same sort of setup they had in the last round. Now, bear in mind, T1,
Udah pagi gini suka
they're
refleks kadang
expecting a repeat.
anjay.
They have got a multitude of players waiting for this level of aggression, a tap onto the orb, and this is where they try and execute. Instead, they've actually thrown the nade, almost blocking off their own corner.
Jatinangor ya
Again,
enak.
another blitz
Jatinangor murah enak
for
ya.
FPX, a mistake, and almost too easy an opener on the other side. They're going to try and actually push off the back of this. Sire player gets the kill with his nade instead of the
Wah,
gun.
Berlin kunci nih.
And now Berlin, this started off as a set play for the side of FPX. It's cut off his own angle. This is going horribly wrong.
Oh, no! Right onto the nano. He's 7 HP.
Waduh.
Oh yeah, good luck with that. Zeta's just shutting him down, and
Nice.
now that seems to be the
Ayo
final
T1 menang
nail
map
in
2
the
ya.
coffin for the FPX side. Ni Zhao, you better start that ace chant if you want another round, because FPX need one right now, and it's only the 1 kill to be found. T1. They were looking down and out in that first half. FPX had the control. They were the cleaner team. But what a turnaround once they touched
Ini
that
sponsornya SK Telekom, kan?
Sometimes that Lotus can be very, very attack-sided, but I do have to give credit where it's due. That was impressive from T1. I think Zeta having a huge, like, sort of clutch play within those rounds, and well, for now at least, it's going to be back over to the desk as they take us through what we just witnessed.
Ada Burjo. Ada yang jual nasi goreng jam-jam segini, aneh gak sih? Adakah orang makan nasi goreng pagi gini deh? GG. Iya, SK Telekom. Kartu yang gue pakai waktu di Korea, anjay. Apa lagi nih?
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
But we gotta find some way to save.
Nah, spot nggak bagi-bagi, gak enak coy.
Hey, that's my mom.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon for just $25 per line.
And that price is guaranteed for 3 years.
All on the network we can count on.
It's a good plan.
It is a good plan. Glenn, looks like we're not gonna be needing you, so I'll see you.
Woi,
Chicken Smacket baru saja mengirimkan dukungan 30.000 buat ngopi abis sarapan biar gak lemes.
Thank you Bang Pen, aman.
Red Bull gives you
Ikat ya. Nah, masih aja bakso lontong. Berarti kita pesan ini aja cuy. Kita pesan makan, habis itu ngopi manja. Oh iya dicairin. Oh iya sabar. Untung diingetin. Gue nggak ingat anjir. Siapa tadi yang menang? T1 ya? Udah coy. Cair nggak? Yang cair. Cair nggak? Mana kopinya nih?
A great comeback from T1 to take map number 1 here of Lotus. I'm joined by Autumn, the coach of T1. And Autumn, I want to ask you, in the high-pressure matches like this, you've played with Zeta as an IGL, going all the way back to Cloud9 in 2021.
Ini real nih cuy.
Relationship bring in matches that are important like this one.
Yeah, I know.
Ada diskon lah.
As Leo as the personality and characteristic and his passion or something, because we've worked in really long time. So his
Woi, itu translator nggak dihargai gitu cuy.
The IGL's real personality and tendency is really important for this important match, because I let him like think like
Itu translator nggak dihargai gitu. Udah melek belum?
So we need that because
Sabar ya.
our mental
Ini
like our former match. So today probably our player felt pressure a lot. So it means in like as an in-game leader, he should control our emotion in game, right? And through this round, even we are losing momentum in tech time or something, me and Jera try to boost our like confidence and mental. So yeah, I think it's work.
Well, showed in your performance match number 1. Best of luck in the second map, coach.
Thank
and we'll
you.
send things back to the decks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mimi. Fantastic answer there from Coach Auden. I'm back here on the desk with these two gents. Welcome back. By the way, we spoke about the IGL thing before we went into game, and it's really good to hear from Auden and also the mental side, right, of what an IGL can bring to a team.
Yeah, definitely. It's much more than just calling strats, right? A true IGL is bringing the mental in the game, outside of the game leadership to make sure you're feeling ready going into it. There's a lot on his shoulders, and it looks like Zeta is doing very well.
Yeah, he really did, especially coming back into that game, because there was a moment where, I mean, we all looked at each other and thought it was over. We thought FPX were about to run away with the game, and all of a sudden, T1 just rally off several straight gun rounds on their attack half and looked unstoppable to close this game.
Yeah, to talk about being unstoppable to close it, the closing rounds, their post plants were phenomenal. They went 7 for 10, only losing 1 towards
Tadi bet semuanya kah?
half. And that
Bet
was what
and
was
busuk
able
dong.
to close them out. Look at this Molly here, getting a double kill is so funny.
Back-to-back rounds from Zeta.
Yeah, so I think he definitely started the momentum for his team as the IGL, kind of got the fire in him, got his boys moving, and they closed it out phenomenally in the post plant.
Yeah, leading from the front, as we would like to say. But I feel like FPX, they tried to maybe not let them plant a couple of times, but sure, nothing was just working against T1's attack side.
Yeah, they couldn't seem to stall out the hits, and the Gecko just wasn't powerful enough for the Mound retakes, especially because when they did actually go Mound, there was good tools to deal with it, like the ultimates finally came online for T1.
Oke, Rafina bilang nanti dibalas ya.
This was a very well called game all across the board from T1.
Yeah, and to add, whenever we saw those reclears coming out of FPX, like the Mound control you're talking about, the counter util was always on point with T1, which is a huge step up in all of their macro that they've shown throughout
Apanya $100?
and previously. They were ready. They had nade out, people had flash out, Saya popped his ult when the reclear came, so that just shows that they were ready and one step ahead of FPX.
Yeah, and that's on Ban too, and that was a player I think I would be a little bit critical of on his day one performance against Foot. I think being ready with the paranoia, being ready as a reaction, you know, having multiple layers to your strat, not just, you know, trying to jam it into the C site, but be willing to dump util and react to the other team. This was a very different T1 approach compared to what we saw yesterday.
This is the T1 we were expecting to see, right?
Yes.
We know they could do stuff like this, but do you guys think it's enough what we've seen so far on map 1? Is it enough to save them from elimination today?
I think so, because of how interesting this comp is coming out of FPX. They were able to
Betting masih dibuka ya, Ge?
and going into Bind, which is their pick, a comfort map for T1. In theory, they should be able to deal with anything that comes their way just because they've probably had so much repetition on the map. The counter util is there, the strats are coming out. I wanted to talk about what you were saying about the strats. You got to have layers. It's so easy to just say, all right, guys, let's go C. But to have the layers of, yo, what if they react by reclearing us? What if they do a push? What if they push the other side? Having everything just set into the round makes you quickly reactive and just shows that was
There was actually a round, I mean, to give praise also to FPX, there was a round in the first half that we were watching where there was an insta-op pick from Yakao over at the Mound, right? He satchels out, gets that pick, and then they mid-game back to A after their Harbor got picked. And you basically were like, they should go through.
Abis ini kalau T1 menang, PARTY main cuy.
I just think the
Padahal
from both teams looked quite well, honestly, throughout that entire map.
For FPX, they have
No
to win
pakai
this
Ayo,
next round
Ayo
if
tuh
they
apa?
want to avoid
Mod doang.
elimination. So let's hear what their coach Nathan had to say ahead of Bind.
A tough map number 1 for FPX. I'm joined by Coach Nathan. And Coach, I wanted to ask you, in the face of elimination for your team, what have you been telling the players to keep them focused for map 2?
那想问到教练的是，其实，在第一局的失利之后，现在队伍已经来到了淘汰的边缘线嘛，所以说你会跟他们说什么，能够让他们在第二局的时候，在第二张图的时候保持集中呢？
我觉得就主要跟他们说，
enggak pakai.
场外因素或者说乱七八糟的，我们就当这只是一个 BOE， 我们好好的去认真的准备这个 BOE， 好好的去发挥自己，展现自己就 OK 了。
So I just told all the players that we don't focus on anything else outside the game. We just focus on our own performance, the in-game contents. We just treat it as a best of one to focus on every single games for the every single game plans. So that's all.
Thank you very much, Nathan and Wendy, for the translations. Back to you, Yinsu.
Thank you very much, Mimi. I think that's a good game plan. That's a good approach in times like this.
That's definitely the right approach, right? You just go game by game, round by round, and you try to claw back into the
Kayak
series.
pakai RBL burro. Nggak
Like
tahu
you
nggak?
said, they're really strong on
Nggak pernah aneh-aneh.
Ironically enough, they actually have been running a Gecko on blind, so now they're probably going to be the ones playing Gecko on this map. And this isn't a map that I would say FPX is particularly...
Aman Jacober, siap. Thank you ya. Donasinya.
Previously run, I'm very curious to see if they end up locking in again with like Reyna Jet. I think that could throw a wrench in things.
I mean, they played Bind 3 times in the same competition, qualifier for this. And
Everything has changed.
What works or what doesn't work.
Yeah, but to add, because they play Gecko, even if it's on a different map, they kind of understand the ins and outs. So I think they're going to be okay dealing with that. But I'm more so excited to see what kind of innovative stuff we're going to see out of T1.
Okay, well, this is the Prime Gaming agent select for T1. Honestly, I don't know what's going on. They went from not changing comps at all to changing their comp again by replacing the Raze with a Jet.
Kayo. Gecko. Harbor ada. Harbor Viper.
It kind of activates him more, having that dash, being able to take aggressive fights down B long, aggressive fights into showers, and be able to safely get out, kind of suits his playstyle very well. And on top, you're going to have a lot of entry utility, like the Wingman, the Dizzy, and the Skydog. So he's going to have a lot of utility up front for him to be able to take a favorable engagement and get out if the pressure comes back from FPX.
I am worried, though, about the plant stalling on their comp. I mean, they typically, you would use the Raze to do that. So I'm curious to see how they...
Oh, mulai na Jay.
Yeah, and of course, Berlin, the IGL, is actually playing the Raze, so I can't wait to see how he is going to do on this map, because if they don't win here, Mitch and Tom, they will be eliminated.
Well, the stakes are certainly high for this matchup as we get on to Bind. FPX, no doubt, will have hoped that they were already going to be sitting 1-0 up, but like we heard, starts on Bind for FPX.
Minum dulu aja ya biar fokus.
Yeah, I like this swap up. It's slightly less crazy. The rain has disappeared, which I think there's going to be many who are very happy about that one. But also gives them a lot more opportunities. I always love to see this sort of Sky combined with the Harbor Viper. That sort of burst of utility that you could do with these explosive style pushes. And I think that's going to have to be the main game plan for them on this defense.
Ikat Bang Re, 500-nya.
Fight them up front before they can get too much down.
Cacing naga jadi cacing. Cacing jadi naga.
A fun map even without that Reyna in play. And I'm a little bit happier to see.
Ayo T1, please T1 menang T1. Kali ini gue dukung lu T1. Iya, kalau misalnya ini kelar, langsung main. Jadwal jam 8 tuh kalau misalnya game pertama, game kedua BO3 main 3 map. Oh, ada heal tuh Moonskin. Balik dulu kan saya. Oh ya, close. Tadi padahal gue ingat loh.
Yeah, there you go, the heal instantly being popped. The thing is though, this does buy a little bit of extra time for those rotations to come through.
I mean, T1 are pretty close in sectioning out a lot of this site. The flash through the wall for Saya player to force a fight. Nijao goes down. The kills going their way for now, as it seems T1 are stabilizing in the post plant. That's when Aya steps up.
Ini nggak ada yang sadar si Berlin ya?
Has to rely on Berlin getting out of the bathroom and finding a leg to stand on with this retake.
Berlin di situ, orang-orangnya mana?
Players, they might have heard the jump towards the spawn. There's a tap. Aya now going to be defending him from the crossover halfway already. They need to hurry, and Saya just
deg-degan manja dong kalau tiba-tiba di review. Nggak jadi, Stagi 7 tanggung. Tapi kita chill-chill aja ini. Sambil nunggu makan juga gua, biar nggak ngantuk.
We always know that this map leans towards that defensive side, although I do wonder if the compositions might make a little bit of difference when it comes to this game. But yeah, I think we're already seeing that little bit of extra confidence for Saya taking those fights, even with the early damage that was taken from him. And now, again, you've got a shorty for Yuiko. I wonder if we're just almost a bait and switch. Berlin, the IGL, taking up the Raze. You might be thinking, it doesn't fit within a lot of the rest of his agent pool, but historically, it's his most played.
T1 losing one already. It's going to make you a bit more cautious about how you approach the rest of these engagements, and rightfully so.
Telurnya nggak ada, Bang Re, telur lu mau.
Shorty in hand, wall protecting him too.
Waduh.
Viper might section him out for a moment, but it depends when he makes his
Yeah. Yeah.
Getting out of that one scot-free. And a plan to come in now. They have definitely stabilized.
Sayang sekali
The rest as well becomes so much more difficult.
Doraemon.
The cheeky plays you can make off aggression or little pockets of space become a lot tougher when that spike is ticking against you. T1 can just sit back, wait patiently. Good snake bite, at least Bakabe is going to land the shot. A quieter game from him in the last, and now Aya with that Sheriff. Again, they've reduced the numbers a little bit for T1, but it'll be relatively clean, or clean enough.
3 players surviving, can't really complain. Marshall can still get good use out of a round like this if they don't decide to upgrade it completely. It's just that there. It's heartbreaking seeing that Shorty in play. The opportunity is there. The timing. Just 1 second earlier, I think it's easy enough, but the fact that your Viper fades through the wall just as you swing gives Zeta all the room he needs to close that duel out, double up on it. 3rd round up for grabs.
Aduh, di pos lagi, astaga.
Looks like we might have a little bit of a
Gini
timeout
banget ya.
come through.
Yeah, potentially a technical one. I'd be surprised if this early on in the game we're just gonna see them take themselves a timeout. I'd be surprised, but
3rd round tag.
Unless something has been spotted by the coaches. But for now, at least, just taking a little moment. And that's the thing.
That's a home screen.
For T1, just being that little bit more, I guess, confident going into this map. The thing is, they were rocked by Foot. That's the match that's coming up for them later if they manage to take this one over the line. And I think having that start to the tournament, going that far down as well in the last map, and then being able to streak things back, I think maybe realizing a little bit more of that form that we've seen from them, because this was a team again over at Tokyo that had a pretty decent performance. They were rocking with some of the
Berlin dulu yang di
even taking a win over EDG in
apa
their
sih nama
opening
timnya
match.
dulu,
So
CBT
it's not
ya?
like we should be doubting this team. I think it's just that first matchup really made them look weak in comparison, like having a lot of different mistakes, but
CBT Berlin.
finally starting to wake up a little bit. For FPX is more so one of those scenarios where it's like, okay, even go back to the sort of interview this morning, they may not necessarily expect to get a victory within this tournament, but they want to learn from it. They're clearly enjoying playing on the stage in front of the crowd as well. So it'll be whether or not they can at least make this one that little bit more competitive, and hopefully for their sake take a map. Because as I said, like, with the adaptations they've made to their composition, what they've pulled in, rather than throwing a Reina into the mix, they've got something that looks like it can still have that sort of explosive aggression, but more so be a little bit tempered at times as well. And for the other side of things, it's more looking at T1 and going, okay, can you win this one clean? Because if you're going up against Foot, who have looked in good form, you're going to need to.
It's a thing for FPX, you know, going back to China, you're going to be in a pretty decent position if you have managed to draw something out of these opponents, if you're able to learn from the mistakes made here on the international stage. And like they said themselves, you know, they got to see Brazil. They got to learn time and time again. That's all you can do in these early stages of a scene still developing. But the top of the scene certainly is contending for trophies at this point with what we've seen from them. FPX, well, I don't want to say they're not quite there yet. This matchup, it's not been going too
Jan, tidur lo Jan.
I feel like that always seems to happen though. Like a lot of teams just sort of take their time to
Tidur.
really feel out the international scene. We saw it with Brazil,
Mulai,
Japan, and China are definitely starting to get there as well. But for FPX, this is where they look to get back into this match. A buy up, Yuiko taking the early fight. That's one way to get back into the server.
Aman.
2 heads wiped out almost immediately.
Lu kecolong dua aja tuh.
T1, wow, this was somewhat of a heavier investment. Like they still have plenty to buy up within the next round, but they have rifles here.
You can see that they're even looking across the map now individually, trying to find opportunities to take some fights, maybe catch a player on the back foot or the front foot as they get aggressive. There's no movement. Side of FPX content to sit back, except for over in bathroom.
Full
Little
blind.
pop flash out of Aya, that's what they were waiting for. And that has just crumbled this round, leaving the player who was lurking just moments ago, Munchkin, to try and make this work on his rotate around. And they're already pushed up close. Look at Aya's position. A hard one to clear. He'll check it anyways. Crosshair placement near perfect. But Aya still comes out on top.
What a way to break back for FPX. A prime gaming flawless right after the pause as well, just to make sure that they've been sat there waiting for this round. And these are sort of plays you want to see from Yuiko. As said, this composition, although you have the likes of the Harbor Viper to sort of delay, slow things down that little bit more, you need some explosiveness. You can't just sit back and try and use your utility to delay, because you have a double duelist in a Sky, which is basically just bursting to try.
Iya ngantuk anjing, kayak nggak ada hasrat gitu nonton ini pertandingan.
Very early ulti going through. Of course, you can pick that one back up.
Gila dihancurin. Wah kena stun.
Reobtainable for sure. Do they want to pressure out? A flash certainly indicates they do, but it's only spams for now. Damage done though. Lighting. Okay.
Anjing pala lo nge-spam.
But just look at the price paid. Lysor down to 45. Man advantage sitting with T1. And the Spike still in a very safe spot. Can TP or just walk away. It's a flash peek though. That's what they're gambling on, and it's worked out for Lysor. His low HP may be holding him back, but one is good enough, you would have thought.
That's the thing. They were pretty much ready with the anti-flash help from Zeta. The Thrash setup as well to make sure there was no way that that final player within the site would be able to hold on. And now for Nichao.
Nang something.
Clutch on the contact angle, and then the swing is there immediately. Good work from T1. A nice little execution. This time as well,
Nice T1. Terus
starts
kan.
off as that, basically like lurk play. Holds off on the push. I think it was a peek out from
Justru
Yuiko.
stream ini masih jalan karena gue PARTY.
Oh no, it wasn't a peek out. It was just straight spam through a wall. Never mind.
Both were just wild spams.
Yo, I'm on something. I'm on something.
He most certainly is. It was a T1 watch party. They got their snacks are ready to go. 3-1. T1 snacking on their opponents right now. Looking good. Always someone to watch with those flashes. He's on the other side of the map to the engagement. Hello. Yuka's looking for someone. Updrafting around, and well, he's being found instead. Saya player dropping and looking for more around the top of the boxes. Oh, and he's up in heaven as well. There's no stopping this man. Mr. Worldwide on the site, but he's being taken down at long last.
It was mentioned comfort. I don't think you can look more comfortable than that. Literally gliding through that A site. Nichao.
Buset, Zeta di mana itu? Mainan apa anjir?
Trying to find anything more should be impossible. Actually, never mind. It's a little bit disjointed. Looking possible.
Wah, gila.
Has managed to find a multi-frag of 3. Zeta in the post plant though. We know how devastating he's been. The spam through the wall, not quite connecting. The time's fairly far gone, but they'll get it anyway. Wasn't able to deny that defusal.
Masa itu yang itu mati nggak langsung di swing?
Impossible retake with a man disadvantage. Aya's there again.
Yeah, he started it out on B, other side of the map, while all that mayhem was going down on the site. But once he arrived, Saya player's success.
Harusnya si Ban mati langsung di pick lah.
Incredible round from this man. A lot of it not even coming down to his utility, just straight up better than them. You love to see it. A second round now found for FPX. Maybe that can light the spark.
I wonder if did Munchkin blind himself? I'm trying to work out who flashed him.
Yeah, I think he did.
It's the only thing that makes sense, but yeah, that means he flashed himself, went for a peek, and then got killed for it.
Setanya main itu dia, main up.
T1. Also him individually. Saya player though, wow. He started that round off with a bang. He's looking to do the same. Viper's Pit out immediately, reckoning alongside it. They are trying to use those ults as almost spam. Okay. A chance. But Berlin's managed to just walk right past, and then nothing's going the way of T1 right now. Okay, finally, Ban has managed to find a kill. Running through. Somehow catches Yuiko off guard, and this looks even again. In fact, even in favor of T1.
It doesn't last very long, does it? The neck and neck fight down to Lysol
Lari-lari
with 40
fight.
HP. Sure, Saya's low, but not gonna kill him with your snake bite out. Ban with an incredible round, just swinging into angle after angle and winning every fight along the way. FPX won't be happy to lose that, but the one upside, their ult economy is looking pretty good. Just take a look at Ban. Okay, the first one was good. That spurs him on to run through a wall, take that kill, and that's how he closes it. Same thing, just wide swing and take him down.
That's the thing. Ban may play controllers, but he's got the duelist heart. Like he still loves. I always like to see him play Fracture because of that. He gets to go back to his trusty jet, but you can see it in this round. Well, now their opponents are on the other foot. The thing is, though, similarly to T1, they managed to make it work with a Blade Storm, Reckoning, Viper's Pit thrown through. And now they have the ult spam themselves. Seeker's back online for the second
Untuk manja
time.
cuy, ini dari ngantuk.
They even have a Viper's Pit, Blade Storm, and Reckoning of their own. So much that they could play with. A lot of potential in this round. The fact is, though, T1 again taking their time, and they have Seekers of their own. So if they can get this down to a closer scenario, maybe spot out the gamble, this could still be their round.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's not out of the question just yet. Plenty to play for, but the rotation towards A coming in from Berlin. Flash has found contact, that cancels the rotate. Berlin will still be here. That Viper's Pit's causing problems. Now only one avenue of approach if they do want to take this to B. They've lost all the control on A side. They go back and go through that teleporter, they're in trouble. It has to be the B commitment. Seeker's on the way, Flash through, and the dash soon to come in. They're trying to deal the damage with weaker weapons, and it's not easy. Berlin makes it look that for the burst, but look at the follow-up. T1 just grouping together, sticking as a team, and trading every single one, if even.
And the problem is as well, Yuiko, like his flank initially might have worked out, but it's been so much time on the clock that the space just isn't really worth it. Reckoning available, but I'd be surprised if they use it, and now he has to try and do it all.
Blade Storm 1v3 is certainly not the easiest. He dodged the flash at least, but look at that. Another firing squad waiting, and another
Jadi
triple
Raka
kill for
tanggung.
Ban. He is on one.
Oke, ini berharap T1 menang aja nih.
An agent I wasn't
Ini udah bagus nih
necessarily
skornya.
thrilled to see. I never necessarily am, but wow. It doesn't even matter what agent he's playing. He just hits heads.
Yeah, and I think this is a good time for FPX.
Bentar cuy, pengen baringan manja cuy.
5
Bentar
rounds
cuy.
already on that attack side for T1. They found themselves in a very good spot. Now, I'll say the double duelist, a little bit unorthodox on Bind. Maybe you could lean towards the fact that FPX might be able to get more rounds in the attack, but I wouldn't ever be confident in stating that on a map like Bind. It's always very difficult to sort of find that space with such narrow angles, and on the other side of things, like having a bunch of initiator utility combined with that double controller, it sets things up so nicely for not only them to have the stack up in the right place, but more importantly, to have that delay potential. 5-2, P1 going to be very happy with how things have gone so far, but ultimates all but burnt out. Ban one away from having that reckoning, and on the other side of things, they have that showstopper on Berlin, who, after some of the initial rounds, has got a little bit quiet.
Yeah, had a classic kill in the previous round. So
Yeah,
before that,
and a sheriff kill.
It's been, yeah.
This is your
just
second
that
round sheriff kill. Yeah, so he hasn't had a kill with a rifle yet.
And that's it. In the impactful rounds, you need your duelists to be showing up. But I think it's difficult. T1 have such an interesting way of taking sites, you know, using that harbor to block off so many of the angles. Gecko's incredibly annoying when, when his flash isn't caught behind the wall like we saw from FPX on the previous map.
Keep it up.
Blinding him up, forcing him back, and then the space, even if they're only falling behind that wall for a second or two to let the flash fade away, Saya player's already in there. He's already taken the space, and his teammates are flooding in with him. The pressure is incredible that T1 are able to apply. So far, FPX haven't really found a reliable solution. Here's their chance with the B side under threat yet again, but there's a lot of utility on A that's stopping them from rotating fully.
Yeah, the thing is now, though, having that reckoning. But that was the main goal of this round, just try and make sure that they get that ultimate online. You can set up wonderfully for taking that space, and then having a reckoning comboed with a dizzy and maybe a sky flash as well. It's almost impossible to dodge everything that they have. 3 players, though, ready and waiting. Saya, immediate dash! And while Lysor's just been decimated, now the Reckoning coming through as well. This will reveal where his opponents are, spamming through the walls. He has support as well in the form of Carpe. This is looking bleak, and well, Aya just trying to almost hide at the back of this site. A counter Reckoning being sent through, but with Thrash denying that space, they can't even do anything off it.
Yeah, I don't know where you go from this point. Both flashes still for Aya, can hope to find something, but the showstopper doesn't even land, and Saya players switch places, got inside the cove, fragmented this retake completely, and there's players waiting outside, baiting Carpe, letting him fall. That's fine, because they've got the utility to close this one out. Now they can swing in one at a time, run that clock down. Even if they didn't win the fights, they might have won it on the clock alone. Gorgeous stuff from T1 yet again.
Yeah, I really like the dynamic of their post plant. You have the almost insanity of Saya player, just running around, shooting at people, has support from Carpe and his flashes as well, as they play forward in the post plant, and then you just have Zeta basically sat at the back just going, okay, I'm now setting my lineups. If you even get close to that spike, there's a snake bite on it, and I'm going to be swinging you off the headshot. And that's before you even talk about the final layer as well, of the wraparound through long. There's so many layers to what T1 are doing that FPX, at least at the moment, have no response.
That's it, like we're saying, this defensive side, the full aggression out of T1, the burst plays have been working. When it falls back to retaking the site, there's always that extra element thrown in from T1. Now Saya player has his dash. First kill, not going to be found. Down to 45. Yeah, he needs to heal immediately. If the wall wasn't in the way, who knows?
Yeah, a little bit unlucky. But even still, it's what they can do with this. Aya's actually gone for a Guardian as well, so a slightly heavier investment for him and a chance for Uicor to do some damage, but not this time around. They're going to be building into this one, and Saya, he's just so confident playing around his own utility, almost just lurking, waiting for the flash, and it's a little bit labored on the spray, but he will get the opener nonetheless.
Full control. Viper post plant, 2 snake bites for Zeta. Not here to help out Saya player who's been dropped. Carpe falls, Ban's gone. Now this is going to be a close round with Zeta falling. It's all crumbled. The side of T1, finally we see a problem. Lysor right low on the edge. What a shot from Munchkin. He thinks it was being defused, but the other player was inside the orb, but no. A little closer. Aya's able to close the round and find FPX a third at long last.
It's not the round I was expecting, that's for sure. The MasterCard Thrifty coming through for the side of FPX. Basically just Sheriffs and a single rifle that they had, but wow. I don't even think the Guardian was the main point of call. It was Uicor, the first shot whiffing, but from then on it was just magic. Maybe a lifeline. Even still, like 6 rounds on the attack of this map is incredible, but if they can somehow streak this back and level things up, maybe, just maybe, FPX can survive in this tournament.
Still time to build that up to 6-6. Let's see what FPX's response is. B players falling back. They sense the aggression. Operator from Yukon not going to find anything. He's bailing. Seekers are hunting down his teammates. Berlin still able to hold strong, but left on super low HP. He won't get out alive. But is there a follow-up? A follow-through from FPX. Saya players up close yet again. But it's traded. Aya again able to take down Saya player, potentially end his streak on the A side. A shot missed for FPX though. Munchkin's only 10 HP, but it's enough. Now he can buy even more time sitting in that corner. Flash back online. It'll be used fairly soon, you'd imagine. Oh, it better be. That snake fight's close, and it's got him. Great positioning on that utility. But the time is still going to be an issue. They need to find these final players blinded. Aya knows there's a player around the corner, but he's blinded himself! Even still lands the shot, but he's got more to do! Another player to take down, and it's Ban consistently hitting 3K after 3K, and there's another for the tally.
I don't know, if that's not the reflex coming into the desk, I don't know what is. That is absurd. Blinds himself and his opponent, and then just somehow, maybe off sound, actually manages to hit the headshot. There's still not enough. Ban has looked fantastic, and I'll be honest, on the other side of things, Aya has been the main glimmer of hope for FPX. He's 14-7 and they have 3 rounds. Like, it is truly ridiculous. Has enough to potentially go for a hero rifle. I think it's a hero rifle with no shields, which is definitely a bit of an obscure choice.
Well, the Blade Storm picked up as well. You saw T1 with a really nice strat. We've seen it before. The Cloud Burst to dodge the flash at the start. Element of surprise is the hope. Okay. 2 knives already expended. A headshot needed soon. Berlin's found it on the Saya player. There's the Blade Storm not finding the kill. But it doesn't matter. Once they keep thinning out these T1 numbers, the lighter weapons, the pistols, seem so dangerous. And with T1 now in a 3v3, a 2v2, a 3v1. I don't know how they've managed to recover, but Lysor is left alone.
Yeah, at this point, I think Munchkin might have him dead to rights. Even gonna push forward back into that corner. Trying not to give him any ground, although, there you go. Pistol will give it away. Zeta playing passive up top, not gonna find anything. Carpe will spot him out, and T1 in a dominant position. These rounds somehow still seem to become competitive at times, but the response from T1 is swift. And they are looking to have, well, one of the most dominant attack side halves on Bind I think I've seen in a while. Saya player even going to invest into an operator this round. He's got the Blade Storm to back it up, so a perfectly reasonable thing to do. And actually, I was looking at the finances. Yuiko is now also going to have no shields on his rifle. This is something we saw in the last round as well, but definitely a peculiar decision.
Yeah, he invested a bit more in full shields last round, knowing he'd have that Blade Storm online. Comes at a cost, obviously. You see that cost right here and now. Operator held. But he's not going to be given an opportunity to find an open fight. Side player instead just neutered in the early round. Haven't been able to grab that orb just yet. But I'm not sure either of these players is too keen to pick it up. If it was a showstopper, maybe. But they're 3 away.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. There's 2 players that are 1 away from an ult, and neither of them are in the spot to actually challenge for the orb. So it's evidently not something they plan to fight for. Saya player.
There's a flash.
Always scary, the flash. It goes deep, though. They don't expect anybody to be this close. It's the 1-2 punch, but only the one. Saya's all that's needed. But this is a ruse. He's just selling the idea that this is a B hit. The fact is, though, they haven't really fallen for it just yet. The rotation eventually coming. Yuiko spots them down mid. He hasn't been able to connect on it, and he's wrapped on by Zeta. Leaving just to make that one! Saya player has just taken over this round. While Berlin, he's one off a showstopper, but he's going to need a lot from this one.
Oh yeah, this needs to be one hell of a round. Quick kill, showstopper up, follow through. One of the biggest clutches of Berlin's life. He's running straight into the op to start it. Saya player holding the angle, but Zeta peeks it first. 9-3. Phenomenal gameplay from T1. A great first half, set up for success. And funny thing about Ban in that, when he got 1 kill, he was statistically more likely to get a 3K than to end there. Like 3 they're not back-to-back, 2 back-to-back 3Ks and 1 very important one later on. I think you can certainly look at a number of facets that have been strong for T1, and we're going to toss to the analyst desk to talk all about them.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. T1's attack side, just like the first map, it just feels like it's too strong. Sean, I know you got a telestrator here. You want to break a round down for us?
Yeah, this is actually the first true gun round T1 played in this game, and I want to show you how impactful this Gecko actually was. So zooming into the mini-map right here, you can see off the bat, they are thrashing through Hookah right now. Carpe's throwing thrash, they're dogging up long. There's going to be a cascade thrown by Ban up long, and then they leave Zeta on this lurk on short A. They switch between the walls on short, and this time he's actually able to catch Yakao right there on short A, and that's what opens the round. I love the dash across Hookah by Saya player, cutting the space, using the info from Thrash on the dash. The dog from the sky goes through the harbor wall, spots the player under Hookah, and this is where Zeta gets that frag. Immediately, the high tide is cutting across both elbow and spawn, and you can see as we pause right here, The Seekers are now popped from Ion back site. Now this actually is a really sick play from the defenders because the Viper that's close by follows one of the Seekers and is able to spam ban right through this wall. Unfortunately for them, Saya also spams a player. This is where I think T1 makes a really good decision to completely cut noise. The 3 players on this B site end up waiting passively. The Thrash is collected in hookah along with the Dizzy. And from this moment, they end up popping through the hookah with Thrash, and you can see the player on the site right now is actually getting pinched by both Saya and Thrash, with Zeta coming up long. This is just a really, really clean round by T1. And honestly, I don't know what FPX could have done dealing with these ults right here, and I thought they played it really well.
Wow, a nice 3. Maybe the curse could help them out a little bit, because if it doesn't, Mitch and Tom, it's going to be over for FPX.
Could be a long flight back after this game. 3 rounds on the board as they start out their attacking side. And I have to agree with Sean, Tom. You know, T1 did so many beautiful things on their executes. And not even on the first map, but here on Bind, I genuinely felt like FPX, they didn't make massive mistakes. They weren't misplaying it. They were just getting wrecked. And it might just be the same again here in the pistol. T1 have snuck behind them. In fact, using their own wall. FPX are in trouble. They have no idea how many players are coming up behind them. And that's the spike. Disaster strikes despite Berlin claiming control over this part of the map. They've got to go right back to B-Long to pick up the spike. And there's 3 defenders there.
Yeah, they had nobody watching for that B short push, and well, they've got the A site under their control.
We're going to teleport.
Yeah, if only they had a From the Shadows in round 1 on Omen that they don't have. Yeah, it's a rough position, and the fact is everything is being watched for. I say that, Zeta, he's switching between the 2 angles. It gives an opening, a chance. Yuiko being able to bring things back into a 3v3. Still 40 seconds left on the clock, and they have no ground. They have to try and take their way back in, clearing almost everything as they go. But the fact is, all 3 players
30 seconds left.
are sat back, waiting within this spike. Carpe already going to put another to the death toll, but it's decent trades. Down to the jet battle, but Saya will win it once again. It's double digits for T1, and although that round looked over from the get-go, FPX made it close.
They did. They had a fighting chance. But this is how a lot of these rounds have gone. It's one beautiful play for T1, and then the odds are stacked against you. 23 seconds left on the clock with that final battle going down. There was still so much time left. But in the end, FPX fall behind, losing the pistol. And that could set them up for disaster now. And Eco being called for 11-3, the likely scoreline, and a near flawless half going to be needed for FPX. And yeah, like you say, Tom, it's very strange. Light shields on Nichao, Yuko, and Lysor both playing the Sheriffs. No shields.
Maybe gives him a slightly better chance of a plant. I don't know. I'm trying to find a reason. He has managed to do some damage with this classic in the past.
2K last time.
Yeah, so maybe he just knows he'll make the money back. Money back guarantee, that's what it is.
I'm not so sure about that one. Check the fine print.
We'll see.
So they're leaving their options open again. Yukol going to be moving back towards B, spotting for aggression, meaning they can teleport if they need to later if he finds a pick. But with these weak weapons, really, you are just hoping for a big mistake to be made. Flash through from Aya, gets him absolutely nothing. Didn't even make it through the smoke himself before he was spammed down. The teleport, they're not committing. Oh, okay, well that's actually worked out nicely. They kind of thought the other player had fallen back already or was out of here. Instead, the punish there as the utility goes through the teleporter. Damage already decent. Whiffed shots too. FPX have a serious chance. If they had rifles recovered, you'd feel a lot better. But if Lysor keeps this up, he might not need one. That's 4 kills with a Sheriff. And it's leaving it just onto ban. Consistent clutcher for this squad. His multi-kills have been incredible, but Lysor wants the ace. He's hungry for it. Down to just 36 HP, and it's stolen away. But you know what? You'll take the MasterCard Thrifty. You'll take a round win if you're FPX right now.
I can see why they put him on Reyna. Honestly, because I could tell you for free that this round had absolutely nothing to do with Viper utility. This was all about just him managing to land headshot after headshot.
3 out of 4.
A crazy round for Lysor and a lifeline, an utter lifeline for FPX in this tournament. A chance for them to somehow make this one competitive. They get the rifles on the board almost immediately, and on the other side of things, well, it's a mixed bag. It's a jumble sale.
That was a headshot. Zed already down to 10 HP. Don't think he'll be lasting too much longer. Players in the teleporter coming to help, but there's no one left to help. 10 HP and 4 more players to take down. The frenzy would be nerfed if that one came through. 10-5. Still signs of life for FPX.
Yeah, a nice clean round. I like the idea from T1. Just throw everything into the wind, try and pinch off the teleporters. It's something you see quite commonly done, but ultimately didn't garner too much. Now is where we see the buyback. Thrash already online for Carpe. He's been building that one up. And almost a Viper's Pit for Lysor as well. Those Sheriff kills being put to good use. Even the Showstopper not too far away. There is a lot of potential ultimates for them in this round. Early utility use though. Straight away the High Tide to delay any attempted B push, and a flash put through it as well. But it hasn't really garnered much information for T1. Very passive in the early stages of FPX in this.
Yeah, I mean, rightfully cautious. One mistake here, and everything could fall apart. Even their flash is up for Aya, so you're expecting a much, much slower round out of this attacking side. The fights do come through, though. That was Berlin looking for some of his own space on B, and he has certainly cracked that control open. You're going to see Munchkin move back in, fill the position, see that nobody's here. That keeps them with 3 players on the A site. The read is perfect for the side of T1. The weaponry is here. 1 player spotted, a second firing off from heaven, and they've spotted Carpet up close. That was my concern. Maybe he'd slip underneath the radar, but nobody does.
It's just an execution. Uicore managing a double, and Berlin as well. At first kill he got looked like he stole Boaster's res. It was so clean, but for now, at least, Munchkin just left on the other side of the map wondering what happened. It's like we stacked up the A site and not a single kill coming through. I like it from FPX. Again, very explosive in its stance. And as you said, like in terms of the setup, sending Thrash through early and having basically all that Viper utility to try and delay, it didn't work out.
See ya, buddy.
Nishao's not going to catch him, unfortunately. Munchkin
Lysor might, though.
Carrying forward that rifle. Yeah, it's not guaranteed. Lysor's got a really good position moving through the spawn. Yuka's just gone for the teleport. They've got him pinched, but they don't know it. The steps down, Munchkin, he did catch him. So Munchkin's going to carry that weapon through to the next round.
Yeah, at least something. T1 actually going to be taking a fairly early pause, but it's understandable. Probably shaken a little bit from round number 2, losing 4 players to a Sheriff and the round slipping away from them. A couple of very explosive rounds as well, and as you sort of said, I don't think the setup that T1 had was a bad one. They were definitely prepared for it, but they just lost every single fight. The entries from Uicore and Berlin, and that's the thing, these are 2 players that thus far in this game, fairly quiet. That first half, a lot of it was Aya just being able to put up numbers, and then in the second, you've spoken about Lysor, but ultimately, if those 2 players can start to step up, that double duelist explosive entry duo, there's huge amounts of potential. And the interesting thing thus far is Berlin has almost been playing like a lurk entry on the other side of the map. Like while the rest of the team building into what was an A hit, he was fighting hookah control. So he's almost working as a killjoy, but with Ray's utility.
Yeah, it's funny because players can obviously slip down past you, but I think a lot of that is just their idea of feigning out the control. Having your Raze playing into hookah is just a classic, really. The utility is perfect for clearing out all those angles, and all the while making noise, causing those other players to rotate so your teammates have an easier strike onto the A site. I like the ideas, and it's even better when he's able to deliver with those kills, cause those headaches. As we said, T1 were ever vigilant. They didn't over-rotate, and players like Munchkin are key for that. Even when his teammate goes down beside him, he's able to say, hold on, let me check. They didn't follow up on it within 5 seconds. I'm going to retake the space. I'm going to flash in or use my Tiger and spot out if they're still around here. It's been good for the control. This guy on the other side of Aya has just been incredible when it comes to individual ability. His flashes are scary.
Oh.
And Munchkin, Saya, and Zeta down. Look, there was only one rifle between the three of them. That's now left on the floor for nobody to retrieve.
This is the thing as well. FPX are directly reacting to what they attempted in round number 3. Like, it was that double split where they pushed up through showers and then had the TP and a flash through it. So they're sat all the way back in their spawn. They're expecting that sort of play. So I feel like T1 almost need to try and adapt a little bit to how they're playing some of these anti-ecos, because that was a little bit too telegraphed for their opponents. And now, well, after their patience being rewarded, they can now just go into this A site relatively for free. Not really anything here. They know that Ban rotating has managed to find a rifle, and he's always good for a few, but not this time. And as said, Yuiko, he really is starting to come online.
Yeah, even if it's just up against these pistols, it's a big confidence builder. And with a 4K under his belt, that confidence is getting close to sky high. FPX, 3 behind T1. 4 ultimates online, 3 for T1 though. It could swing either way. I do like the idea, but realistically, from what we, the idea from T1, but realistically what we've seen from FPX in a lot of these attacking rounds, even going back to the previous map, is patience. They will wait, they will allow you to push and take space and look to punish afterwards. Even on their attack side on Lotus, we saw constant battles where they would be baiting you into those rotations with the very objective of finding a push like they just did in the previous round.
It's going to be another pacey hit. I think it is. This time the double duel is together. A lot of damage being taken. Showstopper utilized off the back of it. They are trying to throw these ults in, but Carpe's done very well. He's actually managed to claim control of the spike, and this will have a rotation coming back from his teammate through the teleporter. Zeta already finding another, but Lysor's still there, still fighting.
Yeah, going down's not the biggest deal, though, realistically, especially when Munchkin is going to reoccupy this spot just moments later. A great angle to fight for, but oh, that's a spanner thrown into the works. Lysor kept back for just a moment. Thinks maybe they've snuck in. It'll run the clock down, but there's 55 seconds. There's still time. Rotation. Carpe on his way back around.
I like this.
Clearing out middle. And while they waste their time getting this spike and trying to avoid these shots in the dark, these players on T1 are set up for the post plan, or for even the plant attempt. Maybe not. Swinging in early. And he's found the kill for his trouble. The worst part is that pit doesn't cover the site. So it's basically going to go down if you commit to the plant. And, well, certainly if Lysor falls, which seems to be just moments away, ever vigilant, not giving him that fight. Well, they weren't all giving him that fight. Carpe certainly was. He's isolated the correct duel. Game sense off the charts on where Saya player was coming from. But it's not enough. T1 with another.
Yeah, at every moment you do just feel like there's a chance that Lysor will just take over one of these rounds. The thing is, though, I really like the patience, again, from T1. Like, Munchkin, you can watch the majority of this round, he doesn't move. He just stands up top knowing that, okay, they're fighting for the spike. I can just wait for them to try and plant it. I will disallow them to have that plant for spawn if they were to desire it. And took a lot of the risk out of that round. They didn't go pushing through the pit. They didn't fight for that spike control. They basically just made it impossible to plant. And now, the defense, they've got that operator online. It's the same on the other side, though. And Yuiko is not shying away from this fight. He has no support here. He's just going to look to peek this completely dry. And, well, I'm not going to lie to you, kind of got what he deserved.
Saya player not going to miss those shots all too often. Here's Ban locking down Bathroom. He's tucked in the right corner. And Nijao has no idea, no iota on this play being made. Now it depends. Will Ban get curious for information? Will he swing? No, that's what Carp is here for. It's going to be a double swing. Dealing with Nijao easily. Locking the control and now focusing back towards the push that's coming in. The flash up top confirms players are here. Although they'll be blocked out by this wall, that's the intention for T1, to be able to reposition, get Carpe back to the site. With plenty of ultis to work with, but they won't want to expend them here. A 12th round on the cusp of being theirs.
How do you even plant
Crash
here?
maybe from Carpe could come through.
This is impossible. Like, you have to kill someone before getting a plant. Even Munchkin still surviving. Thrash going through, maybe a little bit early. And somehow they managed to fight 2 back. A warbang. Oh, throw a thrash! It's ridiculous from Carpe. I don't know how he's getting away with the frags he's finding, but now Aya is all that's left. Maybe hoping for a late dash through, but there's nothing he can really do here. Look how passive Carpe is after huge individual play. He waits patiently. He's going to send Little Bro through. Finally, he'll go down, but he's already won the round. His sacrifice will give T1 their 12th. And it will just be the rifle kept for Aya. That's all he can hope for from this scenario.
It's hilarious that Saya player was on B that whole time, even at the end of the round.
Yeah.
They're just covering all their bases in case the push comes through spawn or something wild happens. FPX were given no opportunity. And I do agree, that ulti probably came in a little bit earlier, but what a recovery with that 2K, his third, indeed, of the round, in towards Bath. And then, you know, he doesn't get a 4th kill, but he wins the round by laying his life down, interrupting the plant. That is 12-7. And now 5 straight opportunities for T1 to send FPX home.
Yeah, again, you kind of have to feel like this is looking like a done deal. T1 have been in the driver's seat for the majority of this map, an incredible attack side. And again, it seems like the second we have Autumn with a chance to have a pause, they come back strong. Exactly the same here. They lose the round they play with pistols, and from then, a couple of victories. Good ult usage, but more so, I wouldn't say that maybe the discipline was there when they're all on the site, but when there's one player left, that guy's very disciplined. Like Carpe doing an incredible job, Munchkin the round before. And now for FPX, everything's on the line. They said it. They love playing on this stage. They've loved playing in front of this crowd, I'm sure. The fact is, though, they just need a little bit more. 5 rounds in a row. It is quite a tough task. And with players like Aya and Lysor still putting up some pretty decent numbers, it's not an impossibility, but you just have to feel that T1 eventually will get one of these rounds.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you, Tom. You know, 5 chances to close it out. Ultis can be cycled. Already the aggression. Look at that from Saya. He won't find the reward. But they're not punished either. An opportunity is denied. We'll see what the response is from the side of FPX. They've been denied any control over B, and that control is actually being retaken now by T1. The A site is their new objective. And this time, they're not going to be sending Nishao alone through Bath. They're double checking there's not a bit of a nasty crossfire about to come through.
I've got your trail.
Oh, here goes the execution. Carpe under some serious pressure. Dizzy thrown out to try and slow them down. In fact, he's spamming everything. He knows that they're trying to run him down. They know he's in that corner, but it's his teammates they should be worrying about. Zeta already, Aya desperately trying to cling to life, but it is done. T1 will be the ones heading back to that decider match to face off against Foot for the 2nd time. And unfortunately for FPX, once again, they failed to get a win at an international tournament.
It's a phenomenal sign for the side of T1 to have this series wrapped up 2-0. The second map so dominant as well. If they're going to have a chance of winning that rematch up against Foot, this is the face that we wanted to see from them here today. A phenomenal game played, but you have to look to FPX. They fought well. Players like Aya striking fear into their opponents' hearts. But that's going to be the end of the road for them here. GG and well played. FPX are going home.
Yeah, I think steps forward in terms of their compositions, the ideas that they had, and even just on an individual level. I think Aya played fantastically throughout. We saw moments as well from the likes of Lysor. Unfortunately, it just wasn't quite enough today. T1 have shown that other side of the coin. The team that we expected to see coming into this event. Some great ideas off of them, moving back to maybe some of the more comfort players, and even just on an individual level. They looked a lot better here today.
No, they absolutely did. I think definitely learning from some of those initial breathing problems, really, when it came through. Like, realistically, playing on the stage can be tough. Up against the crowd as well, it's not an easy thing to do. Now, they have an opportunity to make right all the issues from the past. And let's go ahead and toss this over to the analyst desk to see what they made of T1's performance.
Thank you very much, you two. Now, I feel like T1, it was looking a little bit dicey towards the end. The fake comeback was coming in, but Sean, they stopped the bleeding and they win out dominantly.
It's a good luck chain. The good luck chain came in clutch today, right?
Yep, it
Is
did.
that what it was, you reckon?
He said it himself.
Yeah.
That's all he needed.
Though, how'd you ever lose with Sai on your team? That guy's insane.
Nah, it's pretty hard. I mean, I played with the guy myself. He's very good duelist, and we saw in those 2 maps, even at the beginning, the end, like he was closing out games, getting the key kills, but my boy was overheating a little bit. I can't lie. I gotta talk to him. My boy was overheating.
I mean, it was a much better performance compared to their first game. They do survive elimination for now. But unfortunately, we have to say goodbye for the second time today. I don't like doing this to FPX. I don't think a lot of people had high expectations of them coming into this, but I think after seeing them play a couple of best of threes, you were both saying this to me when we were watching the game as well. They have good ideas. They have pieces which look great, but maybe just the experience did hit.
Yeah, from what I'm watching, I think that the team is great, but what they lack is in the hectic situations when it becomes like 3v3, oftentimes they're kind of blundering those post plants or blundering those situations. But what I was watching yesterday was the opposite. Like they were slowing down in the 3v3s and making the right calls. So what that tells me is they just need to find that consistency, right? They know what to do and how to do it, but it's more so about putting it together always, right? And that's what's very hard. But they showed a great showing.
It's really hard because I feel like you need like a second or even third voice in the team to get those situations down. And a lot of it is pre-planning with protocols. That's something that I think like Fnatic does better than anyone in the world. It's not just set plays. It's not, obviously Fnatic doesn't even change their comp all that much, but what they do focus on is all these little micro situations across the round. And those are the areas I think FPX can improve in. Not so much the approach or even mechanics. I feel like their mechanics are
so
unreal.
fast, unbelievable.
They're unreal.
Yeah.
I feel like they could hang with almost anyone in the entire tournament mechanically. It's these little decisions in the mid to late rounds that are costing them.
Yeah, for T1 though, can they go further than this? You guys said after map 1, kind of felt like it was enough for them to survive today, but they got to go up against Foot.
That's going to be a very tough game. Foot has been looking phenomenal in the macro and the micro sense. Like they don't make as many mistakes.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to take a big step up from T1, especially when it gets into the later part of the game or later part of the rounds, closing out the post plants. They were closing out post plants today, but I did see a couple errors that I think Foot are going to be able to take advantage of.
I don't know. I feel like if Saya plays like he did today, the Saya Kiwi matchup is just going to be a banger. That's going to be so good.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. But for now, let's send it down to Mimi for the Verizon post-match interview, and she is standing by with Ban.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Yes, I'm standing by with Ban from T1 for our Verizon post-match interview after that great win there. I wanted to start by asking you, Ban, you spent most of your career playing in North America with Knights. You're now on your first Korean team. What does it feel like to get a win here in Los Angeles, back in the US?
I'm honestly pretty happy about it, but we were a little disappointed against our FUT game a couple days ago, but I believe that after this win, we'll become better and possibly win.
Does it feel like you're at home with this crowd?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the support there. Yeah, give it up for Ban! I see we already got your #1 fan behind you, so clearly lots of support for your team here. I want to ask you next about your journey as a player, Ban, because from that time in North America, playing on the Knights, you were mostly a duelist player, now switching to T1, it's a new role, it's coming in a different language, it's all this change. How have your teammates on T1 helped you to grow as a player?
I think the most important thing that they did for me was like engrave the fact that I need to be confident, because I did kind of lose my confidence in the middle of the season, but them helping me like that actually helped me gain my confidence back, and still building up on it, but I think we're getting there.
Yeah, it's definitely shown the server. And I have the last question for you. Again, being back here in North America, you tweeted that you were going to be terrorizing the ranked queues again. How's that been going?
I think I hit Raiden within like a week or two, so it's pretty fun though.
That's
I like
pretty
any
good.
rank better than Apex. So.
All right, well, congratulations on your win, and best of luck in the rest of your run, Ban. That concludes things for match #2, but you guys, you'll want to stick around because we have a banger coming up. It's the rematch between PARTY and EDG.
little moments of joy are not so little. They are pure joy. Therefore, treat yourself. Come to Andalusia.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Well, we gotta find some way to save, so say hi to Glenn from work. Hey, that's my mom.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon for just $25 per line.
And that price is guaranteed for 3 years.
All on the network we can count on.
It's a good plan.
It is a good plan. Glenn, looks like we're not gonna be needing you, so I'll see you at work.
Oh, later, Glenn.
Save big with My Plan, starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Guaranteed for 3 years. It's your Verizon.
Both teams had a slow start in the very first round, but this is where they will have no choice but to step it up because elimination is on the line here.
Playing for the retake, it's definitely the smart call. They'd love to grab a pick along the way, but that one cost them so much more. Nice. All alone. He'll use his waves to try and block off their sight lines, but they'll be through that in just a moment's time. Low HP on one, but neither will fall. Saya player with his third of the round. Saya, good for one, Lysor down. Nishao up close, got his double, but they're trading it right back. And T1 will not let go of this round.
So easy, guys, so fucking easy.
T1, they were looking down and out in that first half, but what a turnaround once they touched that attack side. Updraft and around, and well, he's being found instead. Saya player dropping and looking for more around the top of the box. Oh, and he's up in heaven as well.
Trying to find anything more should be impossible. Actually, never mind. It's a little bit disjointed. looking possible for them as I has managed to find a multi-frag of 3.
Berlin's still able to hold strong, but left on super low HP. Blinded. Aya knows there's a player around the corner, but he's blinded himself. Even still lands the shot, but he's got more to do. Another player to take down, and it's Ban consistently hitting 3K after 3K, and there's another for the tally.
They know he's in that corner, but it's his teammates they should be worrying about. Zeta already, Aya desperately trying to cling to life, but it is done. T1 will be the ones heading back to that decider match to face off against Foot for the second time. And unfortunately for FPX, once again, they failed to get a win at an international tournament.
We've had to say goodbye to 2 teams today, but it's time to find out which team is going to be the next one to make it to playoffs. Welcome back, everyone. It's time. PARTY PRX versus EDG. I know every single one of you at home and in this arena right now are very, very excited for this matchup. So are we. And I feel really lucky that I get to do this game with both of you. Welcome.
NBA gang.
Thank you. I don't know when the last time the 3 of us got to do a desk together was.
It's been a while. It's definitely been a while. And also, for a game like this as well, Tom, I can't ask for anything better.
No, like this is kind of the match that I think everybody wanted to see, like the rematch, but if anything with something now, so it kind of should go maybe a little bit more in favor of PARTY PRX, but you can never doubt EDG.
Oh, but before we dive into that, I want to show you guys a little back and forth that occurred in the post-match interviews yesterday between Forsaken, Kangkang, and me, actually, funny enough. So check this out.
I would say maybe, I think we are good at any playstyle, but just, I think if you guys want to counter me, you guys have to like diff our aim, I guess, that's it.
That's it?
Yeah, if you guys win our aim, I think definitely we will lose.
我不赞成，哎，其实也还好吧，相比他们刚刚，我觉得是我们有的。为什么？就是因为我的5个队友都是超人啊，我的4个队友都是超人，我们都是超人，凭什么不能赢 PRX 啊？中国有句老话，事不过3，这一次 I will show it.
In terms of aiming, I definitely would stand a chance to win against PARTY PRX. And there's a saying in Chinese that never repeat the mistakes for over twice. So this time I'll show it. I'll show to PARTY PRX that we can do it.
I mean, Forsaken believes in order to counter PARTY PRX, you just got to out-aim them. And Kangkang, they're saying that they have 5 players on their team that could all do that, Mitch. Would you agree with that?
I don't know about that. I mean, like, at the end of the day, maybe you could say it's neck and neck. It can be even at times, but you think they can out-aim them consistently every time?
It's also the worst advice ever. Like, oh yeah, to beat us, just out-aim us. Wink, wink. Like, you're not going to try that. That's the worst thing you could ever do. Like,
especially into PARTY PRX.
Yeah.
It's a trap. It's a trap.
It is.
But let's talk about Forsaken a little bit more, because with something here, you've heard him talk about it, you've heard Alex talk about it. It frees him up, Tom, when it comes to the agent pool.
Yeah, no, the thing I love about Forsaken is that he basically takes the hit for the team. Like, over the last 90 days, I think he's played 7 different agents, like basically just been filling wherever the team needed. Obviously over in Tokyo, that involved playing the duelist role, but now he's gone back to basically just playing whatever they need. And that's the only reason this team works, because otherwise it would completely fall apart.
Literally, if you look at that graphic, I think it didn't even have Killjoy on it, which was the last agent that he played here on the stage. Like, he has literally been covering everything.
Yeah, and he's looked great doing it. I feel like sometimes flex players, especially when they come off duelist, there's a period where they don't look so hot, but Mitch Forsaken, everything he touches just turns into gold.
I mean, that's been the case for a long time now, though. I don't think there's ever been a moment where we looked at Forsaken and saw him slacking. It's just a consistent demon.
Yeah. Yeah, and speaking of a consistent demon, Jing from PARTY PRX is actually standing by with Mimi right now, so let's send it over to her.
PARTY on the way in here for their match against EDG. And Jing, I'd like to grab you for a quick question, please. You have said in interviews that the best way to beat PARTY is to out-aim you guys. People have been saying that Kong Kong is the best opper in Valorant. Is his aim good enough to beat you?
I think it definitely is because he's their star player, but hopefully we'll do our best to shut him down today.
Well, best of luck in the matchup. Thank you, Jing.
Oh, he's too nice. He's too nice. He's not even trying to like big it up, ego or anything. Yeah, Kong Kong is good enough to beat us.
He does it in the server though. That's the thing. Like he'll be very sweet outside the game. Like, oh yeah, no, we're just gonna. And then he'll do the nastiest things you've ever seen the second he gets to the server.
I feel like that's the theme with both teams. But let's talk about EDG here a little bit because when they played against Giants, Tom, they both push each other. I feel like to the limits, and a lot of what actually ended up happening was just a crazy amount of multi-kills.
Okay, if you weren't on the edge of your seat when watching this game, then I don't know, you had your eyes closed or something, because these were some of the most ridiculous sort of clutch plays you've ever seen. Like, nobody could face off against nobody in this game. Like, he was truly unbelievable, making it close even in matches and rounds that look done. I feel like Giants, they're going to be having nightmares about this guy for the next few months, like waking up in a cold sweat because he just didn't seem to miss. And then obviously, you know, Kong Kong.
Yeah.
He's kind of good.
He'd be good. I mean, even after the match, Kong Kong was saying that nobody, in his perspective, was the Superman of EDG yesterday.
That's interesting to hear because I think he was definitely the name that came out of our minds. But when I was looking back at all the stats, he's like a leader in top 5 for the vast majority in the tournament so far. Nobody, that is. So it's not surprising that like when you look deeper in the team, sure, he can definitely be the round-to-round hero. But Can just had some incredible rounds that I think live in a lot of, certainly in Giants' memory.
I feel like we could just sit here forever and just watch.
Oh, yeah.
This is just his entire...
Well, nobody had four 4Ks throughout that matchup, so, you know, we could have literally been here a while.
Yeah, every single multi-kill was kind of crazy. But the thing is, we got to mention it. It is a rematch. Kong Kong was talking about revenge, obviously. They lost to PARTY at Tokyo, and that was with CGRS, Tom. They lost...
Why are you saying that like it's a bad thing? The goat gecko, you're saying?
Without something.
Yeah, something's pretty good, but you know, he can't play gecko, can he?
I mean, is that a challenge? I reckon he probably
yes, actually, he could play Breach, so maybe he will
I wouldn't
make
say
it
that
work.
with certainty.
The point I was getting at is that it's going to be harder this time around. If they thought the last time was going to be
I think it's going to be easier this time around. Well, yeah, maybe we'll send Tom for a little interview with something afterwards, and he can talk to him about that.
Yeah,
I
say
think
it to his face, Tom.
Definitely, it's going to be a tougher game. I think, you know, not just a rematch from Tokyo, but also from champions before as well. Like, these are teams that know each other decently well, but now, looking at the squad of PARTY, you have to imagine they've stepped it up to a new gear with something arriving.
But EDG, they keep getting better as well. So let's hear from their IGR Haodong, who's with Mimi.
Haodong, a quick question for you. You got beaten at Tokyo by PARTY. What did you as an IGL learn from that matchup that you'll bring to your game today?
首先，因为其实你们在 PARTY 在东京相遇的时候，你们是被他们打败了。那作为队伍的一个指挥会，你将会从那场比赛当中学到什么，以及将如何运用到今天这场比赛当中呢？
学到了，主要是在我们优势的时候稳住大家心态吧。因为上一次打的时候，我们在巨大优势的领先情况下被翻盘嘛，然后就学到了让大家在比赛的时候有优势的时候稳住心态。
I think it's mainly because about the mentality thing. Try to stay focused and calm when, especially when we're not in a very good situation, and also because in Tokyo we got reversed when we had a very, very big advantage. So basically learn from it and try to get more focused and more calm when we're facing this situation, if we're facing this again.
Well, thank you very much and best of luck.
This is the thing about EDG. They always learn something, whether they win or they lose. We see it on the server every time they come back to an international tournament. But I want to derail this just a little bit because PARTY versus EDG is a fun matchup. It might be the most fun matchup ever. So I thought we could do something fun. You like having fun, Mitch? I know you like having fun, but Tom, I'm not sure. We'll see. You let us know how fun you find this. But since we have nobody and something on the server with us, I thought we can do a little game of where is nobody, or I see nobody. Make sure everybody here in the crowd and at home as well play along. I'm going to show you guys now a picture, and I want you to find me nobody. Where is he?
And I need like very specific, explicit directions.
I'm waiting for the crowd. Where are they going to give me a clue? Where is he? Just scream it out.
Come on, you guys. All right, we got 10 seconds. We got 10 seconds.
Bottom right.
I see nobody.
I see nobody.
Nobody is literally right
Where do you see nobody? I'm not sure I see nobody.
There is nobody.
I think I might see something.
All right, okay,
There he
let's
is,
see.
bottom right.
There he is. There he is. I can't
Mitch
believe
got it
you
very
guys
quickly.
missed it.
Mitch, he said it like 4 times.
Bottom right. you just ignored me. I thought I was wrong.
Literally just ignored Mitch.
got quiet.
Well, let's see if you guys can find something. Show me something. I don't know. Are we doing another round? Was that fun enough for you, Tom? Yeah, we'll do another round.
Where is it? I'm ready.
Crowd, you might want to help him out, Tom, here. Mitch is
Tom's
1-0
been
up in
struggling.
this.
There he
Show me
is.
something.
I found him.
Oh, no.
Bang in the middle of the screen. Got it. Done.
Tied up now.
Easy.
Is that actually?
Easy. Smashed it.
Oh my god, that would be so funny. All right, where is he? I found him. That was easy.
Oh, yeah.
That was
Bottom
so
left.
easy.
Kind of middle left.
Yeah, you got him.
Cloud looks very happy in that one.
Cloud is ecstatic. Oh my god.
Cloud is literally how I feel right now about this series.
You're over the moon.
He's literally encapsulated it. And why not find out where we're going to be going today with the map picks? Send it over
he's
to
back.
our
Let's
coaches.
go ahead and get started. PRX, you are higher seed. Team A or Team B?
We go Team B.
Team B. So EDG, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first band.
Band Lotus.
Band Lotus. Your band?
Haven.
Haven. And map number 1.
Fracture.
Fracture. Side on Fracture.
Attack.
Attack. And map number 2.
Pearl.
Pearl. Side on Pearl.
Attack.
Attack. And next set of bands starting with EDG, you have Ascent, Bind, and Split.
Split.
Split. And your band, you have Ascent and Bind.
Your band Ascent.
And Ascent. So map number 3 will be Bind. EDG, side on Bind.
Attack.
Attack. Okay, gonna run through this really quick. First set of bands, we have EDG with the Lotus, PARTY with Haven. Map number 1 is Fracture with PRX on Attack. Map number 2 is Pearl with EDG on Attack. Next set of bands are Split and Ascent. Decider map 3 is Bind with EDG on Attack. Good? All right, good luck to you both.
Good luck. Good luck.
Edward Gaming. PARTY PRX.
Playoffs is on the line here for EDG. This is for revenge. But for PARTY, they need to prove that they are good enough to be a title contender and bring that trophy home for the first time in 3 years, Tom. That's how long these players have been together without a trophy. With something here, surely this is their time. This is their moment.
Oh yeah, you have to hope so. Like last tournament, we gave them the benefit of the doubt. Expectations were fairly low because their 6th player / streamer came through and did an incredible job. Something is that X factor. They have a few of them, but he definitely takes the biscuit.
I feel like all 10 players on stage right now, every single one of them has the X factor. But let's talk about the map vetoes we just saw. Mitch, I'm so excited. This is going to be incredible.
Yeah, I mean, as a matchup already, we knew that we were in for some spicy stuff. I guess the question was, what were we going to see Forsaken on today? Chances are we're going to start this one out with a Neon, and I'm not against that. I mean, this guy.
What about the something breach?
Oh. You know, that is something. That is something, let me tell you.
It's something a little bit
harus sambil makanan
different. It's
dulu.
definitely one of those matchups that I think will be quite fun to witness. Like, obviously, you're going to get the double duelists across the majority of that map. For PARTY, the 1-2 punch can be so difficult to sort of face off against. They're one of the only teams in the world that consistently runs that across pretty much every single map. A little bit sad we didn't get the split as we sort of did last time. It's been a strong map for PARTY, but I'm not really surprised to see that Fracture come through on the other side. It's been an incredible map for EDG, and it's also one where I do think, although the roles on other maps have lined up nicely, this one, there's still some questions to be asked.
Yeah, for EDG, they're on a 5-win streak right now in terms of series. Last memory of defeat was PARTY. Starting this one off on Fracture and getting a win on the board could be huge for their morale, pushing forward into it. And I think a lot of that starts with just shutting down Forsaken on those early fights.
I mean, I do wonder if PARTY are going to change something off Fracture, perhaps. We saw some teams already, they've leaned into the EG stuff. You know, they like to incorporate some of that in. Would you guys like to see that here for PARTY?
I definitely think they could just go back to running a Jet Raise if they really wanted to, and then have Forsaken pick up the slack elsewhere. I do still think, though, having that breach in for setup is going to have that high amount of value for them. And it's also a composition that, other than the sort of defeats internationally, if you go back to regionally, has looked very good.
Well, let's take a look here as we head into
Bentar ya,
into the Prime Gaming
ini
agent
dulu
select.
ya,
Yes,
guys.
there has been a change. What do you guys make of this?
Bil
So
makan.
it's actually just the removal of that initial duelist, so it's less of a 1-2 punch, a lot of setup for Jing. I think that's going to be quite a cool and interesting balance. Other than that, though, it's basically just that mirror matchup, other than the Raze setup for the Jet. So I think it's going to be more about those individuals. And let's be real, Forsaken, he could have picked any agent here and we would have gone, oh yeah, that's cool, he can play that. He could have gone Yoru. He's the only player where I would have been like, yeah, fine.
But looking at the form that we see Sky's on, I think he's going to have a lot more ability to play that individual duel, to burst out of those smokes and cause problems for his opponents. I just think about Aya in the previous series.
Also, was that Jogomo? I feel like that was actually Jogomo with the side. But it's time to jump into this match. It's going to be so fun. Get ready for this and take it away, Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, excited to get this one started here. Two mechanical prowess teams. Honestly, the powerhouse teams as well. EDG versus PARTY. And, I mean, you got heavy hitters, you got heavy aimers, man. You know it's going to be exciting. It's going to be explosive.
It's going to be incredible. I mean, especially because EDG, I think, have partially refined their style by playing against explosive teams like PARTY and some of the other Chinese squads in scrims and in matches over in the Asian regions. So this is going to be super interesting. We get to see the rematch, but this time with the addition of a little special something.
Oh yeah, finally.
Now, having said that, something's going to play breach on this match. That's normal for them. That's what they like to do. The change being away from the double duelist setup to much more of a mirror. So Jing is going to take on Kang Kang to begin. However, a lot more of this might end up getting decided by the supporting cast. We saw nobody carrying yesterday.
It's Forsaken taking point. Orb being taken. Slight peek. Nobody brought down close to the corner. Hao Dong, but he's going to get overwhelmed very quickly at that. Smokes drop down. Carve out a path onto the side, but it's a freebie for them. They'll be able to get the plant down. No questions asked.
Both of these teams are going to stay tight, get those trades, which means that the opening duels, like we saw there, Forsaken being able to pick off nobody, that matters so much. It puts you at a player advantage once all the trades are out.
Got this high-low set up already. Mutual being held the fault line. Just about missing here. Kang Kang, decent damage done on either side here, but massive player advantage for PARTY. She's going to be finding themselves hard-pressed to really get into it, and something on the stage big time this time, isn't it?
Certainly is. PARTY have got that talent to be able to go toe-to-toe with EDG. We know that. Pretty explosive pistol round there. I was talking about the supportive cast, and I really feel like while there's a lot of hype surrounding the clash between Jing and Kang Kang, and add something in there as well when he's going to be on duelist, maybe even Smoggy once we get to some of the maps where you potentially see them play double duelist compositions. But so much of this could end up being decided by that kind of supportive cast.
Yeah, and you're seeing the supportive utility already with the fault line and the flashes exchange. They're not shying away, they're not backing away from this fight. Plenty of bodies to be waiting still close to the corner. An absolute repeat of the first round, except this much more players actually stacking towards the side here. Kang Kang needs some assistance, but back towards the side. Yeah, just Chichu left alive, so could have been dangerous, but no.
Completely bowled over there. I mean, that's just PARTY grouping up and being able to trade off each other with better weaponry. With Forsaken moving over to Sky, I really feel like this guy's... The best thing that Forsaken's done for his career is stop playing Jet and Reyna all the time and really broaden his horizons, become the flex player that this team needs alongside Divide. They kind of swap the role around between them, and they're both
excellent. I couldn't agree more. It's added so much more in terms of compositions that they can play.
PARTY PRX are just going to barrel through tree here as well.
Yeah, there won't be much resistance. Or you say barrel through, it would be a slight little walk.
Yeah,
no noise made.
Definitely thought this was going to be a bit quicker. Oh, this is... Okay, so this looks like they're going to set up for a double blast back into Canteen. Something likes going into tunnel so that he has an aftershock and stun line up here. So this is to help Jing get deep into Canteen and put pressure on these players.
Made in the back. Fault line to set it up, but it's a counterplay. Smoggy.
Well done.
Immediately sends out the fault line and the aftershock, so reclaiming that space towards Canteen, but the smoke's dropped down. Nobody's still standing it. Straight down. He's got the help of his team as well. Out towards the smoke. Crossfire set up. EDG are definitely winning this one out now.
Well,
player standing. Something. It's a 1v3 now. It's made it a bit more doable. One flash available. They know exactly where he is. You can see them just doubled up. Want to take the peek and the timing. And yeah, you're seeing it immediately. The precision on point.
That's one of the classic PARTY PRX plays that they pull out on Fracture, so they have the aftershock and stun line up for a double blast pack play deep into Canteen. The idea being that most of the time, teams, if they're playing the standard retake kind of setups on B, they're going to be holding towards Generator there or deep in this position where Smoggy is. But EDG are actually holding so far back. You saw Smoggy using his fault line really far away to catch all of that aggression. Really good awareness, and I think that's exactly what you're going to need to be able to beat PARTY PRX. Now, am I really seeing Devi go for a glass cannon Vandal? No armor on Devi. He's bought the Vandal instead of going for, you know, Bulldog armor or something like that.
I think that's a bit of a taste test, honestly, of what we might be expecting with this. A lot of the gunfire exchange on either side here. And again, it's really the same approach towards drop. Almost every single round in a row, essentially, has been going into this direction, but it's where PARTY PRX
Ini
found
baru
success.
segar.
Once more, vacant site.
Fraktur manja, anjir udah 21.
Exchange on either side, but finally a kill. Smoggy, who will fall. Still with this hold here, goes. Can close, flash. Missing to the side here, but doubled up. They're going to bring down players who are just trying to hold on to walls. To the flank as well, Chichu.
Tidur lur, aman lur.
Forced to save, really.
Udah ketiduran tadi lur.
Can't do much more with it.
Kenapa-napa?
Rifle, does he still want to make a go of it? I mean, players are weak.
He's going to prod, but he's going to get pushed. I mean, Forsaken's round the corner with a flash from something. Yeah. Both of them being used.
What?
What is that from Audon?
Three sprayed down.
How have they all lined up?
Major error in terms of spacing, but is there enough time?
Ini
now?
bener aja.
Brutally ticking down. He's got to get onto it. I think he's missed it. He's missed the timing.
But he has taken all four players
Buset.
There's a silver lining into that round itself.
Yang bener aja.
Don't count
Jadi
these
miskin
players
manja
out.
dong kalau
That
gitu.
is very reminiscent of one of the moments that we saw when EDG were playing against Giants. Just how exactly did they?
Buset.
I mean,
Buset.
I mean, every player just catching a bullet lined up there.
Ah,
Nobody going
Coach
for the
Alec udah
wide
mulai
swing.
kah?
Nobody really pausing to try and tuck in and trade.
Right here.
It
Udah mulai
hasn't done that much
emosi
damage
manja kah?
even to the economy though, especially because EDG themselves are going to get knocked down. So there's another chance for PARTY PRX to build their bank back up. At some point here, EDG need to be able to counter what's happening. PARTY PRX are grouping 4 players up. They're playing a lot of 4-1, which is a little unusual on Fracture, although you do see teams go for it. And they're just looking for a tiny bit of information to give the cue on when they want to pop.
No Util being
Pantas
used.
Jason kalau main di rank pick.
I mean, it's just a repeat of the
Pick
prior
ini cuy.
rounds. It's very
Pick apa namanya?
all the way through.
Fraktur main Sky.
The Seeker's going to be used to
Ternyata
look deeper into the site once more. It does clear.
ramen dia pakai itu juga.
No, they lost control of A halls. Seekers have to be broken. The post-plant positioning isn't ideal yet. Gonna have to see
Alec
PARTY
udah
PRX really make an active
emosi
effort.
manja
That's
cuy.
what the Trailblazer is now, following up through onto it. It's a backstab though.
Udah mulai mau mukul kursi Gimang itu.
Wasting time of it. Dash forwards by Kang. Lovely shot. It's that one almost instantly. Time being weighted by Device, leaving it wide open. He's moving himself onto the side here, and he's taking a fight to them with the orbital strike to buy a bit of extra time. Halls looking at the map ever so slightly, but
Siapa bokong tuh? Davai.
they don't know. They are really quite weak. Getting ran down by the weapons. And it's still Mindfreaker Device half on it.
Gelo Mindfreaker.
Most of that. Midst of all the chaos, still
PUBG nih bos, songgeng Del.
getting a resounding lead.
Nggak, something emang Britishnya jago. Kalau di Fracture jago Britishnya dia.
That's a moment there where Chishu just reckons that Halls is open. He's diving for a weapon. Just leaves himself completely open to Mind Freak. EDG are going to take a tactical timeout here, and this one must.
Cuy, makan ya.
It's not like we're super deep into Fracture yet. There's a lot of time for them to be able to turn the ship around. But it is firmly heading in the wrong direction for Edward Gaming currently. They can't figure out how to stop this, and it's a really interesting style from PARTY. They're grouping up, usually with that 4 that I was talking about, contacting into areas and waiting to pop. Usually you'll see teams exchange utility at the beginning of rounds, trying to push people away from angles, make sure that they can get into position
Oh yeah, class
and
bet.
earn
Sorry.
that space that they need to then burst into the site. And
Thank you udah ngingetin.
if they run into any kind of issues,
Masih duduk
they're so
manja.
happy just being able to trade out effectively or win the duel.
Take a page out of Giants' book, honestly, with the amount of preparation they were doing in that prior game. Think about it, Giants, when they were getting it going, keeping an eye on the economy, right? Knowing when the ops could be purchased by Can, because you know Edward Gaming are going to be playing. I think they buy it like 40% of the time, if not more.
Well, it's a good point, because Can has it right now, and this is one of the first rounds where he even could have got it on board.
Yeah.
So does this introduce a difference in pace from PARTY? Are they going to send this one thick and fast, using tons of utility to take the space? They're over by Halls. We'll have a look.
There it is, Satchel. The
AWP back
on top of it. Nobody's just going to scurry out of it, close to the corner. Rockets let loose. Reinforcements have arrived. Plenty of players here ready to receive, but with the Rolling Thunder, they're not set up for anything. They can't hold their grounds, can't fire a shot. The stuns are very good.
Hilang.
Let's loose the Blade Storm. He's taking a boatload of damage. To respect it.
Ini baru duelis.
It really is. It's rinse and repeat, just taking what Giants did against EDG and using it again. As soon as can have an operator.
Nggak kayak yang duelis Ono udah 2.
What is that? And EDG really punishing the poor spacing. Bring it to the 1v1. He's low. Divide. The reposition is good, but still.
Lo lihat dia off angle terus cok mainnya.
Move on and Divide. Red Bull clutch for him. You knew he had the advantage there. Could just hold it.
Tapi kalau udah off angle najis
aja. Rounds where it's close, but it's no cigar. It's
90% menang.
It's not a round victory at the end of the day. It's another Red Bull clutch. Nice play though. I love the opener. Great usage of space from PARTY. The danger comes here with Jishu being able to get a spray down and Haodong flinging himself around the corner too. A little reminiscent of some of the times where we've seen, like you said, the spacing be an issue.
Gue perhatiin tuh Davai kalau menang clutch.
Those big moments from individuals, it's all been PARTY. And EDG's economy's broken again.
And you're going to see them again resorting to the same play.
Dia pokoknya off angle nih. Misalnya musuhnya nge-AD, dia ganti posisi dikit off angle lagi. Gila. Itu kebiasaannya Davai itu.
Can who pays the price of it. Nobody inside the smoke, but
dia tuh pintar bikin musuh datang ke crosshair dia.
Clearance into drop while all this is happening as well, but yeah, flash to set it up still. Shots landing for Haodong, doing some damage, dropping down. It's a bit messy, a bit scrappy, yet it's all cleaned up here. PRX are making this just look clean, clinical, whatever you want to call it.
They're wiping the floor with EDG. This next one a really important rifle round again. Maybe some opportunity for EDG to get back in the game. But this feels a little like the last time these two teams faced on Fracture, except the opposite way around. EDG at that point were storming ahead on their defensive side and then let a massive lead, 11-4, slip away through their fingers. I think you'd rather be in that spot, at least where your fate's in your own hands.
Here's a Can operator launching towards B main. Set up on the line, but immediately moving away. He's got to be fluid with it with the reposition, but it is harder to op. If you think about it, defense side of Fracture, 4 avenues.
It's just dish again, Brett.
Yeah,
it's just dish again.
Listen,
this is a massive hole in EDG's defense.
And they're just able to contact up every single time. We've seen the weaknesses. Stun connecting fault line as well. Doubly sure of it.
What a shot.
But still Chichu will hold on. Flash is good. All being supported inside the smoke, bringing them down. PARTY.
Anjing, gue mikirnya udah pasti otomatis, Cok.
Just the heroics as well. The anchoring player Chichu has done
Udah
so
di-stun.
much for them. Rolling Thunder onto the side. It was a tap to bait that out. Forsaken dodges it. Off to the side. Flash. Not there. Devi. Util out. Does he still want to take this fight? Well, EDG definitely do.
Anjing masih selamat loh.
Fantastic by Chichu.
A little fortunate too, though, perhaps, I would say. I mean, it's nice putting your killjoy in the site, but he has to hit that shot.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he goes down. The
Yeah,
rest of the
anjing.
PARTY are able to enter the site, and things are getting real sticky again for Edward Gaming. That's a moment of heroics there, anchoring. Hitting the exact stunned headshot just when it was required.
And just when you're seeing the defensive adjustments, finally, Kankan with the operator, looking over to where they've been contacting all the time. PARTY want to go in a completely different direction.
Brutal.
Split up into B. And that's it's what the point I was trying to make earlier, you know, Fracture, there's 4 avenues on the defense side you have to keep an eye on to. It does limit the amount that you can really watch with an operator. Contact plays, if you spot out where the op is playing, plenty of other directions you can go into.
Duh, belakang dong.
This, yeah.
Spectacular shot again.
Aduh, serem banget dah
I'm
gitu.
almost not surprised when I see him hitting things like that now. Almost.
Down. Yeah, almost. Should be taking our breath away. Almost getting used to it. PARTY making a go of it into the spawn. Kang's ready though. Here with the rest of the team.
Lah, Jasonnya nge-pick, yang lainnya mundur.
Towards that spawn area. They haven't actually got the plant down. They don't have B main control, forcing them out wide with the aftershock. Trying to swing to help out. There's nobody there. Flash, good connection. Jinx staying alive though. Now finally the plant is down. They need to win out one of these fights. Nobody. Winning that towards B main is massive. PARTY is going to start to feel the squeeze and more so something. It's going to have to go huge.
Oh, 2 lawan 4 nih. Gokil.
Almost lined up for it, but 9 health. Last player left facing him. Those are the fews here. So EDG, adjustments being made.
And key duels being won by nobody. I'm not a fan, though, of PARTY pushing into the spawn there. The lockdown came through. They had the site for free.
Nasi uduk manja, cuy.
But they have areas of the map that they still control. Arcade, for
Oh
example.
ya, judul lupa.
I'd much rather see them try and fight towards tree in the post plant than try and stuff things into spawn here. It's just such awkward angles for them to fight. Into and off, which granted they didn't 100% know that Kankang had repositioned there.
Cengkit sudah ngingetin ya.
Strangely enough, with PARTY being ostensibly in control of this game, they dropped 2
Iya, mau
rounds
ambil
and
CT tuh.
instantly call a timeout. Coach Alex is not happy about something.
Udah Zaki, thank you Zaki.
Possibly that over pushing the spawn. Maybe they just want to alter the way that something's working. I'm taking a look at the economy here as well, and it doesn't look like Kankan's got an operator up. Well, I would imagine they'd be able to, you know, finagle the economy in some kind of way to get him one.
Iya, tadi ketiduran padahal gua sambil buka HP lihat YouTube chat sambil berharap T1 ayo
EDG have struggled with getting their defensive setups working here. PARTY not giving them many cues to go off. That previous round, one of the only
Habis ini off
in
dong
which they
pasti.
used a big ultimate that indicated exactly where they wanted to head. And it looks like we're about to head back into round 10. We can see on our mini-map that there's a potential for a large clash over towards halls here. All 5 players from PARTY. And EDG, because PARTY have just been hitting A repeatedly, are stacking 4 players there.
Besok kayaknya gue nggak nonton deh, karena gue harus bangun siang. Siangnya harus cabut gue. Mungkin bisa nonton game 1.
He was on 5 HP and he got wall banged with an op. Talk about overkill.
Doing that. I mean, look at the positioning of Kankang. He's immediately going back to the rest of his team here. Nade up towards them. PARTY
Gila, sejam nggak tuh
they want to
anjing.
take it full force all the way through with the rifles. The blink of an eye, you will miss it. Kankang has to respond straight behind.
Wah, gila,
Go
top
for the
G coy.
repeat, but punished. There was so much going on there. It was I mean, I'm pretty sure Kankang hit that shot. Was it an updraft on top of the box? Is there a replay for that?
I think it was. I mean, there's so much that you could potentially catch in a replay.
Here it is, yeah. It was the updraft on the box.
He's left to handle B all on his own and did a great job, but the rest of the team.
Itu Kangkang kenapa lempar smoke anjing bukan yang bunuh?
They had a stun off contact that ended in a Brim ultimate. That's a really classic play to try and maintain Hall's control, and PARTY PRX is so fast they got past it anyway with Jing. He just opens up space for PARTY PRX like you wouldn't believe. Fighting dish this time.
Yeah, you gotta try and put them off trying to fight this all the time, but don't have the guns for it. On the side here, that jiggle, does Mindfreak see it with the shoulder, double face. Devi does need to be bailed out.
How is Kangkang aware enough to be thinking about where Devi could peek from too?
On a swarm, rebounding on
still
here. Really testing the patience of Kangkang. He hits that shot, still an angle open, nobody cannot land it.
He needed one there.
One to the head would have done it.
He had it on a platter.
PARTY PRX still haven't cleared out. Side.
Ini buka kunai.
Kangkang popped his blade storm. He wants this.
There's 2 rounds left. You've got to do something about it. Lovely flick. The adjustment to land that. That was at one of the areas isn't clear, but he's brought it to the 2 versus 2. Now just need to play him and Chichu. Up trap. Right click. Great clearance down to low web and Mindfreak. Sick pair of hands. Last line of defense of that.
Last round before the switch.
I mean, the
Nggak tuh, Top G kalau nge-clutch kayak nggak ada apa-apa coy. Chill dia mah.
Try to rescue themselves from sticky situations. And PARTY PRX are always just there at the end.
Nyantai dia ya.
The heroic
Anaknya
moments
cool
that
dia.
we've seen frequently end in Mindfreak or Devi just closing the round out.
Dingin dia.
And all of the heroics from EDG go to North. PARTY PRX have had great
Oh, 1 lawan 2, santai aja bosku.
to almost all of these attacking rounds.
Orangnya nyantai dia.
And they are just essentially avoiding B in its entirety. They throw it in the mix every now and then, but it's perfect conditioning.
There was a flash at the start of this round. I think they know that there's a lot of players over towards Dish. They certainly will now that they hear flashes and boombots coming from that direction. So once more, Kangkang just holds down B on their own, and they're trying to stack A.
Into the spawn. That's a connection onto 2 of the players.
Aduh. Mati dari Heaven anjing.
Right now, EDG, they have the crossfire set us once more. Flashes dodged, Forsaken. It's alive. Lovely movement though.
Spike down A.
Smoggy cleans it up. Left to Devi as well. He was the late lurker. Just trying to take up Halls, and now a little bit too much to do here for the final round of this first half.
Finally, the 4-player stack from EDG looks like it's going to work. But an 8-4 half is a disaster. Devi's going to try and make this one even worse. Twist the dagger. If he could pull off a 1v3 in this kind of situation.
Taunya ini.
Unbelievably brutal.
30 seconds left.
Surely Kangkang is good for it here, holding the angle. This is the shot.
Does miss it.
Devi.
5 found, 9 bullets left though. So much more to do. Kangkang.
An absurd shot again.
Yeah, I mean, he hits it with such consistency.
And yet, that's only resulted in 4 rounds. He's 12 and 9. It feels like he's playing incredibly with the op. But PARTY PRX's beginnings to these rounds, their game plan has just twisted Edward Gaming into loops.
It certainly has, yeah. Yeah, well, that's it for the first half. Let's send it down. We listened in to Devi a little bit earlier.
Obviously, we are very happy with our performance, I would say, because I think coming to these tournaments, we are quite pressured because a lot of maybe like fans or like public eyes is like expecting us to do well with our original roster because we played with a sub before, right? So yeah, I mean like definitely a great feeling starting the opening matches against Crew. I mean, we are kind of like careful with them because like we saw their past matches that they've been playing really well in the LCQ matchup, and yeah, I mean, we didn't expect to 2-0 them. I think for me personally, I think I was expecting to 1 them instead of 2-0. So yeah, I mean, definitely not expecting easy games.
Divine a 1v3, and once again the possibility that
Davai aja mikirnya menang 2-1 cuy, tapi enggak. Karena ngelihat apa match terakhir di LCK-nya gokil sih Crew.
I mean like Kangkang and probably Smoggy. I think that these two are like their main players. to their success, I would say. It depends a lot on Kang getting picks, because I think he's alone is very aggressive compared to the other players. So I think it's gonna be a fun game, because like we used to stream them a lot in Asia, and I think both of us know each other's playstyle. But yeah, anything's possible, right, in life. So yeah, we're just gonna work even harder from now on and try our best to achieve or grab the trophy.
Gokil coy. Davai so humble, man. Kantuk lantan babang Davai.
EDG that had a massive lead at the half. This time they trailed, and even then they ended up throwing that lead away. And it was PARTY that came back
Menang ini
with a
playoff ya?
14-12 victory with CGRS in the roster. Not something. But this is a much more difficult situation. It's a much highly anticipated rematch, and yet at the moment PARTY are dominating it. EDG are going to have to come out with some great ideas and some sick individual form to be able to put it through. There's going to be a huge clash at tree.
Yep, the barriers fall. EDG waited out just for a moment, but Util's still good for it. Howdong tucked to the corner there. Flash try and take back that space once more. It's a squeeze from the bottom of it. Damage being done right through.
Di obok-obok. EDG di obok-obok.
Well-earned prize. Chichu.
Gokil.
Solo player there. Pistol round for PARTY. It's 9-4. And you're really seeing evidence, I think, you know, what Divide was talking about in that piece at the half, of where these guys are scrim partners, they understand each other's play styles inside and out, but, you know, this is a PARTY that is now back up to that full strength. They're coming with new ideas. They're not playing that Neon comp that they did before.
No, true. Very true.
They have a very clear idea of how to essentially dismantle the way that EDG are playing so far on this map.
I feel like it is. I agree. It is a masterclass being showcased now for PARTY. They're demonstrating a slower style too. While their attack rounds were explosive once they got to the site, they were adding in the contacty play.
Something main bridge. Beli Vandal.
And this just looks like they're going to feed
Gak ada flash, gak ada babi.
It's going to be a bunch of kills, tasty kills at
Gokil
last.
anjing.
Building up the ults, Jing.
Beli Vandal.
Not far away from
Flash
it.
kagak ada, aftershock kagak ada. Gokil emang.
Very healthy bonus round to come into here now.
EDG in their press conference after they played against Giants said that they were playing at about a 5 out of 10. Which is absurd if you watch that match and you see how well they were popping off individually. I mean, 4Ks all over the place. But
kedoknya doang pick bridge. Mainnya kayak duelist.
The change of pace of their opponent. We're dealing with something that was specifically countering them. How do they want to adapt? What do they want to do that was different? And today, at least on map 1, it is more of the same. And this time, they don't have that form advantage. PARTY are shooting back, arguably even harder than EDG.
Koron, aku main di side ya. Oke, Son.
Flash of alarm bot contact. I thought he was going to jump up as well.
Koron, kita main gimana? Son, lu katanya di side anjing, kata si Aaron. Gue di heaven aja. Ini gue main di sini makanya. Oke, kok jangan marah kok. Kan si tai nggak jelas. Gitu coy, Tagi. Davai bilang, bisa main nggak lu pada? Di tim berlima, bukan kalian berdua. Gitu kali ya.
Divide has got a fall here, and he doesn't.
Wins that fight with a Spectre?
Yeah, that's just so rough
Buset.
for EDG.
Bisa
If they wanted any
bunuh
chance
loh,
of being able to get
Davai.
back into this game, it had to be starting with the Killjoy pick that opened up the A site.
Oh, they're losing all the fights. I mean, should be favored with the rifles. They are just running them down. Kang, no more time wasted. It's the updraft and a dash to try and clear out towards the site here. Needs his team to
Lihat nih cuy, retake-nya cuy.
It's really bogging them down. 5 versus 3.
Dimajin nggak nih? Woi, mati kamu Smogi. Astaga.
Into the position immediately, taking back Hall's control, clearing it together. Jump spot is punished.
Gila, jangan spot langsung. Gila di dodge.
Watching for it though, and he's no backup.
Busuk.
Not winning these
Kang,
fights.
nggak mungkin lah Kang.
Straights right now, dire circumstances. Kang.
Nggak mungkin.
No safety, nowhere to stand.
PARTY are just playing an
Serius,
game currently.
gue tuh hafal banget mereka.
Just swinging with Spectres.
Apalagi Aaron terutama tuh.
Delete the other players on EDG. And then when they need to close the round out, they're so grouped together. They allow no openings for EDG to split them off into 1v1s and somehow pull a clutch out. They just swarm through A-holes back through on the retake.
Wah, kalau 2-0 langsung dengan skor kebantai gini sih tidur nyenyak ya Gi. Aing tidur nyenyak. Santai dong.
We haven't seen too many the heroics that we saw prior, you know, when EDG.
Bentar ya, bernapas bentar ya.
Just 4Ks, clutches.
I also feel like that's because PARTY aren't offering them those opportunities.
No, they're not.
We've seen a couple of moments that could have developed into something like that, but mostly they were spray downs where somebody got pushed by.
Waduh, itu kenapa jadi trash talk karma? Wah, dia kesal sama kata-katanya Kangkang di matchnya lawan PARTY PRX Asia bos, Pasifik bos ya. Kalau kesel pas lawan NA ya, EDG lawan NA jangan minta bantuan PARTY ya. Api itu namanya ya.
You think back to some of the things as well that people credit Fnatic for, you know, you've got the brute force of Durka at the front lines as well, but
jangan minta GB PARTY Pasifik.
Players like Alfier or Boaster, even recently, you know, he's been turning up with some of these clutches, but from top to bottom, that mechanical form is able to just keep it going. And I feel like that is the case with PARTY. I mean, we're looking at this team, it's even across the board.
Yeah. Yeah,
you know, if one part of the system fails, it's always going to get picked up again by the other players.
Certainly looks like that at the moment. I mean, nobody is getting
Oh,
crunched.
lihat tuh, ini baru duelis. Nge-push. Wah, tumben so matingnya tuh. Lihat nih. Top G lihat cuy, top G cuy. Boh, hilang tuh pala Cico ya.
Plant is theirs. Positioning as well.
Jing ada granat.
Control towards B main once more, splitting up a little bit. Maybe because Jing does have the showstopper, Trailblazer. Towards Arcade, and nobody's there.
Gila, main line up si Haodong.
Contact crosshair placement wasn't good for it initially, yet still he survives and gets the one. Finally, the team having out. Watching from main. A lot of health left to him. Forsaken. A little bit too much to do, honestly, in this instance. Realizes it himself. Impossible to win that one.
Son, jangan tawa Son, anjing. Depan lu ada musuh.
Don't even get to do that. The flash is good.
What the fuck?
Okay.
How's
he got away with that? And he survives. Nobody going down.
Nobody goes down as
That's quite important.
Sambil tawa-tawa turun tali nge-flash. Bunuh si anjing.
The money's not looking too good.
It's not
gaming dong kalau gitu.
Too badly in this round, and they kind of just need to win everything anyway. So nobody's going to get away with that mistake, as is Smoggy. But that's a big round carried mostly by Kankan, being able to get the entry that his team needed. It is such a long way back, though.
Tank Rusia juga bisa kesel, Jay, kalah tembak.
We've seen enormous comebacks between these two squads before, but it was the other way around.
Here we go, making usage of the showstopper, the turret, peppering.
Wah, main di sebelah
They
semua.
crunch the south side, player disappears.
All the way across the ropes here, and an instant reaction from EDG. It is the same, but flipped, essentially. Plan should be able to go down here.
Better retake positions, however, from PARTY.
And an aftershock as well. So then plan for but a moment, gives them a bit of time here. Seekers push forwards, not all of them broken. It's going to give some decent information here to PARTY. Knowing where the players are and standing, Kang. Also really make a go of it. And it's more than that at this point.
Pasti track nih, tarik nih. Momen kayak ini nih.
Teammates feeling just empowered entirely. They have shut this one
What the
down.
fuck?
Beautiful.
Ke kanan, tong. Updraft, tong. Anjing. Sabi ko anjing. Nah, disinilah meja Alex sudah bergetar, coy. Itu tanda-tanda tidak baik-baik saja ya.
As well at the end.
Santai. Di sini senang. Di meja coach PARTY tuh udah ninju meja ya.
He's made this a little closer, especially with PARTY's economy being slightly damaged here. They've got a serious decision on their hands of whether or not to invest into the next I think that's what he'll be telling the rest of the team. They look like they need a bit of a confidence increase at the moment. They know that the EDG players are talented. It's not just Kangkang and friends. But at the moment, we're not really seeing that from the rest of EDG. They're getting outclassed.
Respect being shown with the time being called though. But yeah, it is outclassing. But you gotta just, I mean, look at it one round at a time.
To be honest, I'm not sure how much input Coach Alex can even have about how the previous round went down. The way that Kangkang was taking those fights, there's not too much opportunity to trade. He's diving around all over the place. Maybe just concerned that his team keeps crunching, keeps going for these aggressive pushes at the beginning, but to be honest, it looks like they're set up for another one.
Yeah, was she?
Got double initiator on one side, trying to keep EDG trapped in spawn, and then Jing flying at them through halls. Slower though this time.
Yeah, Stimmy will allow them to evade that stun. It's coming their way. Flash. So going to be avoided here. Obfuscating the
Pagi, Bang Victor.
Trundled up towards B main here. Nano Swarm behind. Slowing it down now in the mid round. That's what EDG have really learned from a lot of their experience at these international events. Actually, they really just slow down those moments, take the space, poke and prod, force people out into the open.
Biar kita masuk ke game 2 aja, Jay.
Would have been very impressive, but I think without them making too much noise, and with this Trailblazer, the Guardian Light clearing over towards Arcade, I don't think PARTY PRX are going to be buying this fake towards B. I think Haodong has just used 2 smokes for nothing.
Jing, gonna try and
this. Ini dia coy, ini dia peperangan sesungguhnya ya. Dafai mundur, ada Molly dari top G.
Closing shut in their face. It's now very obvious. EDG, a bit of a breather.
Shishu just got locked down. Is there any chance he's got time to be able to use this? There's only 30 seconds left.
Has to commit it, really.
This is going to go down to the wire.
But the trouble is, the more time you're wasting, getting a bit dire. Able to get themselves in. Maybe they use Smoggy's all off the tail end of it to try and get themselves in.
Brutal.
Did you fall? Smoke's now fading. 12 seconds.
2 lawan 4.
That will go down here. Nice. To the corner here. Fight's still going to be taken, but it's just one player. Yeah, Smoggy. He's got so much more to do, hasn't he? An open sightline.
Ya ilah.
It's Forsaken. And PARTY PRX just feel, I mean, so many layers ahead right now. In terms of just the game plan. It feels like adjustments are still being made by EDG.
Bosoek namanya ya.
Too little, too late.
Too little, too late, yeah.
And also, even when we're talking about the quality of the ideas, I'm not a big fan of the fake that Haodong ran. EDG love to throw a fake in, you know, 1 or 2 times per map, something like that on their attack side. And this time, they didn't actually throw enough utility to make it seem real. They just popped down the 2 smokes, one at Canteen, one at Generator, and then Forsaken's in tower, listening, can't hear anything. Flash towards Arcade, didn't see anything there. Too obvious that everything was coming towards Jing in that moment. And this looks like a clash potentially to end it all. As try and batter their way.
Ai. Udah ditandain, Cok.
Nobody doesn't realize
curang babi.
Hitting the grave there.
Potentially falling. It's a beautiful opener. Good beginning. Trailblazer scoping out. Seeing that the site's relatively clean. Something. Just the one. Chichu. It's a little bit labored, but no. Eventually getting onto it. So 2 players left standing here. I mean, really no chance of a retake. Forsaken's only got the judge with Mindfreak falling. He's going to be opting to see if he can get a better gun. There it is.
It's worth saving here as well. You look at the PARTY PRX economy, and they only need a single round to close this out. They've had 6 opportunities. It's going to go down to 5, but at some point they're going to get big ultimates up that will make this really difficult for EDG to end the round. I mean, anytime you have Orbital Strike, Rolling Thunder, Showstopper, like these ults are incredibly good on defense side of Fracture. One of the reasons why this composition gets played quite a lot. EDG are going to have their work cut out for them. They need more of the same.
Apaan min 25k cuy? Emang ada? Ada donasi manja?
Has to be 5 more rounds in a row. A chance to get it to OT.
Teman banget cok. Lah iya. Tapi Bang Yung, kok masuk sih di notif?
It's a bit more difficult as well from this point on. The ultimates are going to start to get really built up. flowing a bit more.
Sumpah.
PARTY PRX are currently
Kayak
sitting on their
media
goals,
share-nya
but
nggak
they've
bisa
locked down
deh.
as well. Money is gonna force tight. I mean, it's a weird buy, right?
It's, you know, it's not that bad of a buy. They've got 2 Bulldogs, 3
Aku udah
rifles. I
bikin
think
yang
that's
baru
pretty
loh.
reasonable.
Yeah, so they are investing into it, putting more importance onto it, even though, I mean, every round has to be must-win for EDG at this point.
Thank you ya, Bang Yung.
Down onto Chishu, but
Error manja itu.
doesn't give him any timings to zip away on the rope. EDG playing that 4-1 and contacting through dish, very similar to what PARTY PRX did.
Rusak
The
PC
difference
lu,
being
kocak
this
banget.
alarm bot they're about to run into.
It will catch him.
They choose to use the utility a little further
Hello.
back.
Rolling Thunder out
Chishu.
towards it. Yeah, the Trailblazer actually connecting. It's only one player. I mean, it's just
heading.
close to the side.
Kelihatan.
Flushing Chichu
Mati,
out.
nice.
Able to take a clean fight.
Habis kan.
Strike blinded up. Something lucky to survive here. Smoke's going to be fading in just a
Headshot nih.
moment. Will he hit the shot? Enough damage done. So
Nice.
bringing down these targets, and this is it.
Nggak mungkin selamat dong Kangkang kalau kayak gitu ceritanya. Itu showstopper. Mau lo AWP juga. Ini baru.
Extremely good ideas right from the beginning of this map. And also winning a ton of duels. We're seeing some shakiness from the Edward Gaming players that I haven't seen since before they won their first match on the international stage at Tokyo. Since then, there's been a wave of confidence firing them up.
Now you're going to have to see if they can bring down.
GG cuy. Ada something jadi easy cok lawan kangkung. Wow. Napas manja dulu ya guys. Oh iya poin. PARTY PRX menang. Anjir gokil. Buka lagi coy buat map kedua coy. Siapa yang baru bangun di sini coy? Anjir. Gue sudah membayangkan orang baru bangun tau gak lo? Anjir baru bangun kayak aman banget gitu. Kayak seger manja gak sih? Bentar lagi join. PARTY PRX sih strong banget sih jujur. Terlalu gila coy PARTY PRX. So good nah.
PARTY PRX take map number 1 over EDG in their rematch. I'm joined by Alex, the coach of the team, and I want to ask you, you've already played EDG and beaten them at Tokyo. How does this version of EDG at Champions compare, and how have you guys had to adapt to this team?
I think it's a funny thing because every time we play EDG is in a different roster, right? So I think we changed our comp. We're using theirs now. And I think we kind of know what's bad on defense for us when we play that comp, so we're just trying to do whatever we're not good at, and it seems to be working.
Well, it worked well for you in map number 1. Best of luck in the rest of the series, and thank you very much. Send things back to the desk.
Oh, Alex is more than working. PARTY PRX, they look absolutely fantastic on Fracture. I'm Yingsu, I'm back here with Tom. And Mitch, I thought it was going to be a lot closer than that, I won't lie. But Tom, it was just almost flawless on the side of PARTY PRX.
Yeah, it was a really scary attack side where a lot of the time it felt like they would just do the same thing again and again and again and just almost play into their opponent's adaptations. Like there were a lot of ideas being attempted by EDG, and every time they just basically contacted directly into them, and it was just really difficult to play against.
Yeah, it's one of those games that comes along once in a lifetime, really, where absolutely everything you're doing, especially in that first half, was just lining up for them. I don't really feel like kind of going 5 or 6 rounds into the game, it felt like we knew the outcome.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about this, Tom. This is what you were talking about, doing the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, they just kept contacting Dish. Like either that or they would do the same thing through a main, and it just seemed like very, very easy openers for them. And the fact is, even when there were adaptations, like throwing the operator in, it just seemed like they had the right read almost every single time. They would put players in the right position, and PARTY PRX would just rip them a new one with like Jing finding entries and everything of the sort. It was just seemingly very, very easy for them to get into these sites. And okay, I do feel like in some of the post plants it got a little bit shakier, and it came down to the likes of Mindfreak and Divide to actually pull the round over the line. But when you're getting openers in almost every single round in a post plant, you're gonna get most of them over the line.
Yeah, we spoke about Forsaken and the expectation really coming into this before he beat maybe on the Neon, but I think he was looking absolutely fantastic on the Sky, not just on an individual level, but supportively as well. And looking at the other supportive agent on the board, our Breach, I don't think anyone's going to have complaints about that.
Yeah, they just look so good everywhere. I'm glad you mentioned Mindfreak and Divide, because so often you look at this PARTY PRX team, you always go towards Jing and Forsaken now with something in the roster as well. He's getting a lot of attention.
Oh, jangan fokusnya ke Forsaken doang ya. Di sini PARTY PRX main itu berlima ya. Ada Mindfreak dan ada Divide. PARTY PRX Divine ya. Divine juga jago coy, Divine.
Slightly insane at times. You
then
have these two players as like the
Divine gitu
team
loh.
go, okay, you've kind of like maybe thrown this one a little bit. We'll just be the chill guys in the back line who will just clean up the mess you've made.
Yeah, that's why Mindfreak, for a long time, he's been one of my favorites. I mean, I've got his jersey at home, signed up and everything.
You didn't bring it here?
Yeah. Actually, it is here. It's in my suitcase. I wanted to wear it today, but I'm biased or something. But today, I think it definitely is a time for us Mindfreak fans out there to get stonks, because he's...
Mindfreakers? Yes, Tom!
Yes. But no, he was up to some magic on the server today.
Yeah, he was indeed. But the thing is, EDG, they were trying their best. I think there was a degree of maybe being a little bit scared or not knowing what to do in certain situations. But Kong Kong is still Kong Kong. So let's take a look at our Verizon high-speed moment. It could have gone to quite a few Kong Kong moments, actually. But when they were 11-5 down, Mitch, and you got a player that does this, you can't complain.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it is, as Sideshow said it in the moment, just looking like pre-nerf Jet, and he was flying around that site. You talk about
gila, ini gila sih.
It was anything but.
Iya, lagi ini manja.
Just that updraft, boom, it's so perfect. Even slowed down, it looks too fast.
Yeah, I think my main worry, though, is that a lot of what we talked about with their victory yesterday was nobody having a fantastic game and being that second level, because Concom played well,
yang
but he
masih mau
wasn't needed to be the
ya.
superstar in that matchup. This time he did need to be, and he still fragged fantastically, did a great job, and they weren't close to winning this game.
Now you're making me less excited about map 2. I'm excited regardless, because I think we're going to get 3 maps. I believe it.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, looking at the last play that you have, Billy was the squad that they were taking on over on the side of EDG. And
Yinsu pengen 3 map katanya cuy.
I probably wouldn't have put any rating
on
that
cuy.
matchup, but they dominated them, and Billy have looked good here on the international stage. So it's not something that I'm going to take away from them necessarily, but bouncing back from their map pick being lost like that is going to be tough.
I mean, that's the thing. thing though, EDG, they have bounced back. We've seen it. They're not a team that just kind of rolls over, especially after what happened to Tokyo. They do put their heart and soul into this. And if we, I mean, even for nobody, map 1 was a real anomaly. It's been a really long time since we've seen a performance like that.
Oh no, for sure. I don't think it's something, or I hope it won't be something that's a consistent factor throughout the entirety of this matchup. And he's still going to be playing that Sky, or likely will be going into Pearl. So I don't think it's the end of the world, but I'm a little bit scared that was their choice.
Well, I like to see how they're feeling right now. So let's send this down to Mimi with After and see what he has to say ahead of map 2.
Coach, after a tough map number 1 for EDG, you've already played this team at Tokyo without something in the mix. How does it feel to play them now with something, and how does it compare to your expectations?
第一张图没有能拿下是非常非常遗憾的。那之前在东京对阵到 PARTY PRX 的时候是不完整体，这一次在冠军赛的舞台上面对到的是有 something 的 PARTY PRX。想问一下，你觉得差异在哪里，以及说跟预想当中的一个情况比较相似吗？
其实预想都在意料之中，就感觉确实压迫感会更强一点，比起在东京大师赛的时候。然后有 something 的时候，我感觉他们更敢去做一个枪法的对峙，所以我感觉压力变得挺大的。就是在场上的任何一个变化，只要有一点那个失误，我感觉他们就能抓住。所以我觉得PARTY PRX 是一个强大的对手，但是我们经过调整之后，我们也会调整好下一把的内容。
Definitely with something I feel all the situations kind of expected, to be honest. We feel definitely more pressured with something in PARTY PRX, and also even in the matches, whenever we give out some mistakes or windows, they can always catch the opportunities and just fight back. So we feel like something is very, very the key player in PARTY PRX to help them to play even more aggressive as a whole team. Also, I feel like PARTY PRX is a very strong opponent, but definitely will adjust some issues and our problems, and to become better, to improve on map 2.
Definitely going to be difficult to do, but best of luck on map number 2. Thank you very much, and I'll send things back to the desk.
Thank you very much, guys. Like After said, they got to fight. They got to fight back. And if there's anything EDG is good at, Tom, it is fighting.
Yeah, but there's a part of me that goes like, oh yeah, it was really difficult to deal with something in the last map. Well, now he actually plays the agent he's good at. Like now he goes on to Jet. So I'm a little bit scared. I mentioned that nobody would be playing the Sky. It's actually not.
Ini dia Jet something melawan Jet Kangkang ya.
From the Harbor Viper for starters, bringing in the Omen, which I don't necessarily mind, especially with the changes to Pearl, but also nobody onto that Fade.
Yeah, it's a very interesting Prime Gaming agent to select here. Mitch, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I think it's a good change. I think I like Omen a lot more. I was saying in our cast earlier, I don't really even find a map where I'm a massive fan of Harbor. I think the important thing to note is, like, we're talking about Edward Gaming fighting back into this series. That's how Giants fell, right? It was the EDG came up against them. They lost the first map, but it was so close. It was an incredibly close OT. This time they're bouncing back from a much worse position, and arguably against a better opponent.
I think the other thing as well to mention is this could be a direct adjustment to PARTY PRX. Like, you don't want to run screens into a Phoenix.
Kemarin Jason
basically just giving them burst potential.
Main apa namanya? Main Killjoy nggak dapat timing kan, Jay? Walaupun menang. Lihat nih Jason ya. He's bugged nih kayaknya.
Yeah, of course, it's not something that PARTY PRX could have prepared for as well. So I can't wait to see what's going to happen. Everyone, come on, EDG, they need your energy. Send it to them. I want to see a map 3. Brandon Sideshow, over to you.
Love to see it happen, really would here, but yeah, PARTY PRX on this map, they are so damn active. Double flash comp.
Flashbet, sabar, tunggu masuk map dulu.
They love to fight over it, and I'm seeing these compositional changes. I mean, EDG as well, opting into, you know, the Fade, the double smokes of the Omen and the Viper. It is a lot slower. I don't think
udah nggak ada yang mau ini lagi, coy.
Can really rapidly take a lot of that map control.
Yeah.
Bet manja udah nggak ada nih.
I would agree with that. I also think it's a very unusual composition. Yeah. I don't think I've seen anybody running this comp. I don't know where EDG have cooked this one up, but it's interesting for sure. You get nobody swapping his role. Had a really rough map 1. Went 5 and 15. 0 and 5 in first kills. Nobody's form has got to swap up if EDG have a chance here.
Bentar bang, udah nggak bisa bang. Telat manis dong kalau gitu.
Here comes a clash.
It's a classic by Jing. Yep, it's the flashes all the way. You can see it. Jing is there, ready for it though. Contacting through.
Waduh.
I mean, all EDG.
Ngapain nggak bunuh cuy?
It's filled up with red.
Awesome stuff from Kangkang.
Yeah.
Score katanya watch party dia.
Swarms to clear out towards the smoke, so we're able to get the plant down here.
Kocak emang tuh beliau.
Playing
Oh,
this
dia
round,
smoke.
yet still
Main omen.
something. He's alive and kicking. Dash is there, but he doesn't actually see any players. Very diligent with the clearance, just onto the corner. Something sticking to the fuse, needs to be covered, but gets off of it. A little bit too much. A lot of damage being done as well. Yeah, pushing them out of position though. Nobody's got the cross here. Yeah, something too much.
Wah, nobody ngomong. Gue nonton di stream lu support.
They win the fight.
Anjay,
Both teams just
bukan watch
walked
party lu,
into
Pin.
each other over towards A main. Partly because Kangkang was able to get so much value done. I think he bought the classic
perang, anjir.
half armor in that round, which ended up being
Ngapain nggak bunuh dia?
just hit a right click and was able to survive with enough health, still to have impact in the fight.
Kangkang kalau
Between Kangkang and something
Ron menang pengen ditinju anjing temen-temennya.
we didn't quite get to see it in its full form in Fracture with something playing Breach as he usually does, but this map is often about how you set the jets up. Very similar kind of clash here again.
Lari-lari manja.
Jing really leads the charge, something instead taking the Sheriff for a walk in mid.
And not hiding the intent of it. Big rotations away. I mean, well, no scope does the job. No armor on Jing, so single shot will do it. And real grand opportunity. See a couple of ults farmed up against some of the weaker players.
I mean, if Kangkang can get these kills,
he's 3 away.
Buff GF
great
itu.
chance of being able to get a Blade Storm online and maybe win a bonus round. He's the player that wants to be trying to take contact.
Tuh suka ngegeserin mouse tiba-tiba anjir si Kangkang.
And PARTY, I mean, are they just intending to die to Spike here?
Yeah.
Waduh. Ada bokong manja dong.
Behind Smoggy. That's a cheeky angle. Don't really expect that too much. Kangkang is desperate for these kills now. Once he realizes what's going on, one shot found. Will he tag it? Will he get it? Team stealing all of them. It's prime game in Flawless.
Gak tahu.
Have a word with G2.
Kalau kamera ke dia tuh gue goyang mulu dah kalau mantek.
Control yourself.
He's denied the chance to get that one. Still only 2 away.
And a prime game of Flawless, you're never going to be too mad about that. And there's 2 attack-sided ult orbs on this map.
Garis.
Wow,
missed that one.
What a play happening behind the scenes. So there's certainly some danger here. Kangkang's going to start with a Spectre, so maybe not just planning to ult orb farm.
Biar fokus kayaknya, fokus crosshair.
In A main again, PARTY want to fight over B, but that's not where EDG are pushing things. Something.
Tank Rusia kalau udah ngepick auto headshot ya. Untung bukan Kangkang yang mati tuh. Waduh.
Fast enough to return with the 5, but something trying to pick up Art again. There was that quick reaction of EDG.
That's a bundle that cannot be defended.
Yeah, it's ground gained.
Anjing bokong 3 coy.
Very quick once more.
Bokong bertiga coy.
Does not watch the flank. It watches.
Are nahan dong udah ini.
Realistically as well,
Gak dicek ini pasti.
Don't even know it. No expectations. And
Kaget kan?
Again, that flank was just creeping up behind them. 2 players removed, deleted instantaneously. Smoggy.
Aaron kalau udah
Planted really for him as well, not when he's just being.
Tuh lihat Jason ngamuk kan?
So PARTY, a clean win of their own. 4 players surviving in this one, but yeah, pretty big misstep I would say as well in terms of the EDG protocols. The way they set that one up, they had no idea.
Yeah, I would agree with that one. I mean, that's the responsibility of these 2 guys right here, Kangkang and Chichu. Once they back off into main, they need to be watching and aware that there could be some kind of push through flank. I think had they even had the awareness though, that Phoenix Flash would have done its job.
Yeah.
And the timing there was very quick from PARTY because they went for an explosive push down.
Ini tayangan kali 2. Babi kali 2.
EDG weren't really playing a spread default that was getting info on that side of the map. And now we get another clash. So many of these have gone the way of PARTY.
Most of the time, in fact. Here we go. Again, it's the flashes. They're so damn good at setting you up out on the OTP to the side.
Waduh.
Let's get the one. Nobody.
Ketahuan nggak ya Dave? Ketahuan sih kayaknya.
Shuts that one down. Divide.
Ketahuan deh.
Nowhere to run and nowhere to hide.
I got the spike.
So finally, EDG end up winning these duels as both teams clash into each other. It didn't look great to open up. Haodong just teleporting straight into a nanoswarm. But they're able to brawl it out. Maybe this is a sign of better things to come for EDG. on a map where PARTY are excellent usually. This Jet Phoenix composition has been so good for PARTY.
Gila cut noise
Pause in the
dulu
game here
anjir.
just to make sure that nothing funny's going on. You must close out a 4v2.
Yeah. They clear out mine.
Tenang cuy, ada ngaparan ya. Tank Rusia jauh benar tuh.
The horn actually did not clear him. Ball up as well. Granted a chance, an opportunity. It's Mind Freak. They'll jump on it. Soundly. Very glad for it, but ult up. Kang.
Sayang.
Make sure to clear out that area. Something. It's last player left here.
Wah, udah ada teriakan nice aja tuh.
All together there. Making sure there's no chance really at all for something to get going.
Kangkang gokil juga nih cuy.
Taking a look at the replay, you see Howdon getting away with murder there, to be honest with you. And nobody escapes from the pull to be able to punish Jing. I appreciate also that when they were in the 4v2, you know, they realized that there was a
Ini
player
gimana
who was
cerita
back
nih?
there,
Something belum dapat nih.
and as he swung out, they were expecting the second player from PARTY. There's a lot of respect being shown. They anticipate that these things are normally going to be synced up.
Lan.
Another brawl. It's like another team fight happening over on the other side of the map.
I mean, almost like we're deciding the rounds on.
Mati Kangkang.
At the bloody beginning.
Gokil.
Utility is far too good. Old purchase.
Perang. Flash. Ah, susah di dodge cuy.
Fantastic.
Hilang tuh pala
It's over.
On the PARTY side.
It's not even 20 seconds into the round.
Yeah, and that was honestly what I was expecting maybe from Fracture. We didn't see too much of it. A lot of gambles in terms of contact plays kicking off, but really this has just been brute force at the extremities to decide so many of these rounds.
To bring it back to one of your previous points though, Brent, there's 4 lanes on Fracture. I mean, there's like a 25% chance, I guess, that they like run into each other. Here it feels like there's so much more likelihood that they're going to clash.
And PARTY, you know, when they play this composition, they do love to fight over that A main orb all the time for a variety of reasons. They can build up Jing's ult, build up multiple ults as well. Pretty key as well.
Kelihatan.
But also just helps you take control of the map. So yeah, another prime game in Flawless at that one.
I think they're going to get their money's worth today. These rounds are just
Lu lihat tuh Molly pull, hilang.
You don't really, I mean, with the composition as well, I just want to circle back.
Anjing.
It is a lot slower from EDG when they're playing this, and I feel like they can't fight as effectively over this area. I mean, you don't really have an Astra for any sort of like stuns, pulls. You don't have any hard flashes by not running the Sky.
Yep.
You kind of have to take it a bit slower, I think, and try and bait out the response initially before you jump in.
Counterpoint, you could stack it with 5 players.
Which is what they're doing once more. And look, there's a star at their feet, there's a molly.
Tapi nggak diambil. Defect control.
But they just lose so much info around the rest of the map when they do this. If this is their answer, you have to go into an A exec very quickly, because otherwise you have no idea what's
Oh, dia mau bokong kah?
They do have the lockdown. But they've got
Wah, gila 5 mid.
There is still that turret and now an alarm bot from Smoggy doing work that really wasn't.
Kalau bokong sabi sih ada star. Tinggal minta smoke.
Util tended to just really choke them out. Both the Nanosauls committed to the back of the site, but no one is there. Look at this flank once more. There is.
Jangan ketahuan alarm bot aja.
3 players towards Art, 2 on the flank.
I mean, they are definitely expecting the retake to come through
Aduh.
Secret and Flowers. They are
Surely.
not expecting flank and Art.
And they've already used the paranoia towards the back of it as well.
Wah, habis. Ambil CT plannya di situ. Ini harusnya bisa menang PLX sih.
It's not planted for them. It's flipped
Tuh,
on its
tipis
head.
aja satu orang, woi.
There is the connection. Something.
Aduh, ada yang nanda-nandain segala dah. Alay.
There's carnage. No one looking towards the side here. Divide.
Siapa yang menang nih?
1v2 players are weak. He's done enough damage. 7 bullets spotted it. Down to the classics, down to the wire. Where's the time? It's not there.
Aduh, nggak ada.
It's good cleanup. But a round win for EDG.
An incredible round there. Great try from Devi. But it's EDG that end up taking it. There's a couple of crucial moments that I wanted to point out, one of which being Kankan actually got the spray through the wall onto something and denied the defuse from coming through at the beginning. And then Jing's wall ended up helping EDG more than it did anyone else. They were able to sneak around the back and kill some of those people.
Buset. Parah sih.
Not great for the EDG economy, but I don't think they're worried about that particularly. A 4-2 lead is so much better than anything they had on Fracture.
Set their sights as well. drag it to that map number 3. Here's something with an operator.
But here's my problem, Bren, with what EDG's approach is. Now that they're not 5-person barreling into A main, isn't it obvious for PARTY that they're not A? I mean, if you have to take A with 5 players when they don't hear anything, look how confident Something and Mindfreak are of just re-clearing this area. They know that there's nobody around. I mean, the only person that's around is nobody.
Tawan ngambil A dia.
Haunt up in a few seconds.
Dia apa ini?
Hearing a few
Di
giggles
flash
now,
kah?
you can't. It's low-hanging fruit.
Waduh.
All right, so it's a
re-clearance.
Nice run.
Mindfreak. Still alive, actually. The flash did not connect to him, but there's an Anaswan to try and clear him out.
Waduh.
Attention brought towards it. Something. Is he going to help him out?
Gafai bisa bunuh dua, cok.
2 versus 2. Spike. In the hands of Smoggy.
6 players died trying to fight over A main control.
I mean, it's...
And Chichu just wanders through an alarm bot. Picks it up as his new pet.
30 seconds left.
I know mid's contained.
At some point here, Forsaken's going to start wondering why the plant isn't going down on A. And that's going to keep Jing fairly
Jing's
rooted
got
to
to
B.
notice. I mean, he's got a molly as well to try and deny if he can. Get it onto the
everything.
default spot. If this gets planted close to the corner, really.
10 seconds.
It's Chichu that has to defend it.
10 seconds left.
Here it is. 8 seconds left inside the smoke.
Great play.
Beautiful by Chichu. He had to defend that space.
Gua kira dia masukin dalam smoke doang loh, nggak pegang flash loh.
Leave it to Forsaken though. Rifle. But in the 1v2, already that crossfire setup as well. Chichu with a jump spot. Smoggy's there. He's got a turret for one side of it. Great snake fight. And yeah, the fight back from Smoggy. In the moment setups as well. It's what EDG do really well, I think, in just terms of how they play off of each other. When they get into those chaotic scenarios, you can't plan for it. But the communication is rock solid.
Gila, Haodong bisa bunuh dua.
Haodong, Devi responded almost immediately and left things down into a 2v2. Chichu did a great job on the lurk. Frankly, the lurk has not been a particularly impactful role with how quickly these rounds have been decided. So it's nice to see the lurker being able to find some value in this. It's now PARTY that are on the back foot. It feels like the ideas are solid from them. Their composition's good at being able to fight over these areas of the map. Sure, sometimes they're losing out. But a lot of the time, it feels like they should be favored. And yet, EDG are still finding their ways of being able to pull ahead. If you discount the pistol and the follow-up, it is much more even. It's only 3-2 in favor of EDG. So in terms of your like big picture rifle round ideas, it's not going
Alex sudah emosi manja, cuy.
But still, badly enough for Coach Alex to want to have his own input.
Yeah, especially with
pertanda bosoy kayak ini.
A bit rough. Something does have knives heading into this next one, but is it enough to force a buy up around potentially? It's probably what they're discussing right now in that timeout.
I have to.
What they want to do and play towards here.
Yeah, by the way, something hasn't.
Mode cemberut.
Okay, got that purchase for him.
I mean, he already has the Blade Storm. He has the Blade Storm. Is there a reason for Devi to only have a Guardian here? When I don't know. They must feel like the operator is a crucial tool to be able to work this defense.
Yeah.
And there's going to be another insane clash towards A main again.
Kang has a judge. Flash pull, TP past it. Haodong
sees.
Staring at the floor.
Waduh.
Haunt.
Hampir ya.
With a connection, but no kills to be found on either side. Trailblazer, re-peek, refight. Jing. He's eager for it. Wants to draw blood. And fast to try and push them off. Away. Lovely spam onto the corner.
Kangkang.
Star was just in time.
Disikat kamu ya.
So PARTY put themselves into a 5v4. EDG, though, have the space that they've been hunting for this entire time. So what is the plan B? If you're not going to instantly pivot into an A hit, which is most of what we've seen when they've had lockdown and stuff on board, now that Kangkang's dead and you don't have that entry player, what's plan B? You've won the map control battle at the cost of your star. They're looking to try and hide from the guiding light that's going to flash re-clear this area.
Yep. And then re-hit. I like it. It's a cheeky idea.
Except Divide doesn't even have one online.
In fact, he's watching.
Mana ngumpat?
Lost control of that, so he's on the flank.
Siapa si Davanya jauh noh di sana.
Attempt to re-hit. I mean, It's going to be a slight moment if they're fast enough. The Devi won't be there ready and waiting, but they are walking into 2 players.
Nightfall is going to be disastrous for Mindfreak, I think, who's just sat close on this corner. Mindfreak's got to dip inside the smoke here if he has a chance, I feel.
Using a horn first, over the top as well,
Waduh.
blinded up, no one clears that
Orang
corner,
selamat, cuy.
close. Spamming away, he's got the pistol back out ready for it, 12 seconds. This
Orang
is
selamat,
a
anjing.
disaster for EDG.
Orang bisa selamat, cok.
Another prime game in Flawless. I mean, these rounds inherently have been so lopsided.
I did not think that the round was going to end like that, though. I mean, EDG are hitting. With
Selamat manja dia.
in through. I mean, they paranoia the player close as well. How does Mindfreak find value in that spot?
What?
What is that from Jing as well? This backpedal spraying. That's a brutal round. But exactly what PARTY needed. Coming straight out of their tactical timeout, they've broken the economy of EDG. These things have been just on a knife's edge when it comes to the economy because, like you're saying, Brett, the rounds have been blowouts. We haven't had a close round.
It's been a weird game to watch and observe here. Jing wants to have a go of it, re-clearing. And back out without a hold. Blinded himself! If he didn't do that, I would have spotted him. How
Aduh, salah. Tembusannya ini.
Cheap haircut. He's still alive.
Look how much space EDG have taken in the meantime.
And they have, yeah. Sucked it all up there, straight down into mid.
Tembusannya kurang ini.
I'm watching them. Definitely have the guns here. Jing really wants to have another go
Same
at this.
thing again.
Same thing again. A lot of damage being done.
Ditembusin lagi nih.
At least this time the flash came from Haldong and not from Jing.
Haldong is caught though.
Look at the flank though, Brent. Look at all of this space that was gained through mid,
Waduh,
back
kena
through Waterfall,
flank.
and Smoggy and Kangkang.
Yeah. Look at the map fall.
Aduh, segala kena flank lah.
Off away that A main choke. Nightfall being used with the Seekers. Can't quite follow them as well for any sort of easy kills. Job is left up to PARTY to see if they can contain this. They gotta know.
Busuk manja kah? Aran pusing tuh anjir. Nahan.
There's a lockdown. Any play in mind to try and push this one back. It's not the greatest lockdown in the world.
Oh, ditahan sama Jing di ulti.
Some spots to play into. The pit won't be going down as a.
Tapi masih bisa ngumpet dia.
And yeah, catching onto Forsaken. And Entertainments doesn't look it. They are finding it hard to chew through. And a decision has to be made. Yeah, you have to give it up. When the Vipers pit's down in that scenario, really good adjustments just in the moment from EDG.
Yeah, what a great call. And Haldong and nobody survived for so long getting pressured there over towards A main. They cause enough of a distraction for Kangkang and Smoggy to get all the way through mid, down through water, and flanking around onto the A players. I think PARTY are going to have to make an adjustment there potentially and put Forsaken's alarm bot, you know, somewhere deeper towards mid if they want to play like this. Now that EDG have found that opening. But how bizarre that we see all of the ultimates.
Waduh, meja. Meja kena lagi, coy.
Didn't have the rifles compared to the
Meja.
But they chose not to go for the nightfall. Smoggy, one away from the
Just
lockdown.
kayaknya meja.
An awesome offensive tool to keep them.
Kalau Alex yang dudukin dikasih meja yang anti pecah sih.
All propped up. Chance being led for EDG.
Here.
Keep this lead all the way through. This is such a naughty angle. Look at that!
Headshot. What? Headshot turret ya?
Oh, that was the turret finding the other headshot.
Headshot turret anjing.
Forsaken and Timmy both with the headshots.
Exactly.
Tahan!
Disgusting that. I mean, really just what to really do. But Kangkang is instantly there with a response once more. Doesn't want to back away.
Aduh, Aaron bisa kena nih.
Pushed here. He sat on top of his own alarm bot, so it doesn't even do work for him. Watching.
Aduh.
Side here, cleaned up. It's fallen to pieces a bit for PARTY. Was on the other side of the map here with the operator now aiming to retake. Does have the Blade Storm. Jing.
Placing swap grenade.
Oh, Blaze is broken. Flash into the back, playing anti. Kangkang wins his. Still there though, out into the open. Devi. That sightline, excellent flash. Pushes them back and away, and it's not planted for these players. EDG,
Aduh, miss.
the white face this one. Unconventional, really unorthodox. It's a miss from something. Devi is left alone here, and no time really to do so. Great
Aduh,
snake
kok
bite.
miss sih? Something.
Even if Devi wanted to, he could not stand his ground there. Beautiful work.
Edward Gaming really starting to flex their muscles.
Jadi titipan Pemda ini, coy.
Strong on the opponent's map pick after
Real.
making a compositional change. I'm not convinced it's necessarily the comp though that's getting EDG across the line here, but
Kaget pasti. Gue sering tuh pakai angle itu. Belakang turret.
All of the good work that Forsaken does at the start with the cheeky spots, kind of peeking through the turret's legs, undone in a moment. More A-main fights. It's like they're doing a drill.
Yeah, but this time it's PARTY who just waited out, bait the util, and now they want to strike back almost immediately. A flash forwards, it's catching, but there was a smoke in the way. Nobody didn't get blinded from that one. He's able to return the fire.
Di something gak berani ngepick karena lo anjir. Jadi Jingnya sendirian.
Something's been healed back up. And in the meantime, Forsaken's watching
Yeah,
so
angle
that's
the
a big
asset.
difference compared to where he had his utility last time
stairs.
PARTY decided to fight for a main. And you saw the lurk plays coming all the way through. He can pull back his alarm bot as PARTY take a look over towards Art. And that allows Forsaken a little bit of the freedom just to jump spot B long as well. So PARTY have some pretty good information right now, but they must still be wondering where EDG are. Rest of EDG just kind of regrouping to eventually hit down towards what is the weaker site.
It's looking like a retake. Mindfreak does have the Cosmic Divide for this one, so not going to be hard pressed.
Kita doakan comeback cuy PARTY sih, belum bisa nyantuy.
Yeah. You know, it does allow PARTY the chance though to get close and try to play potentially to deny this plant from going down. Or at least to play a very fast retake.
Oh, back into the corner here, they're spamming down.
Aduh,
All of it
kena
Forsaken though
lagi
is
Jason.
cleaned out towards back quarter. Still a flank attempt by something. He's right behind them now. Should be able to get a sight line onto one of the players. Yep, Smoggy caught to the corner, but he wants to play his live. No! Out to the side there, Chichu. If he could receive it. 200 APM from
Nice.
something. Really making sure that they
Nyariin ya.
every perceivable angle. Left up to
Nyariin
Smoggy.
ya.
Chance there.
Nyariin ya.
So yes, the lockdown, it did clear out a large portion of the site there, but it made it glaringly obvious with something already flanking that they could just, again, get a flank going as well, as soon as the plan starts happening.
There's also a bit of a time factor there too. PARTY realized that it had to be a B hit. There's only 20 seconds left. They're able to rotate everyone over, even if the lockdown was
One enemy remaining.
Hidden story here that we haven't been talking too much about. Something kind of struggling to have impact in terms of his fragging potential. There's been a few moments at this point where I've seen him with an op and, you know, miss a shot or have a rifle, have Bladestorm,
Nyantuy
have
manja,
some
cuy.
opportunity to have impact, and we really just haven't seen him stepping up in the same way that Kankan has.
Kirain perang Emen lagi cuy.
He did say yesterday that he was a little nervous when he first stepped onto the stage. He said he was shaking for the first 6 or so rounds, then relied on Alex and his teammates to kind of pick those nerves back up. You got to remember he's a rookie.
Mau perang lagi dah Emennya. Ya nggak sih? Tuh.
Again, that flash.
Kangkang!
Way off the mark
Are you lost?
here, but it is an attempt through Art. 3 players there.
Are you lost, my friend?
Down slowly, steadily.
Waktunya perang di sini.
And again, that flash is so damn good. It's a connection and a refight.
Babi. Siapa tadi? Si Dave pengen ngepick, Jing lempar. Healnya di situ dah.
Timing at an angle here. Util out in the hands. Flash. It's still good. Updraft though, there's no punish inside. Kangkang is still alive and kicking. Spam through. Can't land it, can't connect it. It's all to
Bye.
7-5.
Buset dah.
In the half. Damage control really for PARTY. That's what it felt like on either side.
Jadi mundur dikit tadi Dave anjir karena ada molly-nya dia. Lu lihat nih. Dave pengen bantu ngepick.
To try and hold on with those final 2 rounds. Excellent round from Jing and Divide to find the value and close things out.
Gila.
Any lip readers? Yeah.
Alex juga, what the fuck? Itu kalau ada kamera lagi selanjutnya. Nice gitu, full senyum Jok. Habis what the fuck full senyum.
Let's send it down to Mimi, who's got a special guest as well. That's a little interview.
Yeah, I'm joined here by Jojimo from EDG. Guys, give it up for Jojimo. You guys have already qualified for playoffs, so you're just here chilling in the crowd. What's it been like watching?
I mean, it's just a great experience. I love seeing it from the crowd. I love being part of the crowd, and I love seeing all the fans that are here. And I appreciate all you guys coming out today, so give it up for us.
Does it make you more excited for playoffs?
Oh, of course. I can't wait to see the next stage. I mean, even the next game that we have, like, it's still going to be a great crowd always, so.
Yeah, it's going to be great. I see you have a sign here. Jing greater than less than Jojimo. You're one of the best race players in the scene. Jing is as well. What does the sign mean? How do you rate him?
I mean, he got some crazy movement, but like, can I match his movement? Probably. So like, we'll see him in the next stage. So yeah, I can't wait.
Okay. He thinks he's up to snuff. Another player on paper
mirip kacau, Bavi lo ya.
is probably one of the most long.
Rambutnya udah beda ya, cuy.
It's something. What have you made of his debut thus far?
It looks really good. Like, I still like him on breach. Like, he's going crazy on breach as well. And like, whenever he plays Jet, I know that he's gonna come out and play his game. But I want to see that matchup versus Demon 1 versus something for sure.
Yeah, so you're looking forward to playing Paper X, that's your hope?
Yes, that's my hope, for sure.
All right, well, this game, it's been close thus far, but EDG looking good on the second map. Who do you think's taking this one?
I think EDG's taking it home.
All right, some belief in EDG. Guys, one more time for Jojimo. Thanks so much. Let's get the second round underway.
I love that, honestly, as well. I
mean, lu galang yan. Galang, wajar lu galang ya.
Fully rooting for them.
Hey, I mean, one of these teams actually might not even end up making it out of groups. There's some scary teams.
Makasih Nabil ya. Babi lu galang.
Prospect, but yeah, I mean, Group A is looking like the strongest group that we've got at this event, I have to say.
That's what makes this match a really important one too.
Tapi lu galang cuy. Tapi emang faktanya gitu cuy.
Group A that everyone's been looking forward to. There's some danger too. Giants
emang itu
real
ya.
Crew's been on a heater, though they did end up getting put down in their first game.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. Don't think Jogamo took math class though. Don't think he had any clue what he was doing with the greater than.
Tapi real, tapi faktanya gitu cuy.
Timer ticking down as well. We'll have to get the halftime off the screen because we are heading straight back into the action.
Ayo fokus.
Here, pistol round beginnings.
Emang galang abis ngomong gitu hilang dia bangke emang ya. Harusnya kecek sih. Harusnya kecek sih. Ini sering terjadi nih.
That's why the dash is there, and the right click's doing enough for it. Paranoia actually colliding with him. It's Howdongs. The safety.
Barbar banget sih. Gua kira bakal nge-walk.
4 players just already
something.
Collect something, and I love this call from Howdong. Gonna go and re-explore through A main, looking to try and catch the other half of this split.
It's really nice.
Not going to find anybody, but it's lovely information to work with.
Exactly, and you can even keep a player here if you choose, or you can just really
Fai,
to the flank.
Kelihatan Fai, chill Fai.
Catches it.
Are they going to smoke the turret? I mean, the turret, I think, ended up getting broken.
Yeah, broken anyway. Divide. Danger here, but there's only one player to meet him. It's him versus Kang. Divide was actually eager to take that fight, push forwards, past it. The reaction from Paper X already onto the side, trying to spam into
Rusuh!
But again, TDG are so rapid on the approach here. They've got all the player advantage and leave it up to
Buset dah rusuh bener anjir.
And against that,
great idea from EDG over in Art.
It's the evidence, honestly, that international experience that EDG have got now, where they make these in-the-moment calls in the mid-rounding that are just pure excellence.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think their first set play, the little trap that they have, and the paranoia that's designed to allow Kankan to get out instead of actually go for more is lovely. But I don't understand exactly what Paper X were doing with smoking the turret. They bloomed a smoke on turret that wastes one that Mindfreak has.
Anjir, Alex sudah kayak gini cuy.
As a result, and they
bahaya cuy. Ini sama gini, udah serem cuy.
Communication error happening there in the
rasanya semua pengen ditinju sama dia ya.
When you have 5 IGLs on the team. Or none, I can't exactly remember which it is.
It's kind of a mixture. I mean, Forsaken sometimes takes the lead, but it's a bit more spread out. Everybody contributes. Very based.
Are going all the way through.
Yeah.
Looking like a snake just making loops around mid.
No fear at all. You wouldn't think they're on.
Waduh, ini dia kenapa main Omen coy. Paranoianya najis anjing.
There it is. Contacts.
Buset Jing. Jing nggak ada stop. Nggak ada berhentinya cok.
Bring them all down. Plant stuck. So a bit of extra money.
Nggak ada rem-remnya anjing. Dia buta tetap gas terus.
Quite a significant margin.
Aku jing kata dia.
The bonus is going to be nice. Prime Gaming Flawless said that a lot.
We certainly have. This is set up to be very interesting this second half. You've got Kankan picking up the bonus round operator as well. So the buy is going to be really interesting.
I love it when people do this, honestly. Jet players or whatever. Operate on a bonus round. I mean, you almost come to expect it, I think, if you're going up against Kankan. You have to always be checking the money to see if you can buy it. But
for sure,
it can often catch people off guard.
It's fairly likely that you're going to be able to, you know, save it if things go disastrously wrong at the beginning, or
get
a blade storm line if you do end up popping off. I think there's potential here.
No one meets him now.
Yeah, and they've actually left him the entirety of the A site. This is something that EDG have been doing a ton of recently, is stacking 4 players defensively on one side of the map and leaving the other just to Kangkang. Haodong's going to spot that out, though, and surely that brings nobody back.
Oh my, he's moving forwards here. He's trying to hold this down as well. But
Ayo Kangkang.
In his way, something's there. Team at his back.
They've given so much space.
All there.
Itu kalau Aaron yang mati kesel sih.
Has to respect to back away from the util being used.
Si something udah masuk. Ya Allah.
Updraft. No one was watching the high ground position. Something though looked himself forwards. Catches the one towards the back here. Nobody will fall. 2 versus 3. At some point, you have to consider maybe saving or not. Smoggy already got the kill. Spotted out another player. Nana Swarm. There. Flash.
Nice flash.
Excellent.
Nice. Nice flash.
Forsaken.
Itu yang di mau ya.
Brilliant work from them.
Flash manja kayak gitu, Joy.
PARTY completely countering the idea there from EDG. There was certainly some danger still injected in there. You take a look at how they're able to entry, and it's, you know, it's only Haodong with barely a weapon, just trying to scramble away and hold a bit of space. Great close once again. Forsaken and Divide.
Santai Lex. Santai Lex. Aman.
Mind Freak too.
Menang roundnya. Santai Lex ya.
One of the things they're doing incredibly well.
Udah mau ribut aja sih Alex.
Punished a little bit for biting the operator in the prior. He's only got a stinger here, 2 away from a blade storm. Meanwhile, something has all the weaponry.
It might be about to gift them one, to be honest, as well. He's walking right into 3 players who contact hooked to the corner. Nobody does. Here we go. It's instantaneous once more.
Wah, anjing berantem cok.
Haodong had his back before eventually going down. Repositions now towards the back of the site. He wins that, really?
Waduh, bahaya, Jing.
All down to something. If he gets a pick, you might see him pop the blade storm and go for this.
Bahaya gini, cuy.
Jump spot. He's looking for it.
Tembusin dong, something.
Something. Granted it, is he? Surely spotted. Dash forwards. Updraft. Overzealous. And he's, well, just gifted the operator right back, as I was saying at the beginning. But EDG, around in a microcosm, it's what I love about this team, honestly, is actually they do a lot of this, the bait and switch. Someone takes contact, more players just holding close, tight corners. As the trade come in, they can punish it.
And we're watching from Kangkang's
lag.
of the time there, but Haodong
Gua butuh. Anjing sakit kata si Haodong. Buset ditinju gua kata Haodong.
At the moment, this operator is getting passed around like the Christmas present nobody wants.
Kok kayak gitu sih?
Where you just re-gift
Lari-lari gindang gitu.
I've never done that personally.
Of course you haven't. You wouldn't want to out yourself publicly as doing that.
I mean, I've never done that.
So this is damaging for PARTY.
It is.
And it really feels like this is much more of a competitive map where EDG have got a great read on things. They're out of their depth a little bit on Fracture. But here, looking strong. And certainly, I think we're witnessing a bit of a jet differential, which is a weird thing to say. I thought we'd see a huge amount of value coming from something. But the moments, you know, where he's given an opportunity to do the impossible, it looks, you know, it gives it a good shot. But he's also just not finding the same level of consistent value that Kangkang is.
Maybe feeling a bit rattled on the big stage.
Could be. Could be.
That was always a concern as well, people talking about his debut, playing on the international stage. It's why, you know, it was so disappointing, I think, as well at Tokyo that we didn't get to see full-strength PARTY, but elimination game, still a lot to play for, but
iya nih butuh Bang Udut nih.
He's got another opportunity here as well, Bran. He's got a shorty.
Aaron lagi bersoek ya.
Anybody to be able to make this round winnable for PARTY and stop the EDG momentum, it would be him.
Very delayed. Sees Paranoia over the top. Something! He tried to react fast. As soon as the util was used towards A main, but
it's a great idea.
Yep, taken out of the sky.
It's a fantastic timing. He's just not hitting.
Waduh.
That is very fortunate.
Oh,
Not
I mean,
terus mau
she's
manja
just
lagi
got
deh.
the read that somebody's going to be tucking into that corner. He just spams through the smoke. Disgusting.
Yeah, now left to their own devices here.
Kangkang doesn't realize Jing's in the corner.
Yeah,
hits
somehow,
it anyway.
Yeah, he'll sit it. I mean, yeah. Shouldn't be favored for it, but he hits it.
He just is, though, isn't he?
He is him.
Is it looking like EDG are going to be able to get up to 11 here? Pretty resounding lead on Pearl. PARTY are struggling to make things happen. Nobody on EDG really playing around the middle of the map. You know, if PARTY want to try and create picks using their Jet and Phoenix, sometimes that's going to be with plays like this through B-Link or Art.
Aduh, Aren.
That's not really where EDG are fighting.
G2 still was 2 snake bites as well. It's just delaying them. They know exactly where these players are. They made a ton of noise, the flashes.
Aren mati lagi.
Out wide though, gotta hit these, and they do. Okay, pistols.
Gila, Dave sih sakit banget loh,
Maybe
Dave.
an upgrade, but the plan has to be stuck. What's wrong with that? That's a TP right behind.
Giran long kata dia.
Trying to put the squeeze, yep, buying it. A bit of time and distraction plays. Mind Freak, no health.
Udah pasti
to
di
really do
right
anything
click
at all.
lah.
Kang with a knife, single blade did it.
What a bold play by Haldong. There was always a chance there that somebody's just waiting around the corner for him to stick the ultimate and just swings instantly.
Yeah, for the punish.
But I think a really nice crossfire setup because the rest of his team is holding from that underneath area.
Lanjut, Lek.
Holding the corner. So, oh, that is really nice shots though, landing by nobody. A player that had a very rough map 1. Like I said earlier, 5 and 15 on Fracture. 0 and 5 in first kill to first deaths. A far cry from what nobody was doing the last time we saw him on the big stage. But he's just having a very solid map 2 with a couple of big moments.
It's the round that matters though.
Wah, Alec udah mulai pusing coy. Alec mau merelakan map 2 katanya.
They have to win it. Why is EDG going to be put back up to map point?
The flash did not catch on to Kang.
Flicks down. Actually, okay, dashing straight into the box.
Akhirnya Rasbe suka lihat.
Nana Swarm's here, vulnerable up by Jing. Stun into the corner. Can't claim the kill even with the ult. Get back.
Rasbe suka lihat ala PARTY. Balik. Wah, di ulti nih bilongnya. Feeling gua bilongnya di ulti dah, kan? Biar budak.
He's not going for it.
With Prior as well, going to be able to hear these sound cues. Still working into the back of halls, weaving in and out of these smokes. Something standing it, no, spam down in the midst of all of this. And I think this lockdown might be a little bit too late. They've already gained access to it still. It's going to come down to an absolute spam battle. Top of the box. Predicted. There's no
Untung aja dikeluarin. What?
Stand corrected. Lockdown precisely when they needed it. Now there's definitely no time to win this one out. So, overwhelming force of the ultimates. That's really what grants PARTY that win.
And honestly, also a perfect timing with the lockdown. As much as we were looking for it to come a little earlier, you know, Forsaken knows best. He pops down that lockdown, and Jing, instead of using his Phoenix Molly to, you know, have some kind of post-plant utility, he throws it down to stop them contesting the lockdown. It goes inside the Omen smoke. And look at that. How are you going to get through?
Good luck.
Not happening. So PARTY pick one up and draw this within 4.
They had to use a lot to get there.
Oh, fuck, tahu busuk.
So far, EDG have been
Jangan dong.
in control.
Here's another big clash on B.
Wah, ini berantem nih cuy. Siapakah yang menang dengan berantemnya ini? Jason harusnya bunuh nih, Jason. Waduh. Jason udah ngeding aja. Lihat Hadong. Nobody ditinggal, nobody. Nobody ditinggal sama Kang. Aku duluan. Pas nobody mati. Si Kang dia nggak mau ini ya. Merasa bersalah cek. Ikutan mati juga. Emang iya tahu busuk fix, hah? Fix, hah? Emang iya fix. Ini 4 lawan 2 udah nggak ada nih tujuan ke set nih. Emang iya tahu busuk. Katanya 13-7. Ini udah pasti 8. Real kah manis? Ah, memang dasar busuk. Nick aja udah busuk.
And instead we see big
entering
around the corner. Great counter utility being thrown towards Pillar and PARTY barrel forwards. They even managed to
mungkin momen ini kayaknya banyak yang nge-call something deh semenjak ada something mungkin. Buset. Nobody kagak keluar tuh peluru. Ada pull, ada stun, ada molly, kagak keluar tuh peluru.
Set plays even when they're just cooking it up on the fly. They're so well coordinated with the micro.
I mean, it's going to go B again. At the barrier, 4-1 split. Forsaken's job to watch mid here. Nobody needs to get out alive. It's really quite critical. He's playing close to the pillar though. How does he escape this flash in his face? This is such a weird position to play. I mean,
Gila banget itu.
he's brought down.
Nobody, lu ngapain sih sendiri setan? Dia kesel cok. Tadi dia di molly matinya kan. Sekarang dia berdiri situ nggak kena molly, nggak bunuh juga cok. Malah giveaway senjata.
Space wasn't given up. Jing just walking up onto these angles. Dangerous game he is playing. Tap onto it. Kang with a dash back towards Halls here. What is the play here for EDG? Smokes. More going to be used to split this one up. A tap onto the plan as well.
Ini susah nih.
Make EDG overstep.
Nice. Wow! Jing! Ini baru Jing. Gokil aja timingnya.
Jing with the Phoenix ace. Ult online, tactical time.
Minimal maksimal SD ya. Lihat ke delete. Hilang kepala ya.
Starting from the very beginning.
Ini timingnya pas banget ini. Nih. Reload 2 orang.
He does this play. Smokes are dropped down. They tap the spike, I think about 3 or 4 times during the midst of this. And it forces them to spam all their bullets, trying to get a cheeky kill. 2 players reloading at the same time. Jing hears it, goes for the swing.
What a punish. Brent, I want to tell you a story. The last 2 times that these teams
Nobody udah malas main cok. Babi lah gara-gara gue ditinggal. Gue ngepick lagi ya. Aduh, busuk lagi nih kata dia.
Playing here for a top 4 finish, and they let slip an 11-4 lead. It just slipped through their fingers. They couldn't hold on to it. They couldn't close out, and they ended up losing the series 2-1 in heartbreaking fashion. This is not the same size of a lead, but they were up 11-6, and now it's within 2. EDG
lagi pause kita asap aja ya.
They just need to find 2 more ideas that work, and we would be there. Potentially seeing a Raze Reyna play.
Oh yeah.
I mean, bind would be so fascinating between these 2 squads. And instead, I mean, look, PARTY are massively favored to win this round as well and get
angka 11 kematian gak Jay?
To 11. What is going on with the economy right now?
It's all over the place.
Bukan nggak boleh, berhati-hati.
Even so, I mean, unless nobody literally buys not a single thing.
Kemarin Pen Harbor itu bola-bola smoke-nya nyangkut di bind ya. Sekarang Nano Swarm tuh nyangkut di tebing. Panjat pinang tuh kayaknya tuh. Ada orang panjat pinang tuh di atas tuh kangkang ya. Wow. Ini dia yang ditunggu. Ini dia. Wow. Wow. Anjir, something is back. Tank Rusia nih bos. Ya songgeng deh ya. Minimal maksimal, maju-maju terus. Anjing, gokil cok. Tank Rusia.
The shorty just his favored weapon of choice. Now he's asking for a moment like that because it feels like he's found it a little tough.
Gokil 700 yang nonton. Like-nya dulu manis.
An anti-eco kind of situation.
Minimal maksimal ya.
Smoggy had the weaponry to try and do something, and he got his ankles broken.
Brutalized, man.
Reaksi yang ditunggu-tunggu sama penonton-penonton cuy. Tenang senyum gitu loh. Akhirnya senyum. Satu round.
And their economy is not in a good spot here, and they've used a Viper's pit to lock down B right from the start.
I actually quite like this pit as well. It cuts off the common angle where you want to use your lockdown. So Forsaken's got this one, but they have to clear out to use it.
Kalian bilang lah mantap pet.
But look at the alarm.
Sponsorin streamer ini dong gitu.
You wouldn't believe that he's only just become a Sentinel player, and in fact they're using the lockdown just to clear the Viper from the pit, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean.
No, they've decided better.
Oh, nge-split nih, nge-split.
Seems like a low value.
Nge-split ini cuy, nge-split.
heading back over here now. Okay, does want to go for it.
I feel like that's a pretty reasonable idea, to be honest. Counted instantly.
Gila. Lihat nih, buang nyawa. Ay. At least itu kusir lah.
Just meant for the ult. The lockdowns exchanged.
Wow.
Kang. He falls. 2 players detained.
What the fuck something? Kamu kira dia sendiri? Wow. Kamu kira dia sendiri? Cico, buru-buru banget lihat orang detain. Tuh lo lihat yang jaga 2. Ada Divine sama Top G. Lu mau ngapain? Hah? Ada orang sagapung gitu lihat detain. Babi itu namanya ya. Ada Divine sama Top G coy.
It's an absolute disaster for EDG.
Sebelah sama.
Save a single weapon into it. Sure, the score is tied, but that's not the way that this is currently going. It's 5 in a row for PARTY.
Gue jadi inget apa? Komsnya si something pas itu coy. Main Reina. Aaron, help me. Dismiss 2 kali. Tahu busuk mana weh? Tai lu ya tahu busuk ya.
They lost the last time these two teams played. Josh, you were talking about it, the story of it.
Yeah, I mean that one was utterly brutal. They just couldn't put together any attacking rounds on Fracture.
Oh. Ini semenjak nobody ditinggal kena molly, ngepick sendiri. Kejar anjir.
Beginning of the second half, they got together a nice half, 7-5, got up to 9-5. Sure, they lose the bonus, but that's to be expected.
Bisa kali tambah like-nya manis. Tiket manis.
5 rounds later, defeat is a serious possibility.
Semenjak PARTY ke B menang mulu loh. Entah dia 5-an di belong atau enggak split kayak tadi. Menang mulu anjir.
But Shishu doesn't have enough money. So the question becomes, do you force up here with 4 rifles?
So difficult.
I mean, play for it all, knowing that your buy is going to be broken.
Tapi PARTY di emang ke B-nya kuat banget ya.
Or do you try and take a save and play for OT?
Semenjak gue bilang EDG fix menang.
I think
what's the call?
I think in theory the correct play is to try and force here because at least
you'll get something together
the next round. You want to try and get yourself
muka tuh ya.
It's all in.
Emang real itu cuy. Real Mr. Ramji Ome TV cuy. Kok dia nggak obeng bangsat?
First sign of utility, immediately respecting backing away here. Still has nano swarms again, but
anjing.
A single nano swarm actually breaks the alarm, but still 2
Lu aja nggak pernah ngechat, setan.
Deading them now. The wall to cut across, but the side has been given up in its entirety.
Beneran gue anjing. Itu udah gue kasih, setan kok nggak dapat. Beneran gue. Beneran gue. Mister Kesehatan. Kangkang! Aduh, Aaron kena lagi, cok. Lu perasaan udah gua kasih dah. Bagus banget. Bagus banget di smokin buat temennya.
I mean, my freak's dead at the moment, Brent.
Losing my grip on reality
here.
Forsaken is not. It's 12-11.
EDG.
And one of the more critical
masa zaman sekarang orang nggak tahu Ramji
head-to-head on the flank to stop the threat that is Kangkang.
Fake Ramji yang asli lagi perawatan. Ji kenapa banyak
kills quite a while ago and since then has only really been able to put 1 on the board. Created a threat, but the rest of the team just couldn't.
Mister Kesehatan.
PARTY 6 in a row have just stolen the lead from EDG and now are on match point. EDG with a horrendous buy as PARTY continue to just
Ramji siapa? Itu Ramji, ada orangnya tahu busuk. Kenapa lu nanya anjing, tuh ada orangnya setan. Aduh. Satu hit lagi tuh. Waduh, busuk aja. Wah, OT kah? Tenang, ada Jason. Jason masih bisa clutch. Susah. Kunai.
Brings it to 12, brings it to OT.
After 6 in a row.
Aduh.
EDG finally come up with
Hotel
the
lagi.
answer to be able to save this series. It's just a brawl. The players defending, taking duels down B long.
Iya, masa iya nggak tahu Ramji?
So
Itu ownernya cuy.
Who does this favor? Forsaken's picked up an Odin defending.
Ji, kalau lu nggak live sih Ji?
Areas he's thinking of spamming there.
Biasa live Dota pagi-pagi.
Do you remember these clashes in A main, Brent? We've seen them so many times on EDG's attack half. Here it comes.
Resulting in a coin flip, almost TP past the box. PARTY they've been favored when they wait out this util and then they re-hit it.
Mr. Sarapan cuy.
Same again. EDG, they need to be a bit better for this one. Jing, he was not blowing it up, but how long hits the transfer? At least the spray down.
All 5 players from PARTY grouped up
fully
here.
Grouped up, fully rotated.
Gila, 3.
Want to make another go of this.
Buset, di semua di situ.
They all topple, and no one can withstand it.
5-5 dia rontok semua.
But EDG find themselves at that point.
Can they hold on? Can they close out? They haven't had a map point at any point, but they were at 11 for so long. The players just woke up here.
Pecah meja Alek.
The individuals were popping in those moments. They just took duels and won them. This has been the key in the last 2 rounds. Round 24 and 25 have been won by EDG taking fights and hitting heads. We've seen a lot of, you know, the map control plays and the dancing around the
muncul PRX.
ultimates. Sure, but also when push comes to shove, it's just a raw fight.
Lihat nobody. Mukanya udah asem coy gara-gara kena molly tadi ditinggal.
How do you want to play it? You see PARTY waiting a little bit of an instance, seeing what util's being used. They come back in with their own wave of it to try and fight back. And that power right there, I mean, how long saved this paranoia? He waited for them to use the dog, waited for them to flash to come through again, and just sent it flying, refighting again. It's these just little changes, the adjustments over these rounds and how these fights are being taken. It feels like brute force, and in most instances is, but there is the adjustments occurring.
When the defenders have 5 players stacked in A main, ignoring all the rest of the map, and the attackers continue to barrel through even when the Killjoy's dead, it feels like Blinker Vision a little. Kankan picks up an operator though.
Tenang cuy, hotel lagi nih, dibikin hotel lagi nih.
And send us to bind.
Yep, he's watching B.
That's where the spike
Udah dipanggil perawatan tadi lagi antri.
His face most likely, or at least the wall, something to block off this angle. Flash. The record smoke. Kang now.
Diam tahu busuk, Pak.
Wondering if they have crossed. We know differently, of course.
Howdong's got a paranoia.
Yeah, it's off the alarm bot through double doors, but
presumably he's also going to pull off as soon as the turret takes contact. And in fact, after 20 seconds pass, he decides to just drift over there anyway.
There it is. Does he let it rip? Does he let it loose? Turret's already broken. Grouped up. PARTY almost in their entirety here. Split up. They've taken A main control. Paranoia. Reclearance. Fight. Something was out of position for it, but he still loses that one.
Oh, nice.
And from
Wow!
it's struck.
Nice banget, anjir.
They picked their timing.
Pas artnya diganggu, M-nya masuk. Cakep.
Back on top of EDG. And this is almost
Tapi something tumben dia. Bukan dia yang bunuh.
Last cannon.
Langsung mati, padahal dia nggak buta.
The operator. One smoke. Too many angles to watch. And look at that. I mean, they are not letting him get away with anything.
Not a chance. What a round from PARTY.
Aman coy.
It's a great
AWP kok retake.
that trap from coming through.
No armor retake.
But he's also playing anti-flash, ready to swing.
Oh, gila Top G.
You know, Mind Freak is there, ready to
Top G spray transfer coy.
And the reaction from the A main players is instant and excellent.
Biar fokus
No
kayaknya.
streaks of rounds happening here.
Atau lah, terserah Kangkang lah. Dia yang jago. Terserah dia lah. Lihat tuh Jason. Gokil kan? Waktu itu dia bau lah. Gak dapat timing.
He's waiting to deploy them in case EDG just run to A.
Run to A or even just use utility to clear it. Maybe just waiting to see if there was a snakebite or an Ana Swarm pulled out of them. Which there wasn't. EDG still have all of them intact. Mid-control gained. Here's the change in pace. I mean, we haven't seen mid explore too much. EDG only prodding with 2 players. It feels like both teams are very scared of any chance of trap plays.
Does this Prowler catch?
Ayo something, please something.
Back on the line.
Something.
Here we
Nice.
go. Adjustment with the micro aim. Jing's there. Immediately to push them back away from Art. This is EDG into the side flash. Out wide. Kang spinning a little bit.
Banyakin ambil OP. Untuk lu Kangkang ya. Kalau yang Ono mirip anjir kebiasaannya. Ngambil AWP. Masuk set ambil AWP. Yang Ono masalahnya AWP-nya busuk. Kalau ini Kangkang. Jadi wajar aja cuy. Terserah dia mau ambil AWP. Yang Ono. Yang Ono udah AWP kagak kena. Maksa lagi ambil AWP, yang Ono titipan.
Look at this timeline, man. String of rounds they've got. One more round will do it. Once more bringing it back away from EDG. It's heartbreak for them. PARTY PRX look to sail the way to that 2-0. This is the beginning of it. Turret's broken. Dash forwards from something really now.
Aduh.
These anchoring players are going to have the most to do. It's Chichu and Smoggy. Here the util being used. They know they've lost
chill
control.
dulu
At the same
cuy.
time, it's forced rotations away, but it's just slowed down a tad, and now you're going to see it. Sped up once more. Smoke drop down to try and
Aduh,
get the
ini
mid.
busuk
Smoggy
nih.
into the back.
Benar kan busuk.
Him and Chichu have finally done it. Time has been purchased and bought. Forsaken to 1v3. Does have the spike and lots of time, yet chooses to take the fight anyway through them. It's watched for 14. I said it was those anchoring players, Josh. They had the most to do and they did it.
Aduh, pusing busuk gini coy.
Feels like both of these teams are just trying to get into position for large execs onto sites at this point. Going for a bit of a contact play and then deciding to burst through.
Si Jing ya.
Awesome fights from Smoggy there. And now situation reset. You can see what it means on both sides. EDG fighting for survival here. Not an elimination match, but survival in the match itself to head over to bind. We have an operator.
Mr. KFC mana cuy? Mr. KFC.
Towards each other.
Lapar nih, butuh KFC.
Scenes, Prowler catching.
No reaction anjing. Tank Rusia. No reaction.
That's why he takes it full to the face.
He's waiting though, retreated towards the back of the side. PARTY PRX are looking into mid. It's a recleanse with the flash. That is risky from Jing. Lots of positions where you can play anti-flash, and EDG, look at this, mid-round response. Contacting up and re-clearing, they hit the head straight through the wall. Jing is weakened, Molly at his feet. Another flash as well as the second one used here, and he is in a bit of danger. There's a pull, used to support him. At the feet, nobody can really scale particularly fast. Kang now, still the dash.
Ada lampu.
There, clearing the way over the top.
Nice,
well. Shots, the bullet's not hitting. PARTY in a commanding control of every single area.
Itu lampu kenapa dijundul? Wah, Kangkang kadang aneh.
Everybody from PARTY is there. There is no thought that there could be a lurker causing pressure on the other side or some kind of feint.
Kangkang main bola atau main basket tuh? Mau alley-oop dia cuy. Alley-oop.
One dimensional in these moments when the pressure is the highest and everyone from PARTY
Waduh, dapat hampir coy.
Whiffy too from Kangkang, who decided at the final moment not to go for an operator and pick up the rifle. Now once again heading into the next.
Jets
are going to have rifles again.
Hey Bang Tondaton.
PARTY with another chance of being able to close things out.
Ayolah, closing lah, kui lah.
Time and again. This one looks slightly different. With something in mind
Wow.
Again, it puts all the pressure on the shoulders of Haodong. This time, Kang joins him.
Mau diapain nih?
Outside Smoggy.
Haodong's holding another paranoia and he uses it.
Lah.
He doesn't cross. They know his positions. They have
Lah.
the TP to get out of here.
Haodong kenapa?
Clear him inside. Jump in the dash. It does not work out. Smoggy. He shuts that down. One avenue not watched for, but still the wall allows them to cross. Stun is there. Out in the open. PARTY PRX. It's Forsaken. He's
Forsaken.
This is
Forsaken ini deh.
Could have been brilliant, man.
4 second kill 3, obrak-abrik.
So much to be able to capitalize on what
Pertahanan dari EDG, engkaunya lagi tidur.
Forsaken's about to drop 30 and close this out for PARTY. Jing wants to fight.
Flash connects. Chichu's blinded. Still hits it, still brings him down. 2 versus 2. Position's got to be known. Sees no connection. Spam through, but a crosshair is 2.
Oh, hampir es. Gua udah bilang, Jason kemarin boleh busuk. Sekarang dibantai-bantai itu ya. Gokil, Cok.
What a performance from PARTY here today. Absolutely out.
Gua udah bilang
and then pulled off.
Kemarin busuk timing, sekarang semua disikat sama dia ya.
11-6 the score at 1 point here on Pearl, and EDG couldn't close it out.
Emang Smugi jago banget anjing, tembakannya najis dah.
Things went through to overtime. Losses in OT.
Oh, respect EDG. Respect.
Tokyo. And I thought they'd solved it. The recent runs, how confident they've been. I thought they'd been able to solve that issue.
Seru cuy nonton mereka cuy.
Jing
ada engkonya, Cok.
Beautiful game from them though.
Gua kira Kevin tidur loh.
The roster certainly looking like a candidate for being able to go deep and maybe contest for the trophy.
Aaron dipeluk sama siapa? Kangkang ya?
That second map, but yeah.
Aaron tadi pelukan coy sama siapa cuy? Kangkang.
Yeah, taking it right out of what Giants were doing exactly against them. A lot of the contact.
Koko nggak fokus nih. Gak passion.
What scares me when I watch PARTY is you can't give them an inch because the whole roster is so talented. You give them a small moment. I mean, in the final round here, I thought they'd done enough.
Yeah, it looked like Smoggy had contained it.
Smoggy's play takes down something and Mindfreak.
Something dipanggil.
Still, a player steps up, Forsaken in that moment with the 3K to be able to close.
Dari Tokyo ya, iya.
An amazing position. There are threats everywhere on this PARTY roster.
Tanda tangan dulu cuy, tanda tangan dulu cuy.
Competitors, one of the only teams that can really maybe hold a candle to Fnatic. Tonight have a chance to really go on a bit of a certainly one of the best teams here.
Definitely are. And they demonstrated a bit of a variety of pace. Sure, some of these rounds were super all in.
Wah.
PARTY style.
Rekam diam-diam. Mau selfie minta aja, Neng. Jing baik ke orangnya.
Slightly more contacty play, the more cerebral element of being able to just take map control
mau selfie
without making a huge amount of noise.
Langsung bilang.
Like a herd of elephants.
Kalau Jing ini Adiswan langsung dipeluk tuh cewek, bangsat. Untung ini Jing. Kalau Addison udah nggak ada nih, cewek di depan-depan ini pagar nih, disikat sama dia. Top G nih bos, ya.
Their journey's not over, but this group is still tough.
Gokil emang Top G.
A game between Crew and Giants is gonna be coming out swinging.
This one mah anjing bener. Oke, Jay. Aman ya? Anjir, untung aja gua hari ini nggak kelewat nih nonton game ini, seru cek. See you next stream ya coy, kita off dulu ya, tidur ya. Tapi kayaknya buat nanti malam siapa sih main? Giant, Zeta Energy, Energy. Gua nggak tahu sih nonton apa enggak. Tapi saya nonton ya soalnya gua udah ada janji. Lihat besok deh, kalau misalnya bisa paling kita nonton, oke? Sampai interview dulu. Real, yakin, interview. Siapa yang gacor cuy? Poinnya. Mana siapa yang di interview?
Brutal sign there too. Yeah. But kind of true on map 1 at least. And towards the latter quarter of Pearl.
Interview channel Indo.
Things to review for EDG. They rated
Indo ada
themselves
nggak
a 5 out of 10 in the
di
game against Giants.
Valorant Esport. Mana?
bener lu memainkan semuanya, bukan cuman aim, tapi mental lu, nyali lu, mental gue yakin mereka ada di level yang sama.
Tidur dulu
Nyalinya
kocak
aja
baru
mungkin
Jumatan.
yang pemakaian nyalinya yang berbeda, cara mereka ngekemas nyali yang mereka pegang untuk dijadikan suatu permainan. Gue rasa ini yang membedakan mereka ketika di second half tadi. Dan momen krusial sih, momen-momen yang penting, kayak kelas-kelas luar biasa, kayak upset yang tiba-tiba berubah jadi stompingnya si player-player PARTY dan juga EDG yang membuat ini jadi seru banget untuk ditonton meskipun overtime terjadi berkali-kali bawah.
Iya, kayak
Bangun kocak, buset dah. Gua kalau ada alarm bangun. Aman aja.
Bener tuh lihat flashnya di ronde terakhir itu gila banget sih. Dan ngomongin soal counter ya, seperti yang Wilson bilang itu mereka cuma
Ini siapa sih? Orang dalam PARTY ya? Kayak nggak pernah lihat gua.
Si Haudong dikirim nih ke B, main pakai paranoia, jadi kontak paranoia gitu.
Iya itu dia, karena mereka
Gokil Jason cuy, 30 kill.
Dari PARTY, mereka waktu attack sempat nyerang A sekali. Jadi di pikiran EDG ini mereka masih bisa ke A nih, ini belum 100% ke B. Makanya beberapa kali dia masih main di A, jadinya telat rotate. Tapi
Lamka curang, Jok.
Forsaken menurut gua
Itu leaderboard point kenapa bisa naik bot yang gede?
dia membuktikan kalau dia bisa jadi flex player, dia main smoke jago, main killjoy jago, main duelist waktu something absent juga masih jago. Ini pemain bener-bener perkembangannya pesat banget dan Kangkang tentu masih deliver. Menurut gua dia bener-bener gak cuman ngomong doang, dia membuktikan apa yang dia omongkan.
Betul. Dan lu bisa ngelihat betapa banyak momennya Kangkang itu. Dan tapi kali ini agak sedikit berbeda dengan map pertama ya. Kali ini
Dia standby terus di sini.
Sangat-sangat merata secara permainan. Cuma memang reaksi itu
Emang GG cok night bot.
Lu nyala semuanya, set piece lu jalan, lu nggak membuat kesalahan tapi
Mana interview nih? Mata udah sepet nih.
Sesuatu itu bisa jadi lain. Menurut gue ini momen krusialnya. Tapi for second 30 kill menggunakan Killjoy as a sentinel ini lebih dari sesuatu.
Gue lebih memukau ngelihat headshot percentage-nya di 38% dan killnya 30 sih. Itu jarang banget ada pemain bisa menyentuh headshot percentage setinggi itu.
Dan dia sentinel.
Dan
killnya banyak.
Dan killnya banyak itu sih. Wah gila.
Apaan nih?
Dia benar-benar having a good day sih hari ini.
30 kill. Kan gue udah bilang.
Berarti minimal 1 ronde kill 1 coy.
Minimal 1 kill. Entah bagaimana caranya mau nembak atau nano swarm, yang penting
per ronde ada kontribusi.
Per ronde ada
Kemarin itu dia lagi
yang penting pala tetap dapat.
gak dapat timing dia ngeflank juga.
Towernya clear.
Gokil lagi yang PARTY.
Ada ya tower atas.
Gacor.
Pilar atas.
Siapa tahu Kangkang tiba-tiba terbang dua kali ke sono gitu.
Gue sih pensi Valorant sih kalau bisa terbang ke atas sana sih.
Tuh kemarin kemarin Jason cuma kill 9 cok.
Saya itu updraft 3 kali baru nyampe kayaknya.
Cuma kill 9 Jason pas lawan kru.
Sekarang tiba-tiba kayak Jason dari masa depan gitu kan bisa lihat.
Enggak, itu udah salah
itu udah salah banget, itu udah ngaco banget. Ini maklum jam pagi ya.
Dia udah terkenal line up smoke harbornya salah dibain, sekarang nano sorenya ini bakal infamous juga ini gue udah goyakin.
Kemenangan coy.
Itu dia. Persembahan ke penunggu pilar Pearl.
Masuk.
Tapi what a good game sih map kedua tuh.
Mana interview sih? Emang ada serius? Siapa tadi yang nyuruh gua tunggu sampai interview?
Tapi gua masih
kagak ada interview, cok.
Hype-nya match tadi. EDG bakal ketemu lagi sama Giants. Gua agak penasaran sih kalau misalkan mereka ketemu sama Giants lagi kayak menang lagi enggak ya? Tapi gua lebih
ada.
Apa yang
siapa?
Sampaikan sama PARTY. Kok kita ngobrol aja kali ya sama mereka.
Oh, nih.
Kita panggil perwakilannya. Gue gak tau siapa yang bakal diinin. Jason. Widih.
Halo guys.
Halo. Son, keren Son. Lu keren Son. Nano swarm lu keren. Nano swarm ke pilar lu keren.
200 IQ biar
Kalau kata Wilson sesembahan.
Ngasih persembahan ke penunggu pilar. Congratulations Son. Congratulations berhasil lolos ke fase playoff. Kita ngeliat di map pertama sebenarnya lumayan stomping ya, tapi memasuki map kedua, terutama di first half, lumayan ketar-ketir sih penonton yang ada di Indonesia tentunya. Kalau dari lu sendiri, menurut lu apa yang terjadi di fase first half Pearl ini?
Menurut gue Pearl mereka dari segi komposisi agentnya emang kayak annoying banget, dan kita kayak ragu-ragu buat mau ngambil A, mau retake A, kayak susah banget karena mereka ada omen TP yang TP pilar habis itu langsung kayak nge-flash gitu kan, kayak susah banget. Dan menurut gua kita kayak emang tadi mainnya kayak ragu-ragu banget sih di first half itu, kayak takut-takutan itu, jadi makanya kita kayak banyak buat kesalahan.
Tapi kalau gue pengen nanya agak sedikit lain nih. Gue inget lu pernah bilang kalau semisal lu pakai bridge itu berarti PARTY lagi nganu lah, ya kan, lagi ngetroll. Nah, something pakai bridge, Brimstone ya. Something pakai bridge itu ngetroll apa enggak? Gue memastikan aja.
Yang di fracture ya? Enggak sih, menurut gue emang dari waktu itu kita pakai neon com juga, dan dia emang pakai bridge. Dan nggak tahu ya, dia emang kayak menurut kita sih kayak agent komposisinya di fracture butuh bridge banget sih kalau menurut kita, jadi ya udah paksa gitu.
Oke lah, berarti
karena Ji nggak mungkin pakai bridge.
Wah udah jangan, nggak usah.
Itu kayak lebih gila gak sih?
Itu lebih gila lagi. Itu lebih gila lagi.
Sumpah Ji kalau main bridge ya, gue rasa dia susah ngekill dah.
Banget, tapi jago sih. Cuman ya udahlah ya. Cuman gue penasaran deh. Gue penasaran.
Jing kalau pakai bridge susah ya.
Ada satu ronde yang memukau cukup menurut gue, di mana lu nge-lockdown pilar kalau nggak salah, terus musuhnya nge-lockdown balik side-nya. Gue ngelihat kayaknya di situ itu benar-benar apa namanya mid round call yang on the fly, atau apa sih behind the scene round itu?
Yang ini kalau nggak salah Dava yang call, dia udah tahu segi arahnya mau kemana, kalau misalnya gue ulti sini, Viper bakal kemana, bla 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 bla. Dan kebetulan Dava yang call, terus kita jadinya jatuhnya split back, karena kalau gue ulti itu kan Viper ultinya bakal jatuh dan mereka pas harus main behind kan. Jadi ya Dava yang save round itu sih menurut gue.
Keren cuy.
Dava tuh, dengar tuh Dev ya.
Oke deh, kan sekarang lu udah lolos nih Son ke playoff. Nah di playoff nanti lu paling pengen ketemu siapa? Dan kenapa?
Gue pengennya ketemu Fnatic, tapi pengennya ketemunya di Grand Final, karena emang menurut gue dari Tokyo, tim Fnatic ini mereka bener-bener kayak dari segi utility-nya, teamwork-nya semuanya bagus banget. Mungkin kalau awal-awal gue pengennya ketemu ya. Kalau gue ketemunya pengennya siapa ya?
Gampang-gampang aja udah biar bisa ketemu Fnatic dari Grand Final.
Gampang aja ya. Ya yang gampang-gampangnya siapa ya tapi ya? Yang udah qualified siapa ya? Gue aja lupa.
EDG lumayan repot gak sih?
EDG lumayan repot sih, tapi gue pengen tahun EDG sih kayak belagu banget soalnya.
Wah itu dia. Kasih tahu coy, aman coy.
Belagu banget, itu dia coy.
Thank you Son.
Tapi dia nggak mungkin ketemu EG. Top seed.
Kita bakal pisah dulu, so thank you buat waktunya, bye bye.
Udah ya coy. Udah ya. Babi itu namanya ya. Nggak mungkin coy, nggak mungkin ketemu EG dia. Semua top seed soalnya. Nih, ini top seed semua. Jadi hitungannya anggap DRX, Fnatic. Anggapnya gitu, DRX, Fnatic, EG, PARTY kayak gitu. Paling ketemunya misalnya satu bracket nih. Ini EG, ini PARTY. Kalau mereka sama-sama menang baru ketemu di sini. Paling kayak gitu. Karena top seed ya, ini berempat. Anjir nih dari kemarin nih tim-tim ini jago banget anjir, ini berempat. Sumpah. EG sih yang tiba-tiba gokil banget. Dari semenjak kapan ya EG itu ya? Oh tiba-tiba gokil lah. Di pas liga dia juara berapa sih? Juara 3 loh padahal. Semenjak di Tokyo kayaknya, Tokyo. Oke coy, tamat ya. Jam 9 kurang dikit. Pung lu juga thank you ya Riko ya, Bang. Terima kasih banyak buat kalian-kalian yang udah nemenin Watch Party. Oke, sabar. Itu mana ya? Ya, kita see you di next stream lah ya, cuy. Mudah-mudahan besok kita Watch Party lagi. Soalnya besok gua nggak tahu siapa yang enak, yang seru ini game. Paling ini doang nih. Tapi gue udah ada janji Sabtu coy. Sabtu gue harus cabut siang. Kalau gue begadang busuk ntar. Paling absen. Gue usahain bisa tapi random ya. paling kayak segame doang tidur. Oke? Kalau enggak kita enggak nonton sama sekali. Nontonnya di besokannya aja tuh. Navi Loud FUT. Aduh, FUT T1. Apa sih aneh-aneh dah. Nipu nggak nih? Kan insya Allah diusahain, oke? Thank you, Cey. Selamat tidur, selamat aktivitas buat kalian yang baru bangun atau ada kerjaan. Jangan lupa sholat Jumat, oke? Bagi yang muslim. Bye-bye. See you. Itu namanya ya.